Okay, I'm back. What's happening? Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's get into it. I know we're on a tight schedule, so I'm trying to...
At this point, we've solved every lingering mystery from
there.
Security Breach. We looked at this thing from top to bottom. Glamrock Freddy, Golden Freddy, the missing Bonnie, the infuriating Patient 46. We connected every detail. We called every child a robot. And that's where I was happy to leave it. FNAF dead and buried once more. Except for that time I talked about the potential real-life ARG, but we're just gonna ignore that ever happened. But now, it's
We're gonna ignore that ever happened because you kind of fucked up with that one, right? Where's the call out to say don't do that?
Born yet again, risen from the ashes. With the drop of a brand new DLC teaser a month ago and the start of a brand new book series literally this week, FNAF is back. Which means it's time I dive back in and cover the one thing that I was too scared to talk about when I was doing theories earlier this year. It's the one topic that very few
Do the books ever stop, or are there books supposedly coming out soon again?
Spoken about because it's just so darn confusing. I appreciate that probably doesn't narrow it down a whole bunch because let's face it, most of this game's lore feels that way, but this was on a whole separate level. Fred boys and Mang girls.
We're finally into under a year. This says 10 months ago.
Time to talk about The Blob. Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game
the people
Theory,
who keep
the show that's
buying
full
them.
of so much
Fucking
agony
Matt
from analyzing FNAF.
Matt
it probably bring its own
these
animatronic
bitches.
to life. Maybe then I'd finally get a vacation. Soon, my precious. Soon.
What?
An animatronic to Theory, the show that's full of so much agony from analyzing FNAF, it could probably bring its own animatronic to life. Maybe then I'd finally get a vacation. Soon, my precious. Soon.
It's okay. Your wife's vacationing for you. It's fine.
So, you heard the cold open, there's a new FNAF book, there's a new FNAF teaser. But before I get to any of that, there's one topic that all of us left lingering from Security Breach.
There's a new
Everyone's
FNAF
favorite
teaser?
massive animatronic parts and black tentacles,
Yeah, what about,
the Blob,
what about that
or
Tinder
as
date,
I like
dear?
to call him, Freddy Spaghetti. On that note, by the way, I don't know if you're aware, but FNAF is in the process of becoming a real pizza place. Not real. Basically, they're doing the same ghost kitchen stuff that Mr. Beast did for his food company, where existing restaurants just make extra food under a different brand. I actually did a food theory explaining it all. Check it out after the video. It's actually really fascinating.
You guys worked with food. He did food theory with them? That's pretty cool.
Stuff and very relevant to the franchise now. Anyway, with a real-life Freddy's comes the need for some real-life food. And if Freddy's Spaghetti is not an item on that menu, so help me, I will write a...
Oh, about them. See, I was like, oh, you got Mr. Beast in your video. That's sick. Darebrain, that sounds... How do you feel about that?
Politely worded letter to their social media account and kindly request that they reconsider. Anyway, the Blob was, at the time, the mystery that no one could crack.
Then you've got the Blob as well. The Blob's just on another
Look
level
at
of
Stanko!
complicated.
With the Blob, there are so many animatronic bodies there that have no reason to be there. I'm gonna take a stab in the dark. I think I put Henry in the Blob.
The Blob is just a catch-all, all loose ends.
And anything we don't understand, it's in there. It's in the Blob.
But you know what? It's been half a year. I'm done just
That's
throwing
so
all our
funny.
unanswered questions into this literal landfill of a character. Today we're getting some definitive answers as to what and who this thing might actually...
But you said, obviously, you talked about all the things but that, so... You need to... I think maybe you weren't that clear.
Those
I mean,
answers are
maybe
gonna
you
do
were
two
super
things for
clear.
us. One,
You
they'll
told her
absolutely help clarify how we talk about this franchise moving.
Hold on, sorry. You told them specifically, like, I like you, I want to date you, I don't want to be friends. And they said,
forward, and two, they'll certainly have
And then
severe
what'd they say?
implications for the Ruin DLC that's coming out early next year. So in the event that you repress this game, and specifically this character in your memory like
Did
I
this
did, here's the
DLC
quickest
come out
of
already?
reminders. In Security Breach, if you stay past 6 a.m. and defeat all the other animatronics, you're able to descend down into the basement of the Pizzaplex. It's there that you discover the remains of the FNAF 6 restaurant with a big old hole in the middle. Try to go down that hole on your own, and you're immediately jump scared by the face of Funtime Freddy attached to a big oily tentacle. But hop into Glamrock Freddy and he protects you, saying that his friends are here and that they're angry and confused.
I see.
Then,
So-
during the Afton fight, those...
I'm gonna tell you something, Dare. I think there's a high possibility when they said where she's trying to say, if I'm looking for a relationship, I already have someone in mind, and it's not you. I'm pretty sure that's the deal.
same oily tentacles pop in from the vents, trying to capture you or anyone, to be honest. Burn Afton enough times and you get the final cutscene where the blob returns to drag Afton off into the ceiling to keep him in cold storage until the next game. And because this is one of only a handful of animated cutscenes in Security Breach, everyone assumes that this is the true canon ending of the game. So figuring out what this thing is meant to be must be pretty darn important, right? So I guess it's time for me to stop stalling and start theorizing.
You're at that point, you're the girl, right? Here you do. You're the one that's like, yeah, if Lily came out to me and said, you know, and she likes me and I consider dating somebody, it's someone else, not her.
Best place to start is to understand what exactly this thing's made out of, because really, it's a who's who of FNAF history. Obviously, we see Funtime Freddy as its main face. As you're descending down through the hole, though, you can definitely make out FNAF 1's Chica. The shape of the head and the torso are a dead giveaway here. Peeking out is also FNAF 1's Bonnie. Notice the coloring of it and
wait, this is after we kill it, or what?
Really, it's a who's who of FNAF.
She just friends me. Feels, we meet. We meet. She tells me she has someone else in mind. Like, side of side. Super throwaway mention. Yeah, because she probably doesn't want you to feel bad about it. Because at this point, I'm going to tell you right now, and this is as much of, I've been seeing this around on TikTok, okay? If he wanted, he would. And here, I'm going to do the girl thing, okay? If she wanted, she would. Like, truly. We're all adults here, okay? We're not fucking playing high school games no more. All right? If she wanted to, she would.
History. Obviously, we see Funtime Freddy as its main face. As you're descending down through the hole, though, you can definitely make out...
Let this be clear, okay? So that I just... Don't let no girl play you, okay? Just as much as I'm going to tell all my girls out there, don't let a guy play you. Don't let no girl play you.
FNAF 1's Chica. The shape of the head and the torso are a dead giveaway here.
So they're just here. We just see the blob. Is that what it is?
And legs popping out. These all match the style of FNAF 1 animatronics. Notice the 3 toes on the feet and the 3 fingers and thumb with no joints on the fingers of the hands. And that's about all that you can make out from just looking at this thing in the game. But if you extract the in-game model and look at all the other sides, you find that there's a lot more hidden here. Mangle is hanging out directly opposite Freddy's face. And if you look closely, you can also find its ribcage, arm, and 2 of its feet hanging out elsewhere. Low on one side of the blob is the puppet's mask, except it's missing one major detail, the iconic...
Dare Brain is now saying true that, but believe me, she's actually absolutely socially incompetent. Like, I've no doubt she had zero intentions behind that and genuinely thought I was okay with being friends. Just stop talking to her. I promise you. She will know that you're not okay being friends. Which is what I assume that you're trying to say right now. Because if you're calling this girl socially incompetent, I have no doubt in my fucking mind you should not be dating her. Yeah. I mean, I did. I knew it was a bad idea. Yeah, just stop talking to her. Let's just end it. Yeah, terrible idea. It's okay. The poor girl will feel like she's ghosted. But it's okay because it's, you know, the poor girl. You can't help anybody who's genuinely socially unaware. You can tell them as much as you can, but what are you? Their father? Their mother? Come on. Just the way that it is, all right? I've met enough people who are either actually socially unaware or pretending to be socially unaware. You can only do so much with a person. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, she might have to be ghosted. If you're saying you don't want any contact because it was too much and she still texts you, you're going to have to ghost her because she's not getting the fucking clue, bro.
Tears are gone. That is a huge clue that we're going to need to address. And finally, we have Circus Baby's mask,
really
the only one of the
puppet.
animatronics to not have her eyes lit up. Again, that is a huge detail that has to be important to this thing in some way. Baby's arm is also hanging around inside this thing. We know it's definitely Baby's and not Funtime Freddy's because Baby's hands have rounded silver tips on the fingers, just like we see here. Like I said, it is a real mishmash of animatronics. It's almost like Steel Wool wanted a one-stop shop for FNAF's greatest hits. And weird details like Baby's eyes being extinguished and the puppet's missing tears feel like the game trying to...
The puppet mask missing tears? Like, I'm waiting for that theory. That's the one that's, like, getting me.
tell us something, but what? Well, after identifying each and every arm and leg sticking out of this thing, there was still one animatronic in the spaghetti that really got my MatPat tingle going. This guy right here. Hidden away at the very bottom of the mess is a naked endoskeleton consisting of a single animatronic head, 2 arms, and a missing eye, with a body position that looks like it's desperately trying to pull itself out.
Does that not just look like the Ennard? Isn't Ennard like that?
His position right at the bottom also felt like he was intentionally hidden, the kind of thing that you would overlook a few times, but clearly he's meant to be
Where
important.
was the Balloon
He's
Boy?
the
Is
only
Gregory
animatronic in
theory?
this mess
It's not a theory. It's a fact. Balloon Boy is Gregory. Hello?
that's missing an eye, but his other eye is illuminated, which immediately puts him on the same level as the more iconic characters that we see absorbed into this bizarre amalgamation. So, who is it? What is it? Just a random endoskeleton?
Ennard was
No,
made of
couldn't
wires?
be. But to know for
Oh,
sure, I
see.
had to look closer. My first instinct was that it must be Golden Freddy. I mean, looking at the roster of characters inside the blob, pretty much every major
Wait, hold
anime
on.
must be Golden Freddy. I mean, looking at the roster of characters inside the blob, pretty much every major animatronic is represented in some way. Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, Puppet, Baby, all of them are here, but Golden Freddy is strangely absent.
Still, it confuses me how much emphasis he puts on Golden Freddy, because for me, Golden Freddy is just like Freddy, but gold. You know, I don't feel like it's a whole other character.
Plus, with the animatronic only having one eye, I thought that maybe it was discreetly hinting at the fact that while the crying child's spirit was released in the good ending of FNAF 3, another spirit remained trapped in the metal. Cassidy, the vengeful spirit, still here and still angry. It felt very reminiscent of the 2 endings of FNAF 3. In case you don't recall, FNAF 3 was the first game in the series to introduce a good and bad ending. Finding all the secret minigames led you to Happiest Day, where the souls of the dead kids are put to rest and were
Yeah,
given
no. You're asking what's the evidence, right? What's the evidence of Balloon Boy being Gregory? What's the evidence of fucking agony out here, okay? Tell me that shit, right? Like real evidence, not just, oh, they're literally mixed up with human emotions. Yeah, well, Balloon Boy is literally made up of fucking Gregory now, all right? Take that. Boom, mic drop.
final image of unlit animatronic heads. But if you just finish the game normally, you instead get
It's
this,
just my
the
theory.
bad
It's
ending.
just my
An image of
theory.
those
Is there anything
exact
that
same
disproves
masks,
it?
but each one with one eye lit up. A spirit remains in each body. Well, all of them except for Golden Freddy's mask in the background,
In
which has
Wish 2.
2 eyes
Yes,
lit.
yes, in
2
Wish 2,
eyes for
sure,
2 spirits. And in the intervening years, 1 has been released. However, despite lots of pieces thematically lining up, there was one glaring issue here. Golden Freddy doesn't have himself an endoskeleton. He's a spring-lock suit. It's why Golden Freddy is always hunched over. He has no skeleton, no frame. So if Golden Freddy's now off the table, who else could it be? Well, obviously his defining feature is that one lit eye. But it's not only that one eye is lit, it's that he's physically missing the second eye. So I sat down and went through my mind's encyclopedia of FNAF lore to remember what other characters only have one eye.
Wait,
Immediately I thought Foxy might make a good contender, except Foxy isn't actually missing an eye. He just has one covered up by an eye patch. Same thing for Withered Foxy. Maybe it could be Lefty, the strange black animatronic bear from FNAF 6 that was designed as a capture suit for the puppet. Nope, the eye that's missing is on the wrong side. You know what? Forget it. Maybe it is just a random endoskeleton because why not? It's security breach.
Exactly, because why not? Why not? Huh? Because why not?
But you know what? It's not that either. You see, FNAF 1 endoskeletons are canonically more boxy and streamlined, not this guy. The body in the blob is actually closer to the Endo O2 models that we see used in FNAF 2. Those have thin spring-like coils around their main skeleton. But even then, what we see in the blob is different. Notice the thick round discs that are directly connected to the skeletal structure. You don't see that in Endo O2s. It's almost like these things' arms are actually its legs. But that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense.
That's
or
weird.
does it? Because there is one animatronic that actually has hands connecting to leg joints. One with an Endo O2 head that's missing its right eye. One with wires hanging out the side and with 4 rounded fingers at the end of each hand. It is the Mangle. Just, you know, it's Mangle's other head. That weird guy who's just kind of hanging out over there on the body. It is a direct match. Okay, gotta be honest with you. I was excited to identify this mystery animatronic, but also, yeah, disappointed. This weird animatronic that's trying to pull itself out of the bottom of the blob feels like it should mean something special, but Mangle being the answer just feels empty.
Maybe it's just part of the blob, because the blob is supposed to have everybody in there, right? Lily, why are we watching FNAF? Oh, because okay, if you guys didn't know, I'm in the middle of my funathon. My funathon day 17. And one of the every 120 minutes that we have on the scoreboard, which right now we have 75 out of 120, we spin this beautiful big wheel. Okay, there's my gotcha wheel. This beautiful, beautiful big gotcha wheel filled with prizes and, you know, punishments for me and stuff like that. And one of them was to do a FNAF day.
Like, yeah, we already know Mangle's in this thing. The head is very obvious on the body.
And so now,
like,
we've done like 4 FNAF days because we wanted to, I speak so much, so we ended up wanting to finish the rest of the FNAF videos.
so much else inside of this game. It was a mystery that led to a dead end. But hey, now that we have the complete and definitive roster of who's inside this thing, we can actually start to figure out why they're inside this thing. Because these are some weird picks. When last we left everyone, we had Molten Freddy and Scrap Baby. So why do we now have older versions of these animatronics inside the blob? Also, how do we suddenly have FNAF 1 and 2 era animatronics mixed in when none of these older models were a part of FNAF 6's fire?
Can someone please just use any...
I'm confused. Maybe I feel like Ennard walked around, because what they thought was Ennard, right, is this like agony walking thing. But maybe Ennard walked around and started picking all these other pieces up that they were able to find as part of the books. I don't know.
Anything other than fire to kill these things? If at first you don't succeed, try again. But at a certain point, you just gotta like cut it off and be like, you know what? Maybe there's something else. Silver bullet, stake in the heart, garlic, just literally anything.
Honestly, this was the main reason I didn't want to cover the blob. Just felt like one big continuity error. But now that I've come to the end of my sanity trying to determine what animatronic a finger belongs to,
okay, we've gone through the entire grief process. I think yesterday we hit what is the grief process again? Stages of grief. Yesterday we hit, for sure. Where's the fucking stages? We hit bargaining, right? And depression, for sure. Today we have hit depression and acceptance.
Answer has presented itself to me through the darkness. And you know what? I was wrong. Dead wrong. So the opening area of Security Breach is Rockstar Row, and it's full of memorabilia from the past pizzerias. You got stuff like OG Foxy's torso and jaw placed inside of display cases. There's also Bonnie's guitar, Freddy's bow tie, Chica's cupcake, even random stuff like Chica's feet or animatronic leg pieces. But it's not the items that are there that are interesting, it's the ones that are missing. If you look closely at these display cases, the majority of them have at least one missing item with a small description plaque in front of the empty space.
What do they
Unfortunately,
say?
we can't see what exactly is on the plaques, but if torsos and feet are being displayed, then it isn't too hard to imagine that these could have been the heads, masks, arms, items that have been collected and added to the blob. In fact, that would explain why it's Circus Baby and Funtime Freddy heads inside of the blob instead of Scrap Baby and Molten Freddy. It's not a continuity error like all of us assumed, it's just a really obscure lore point. Remember that FNAF sister location ended with all the animatronics teamed up to form Ennard, a literal tangle of wires and eyeballs, and that was pretty much it. But once Ennard was puked up and Baby got voted out of the team, that tangle of wires needed shape and form. This in turn gave rise to Scrap Baby and Molten Freddy, creatures created from literal trash, not official versions of the characters, for as much as they might look like the original characters. As far as Fazbear Entertainment memorabilia is concerned, the Circus Baby mask and Funtime Freddy head, they're the latest versions of those characters. They're put on display for fans of the series to see, parts that this tangle of black goo could steal from the displays and absorb into its own being. Same with the OG suits and Mangle Body. Scrap Baby and Molten Freddy, meanwhile...
Wait, hold on. Stockholm Syndrome has to have the assumption that I actually love it. I don't. I'm understanding it more, but I don't love it, okay? Oh God, do I love it?
Unofficial characters. They were never created by Fazbear Entertainment or displayed inside of a pizzeria. In short, I'm sorry, Steel Wool. I'm not sorry about a lot of the things I've said about some of the lore decisions in this game, but in this individual case, I'm sorry that I assumed that this was just a sloppy continuity error when in actuality, it was a lot more thoughtful than I could have ever expected.
I don't think it's that much more thoughtful, okay? It really was just like, oh, look, a big blob. They took stuff from... I don't think it was that thoughtful.
Benefit of the doubt here. So, like an
overeager
Funko Pop collector...
I can smash without loving. Hello?
There's a tangle of black wires lurking in the Pizzaplex hunting for souvenirs from the franchise. And believe it or not, this actually lines up with a random detail from the story New Kid in the third Fazbear Frights book. As a group of kids are exploring an abandoned Freddy's restaurant, we get this line, quote, "While they were in the bathroom, Devin was pretty sure he heard something slithering through the walls. He didn't say anything. From the way the other boys' faces paled, we knew they heard it too." That is the line, and it never pays off. Not in this story,
There's
not
actual
in this
sex
book, not
robots
in the
out there,
entire
guys.
book
Come on.
series. The whole story actually winds up being a Golden Freddy story, strangely enough, but it leaves Chekhov's tentacle monster just sitting there in the walls
That's
waiting
funny.
to be used, probably because it was meant to pay off in Security Breach, a game that was originally meant to release closer to that story's publication. But the repeated delays in Security Breach threw all of that synergistic programming off. Alright, so we know why it physically looks the way it does, but really, what are these tentacles? Well, that's where the puppet mask Missing Tears comes in. I think we're all familiar with this thing's story, right? In the aftermath of kids getting killed at Freddy's restaurants, the creator Henry institutes a security program in the form of the puppet. In FNAF 6, we literally see this thing called Security Puppet. Sadly, Henry's daughter Charlie is killed outside of the confines of the restaurant. The puppet finds her too late and lies down beside her in the rain, and the two become one. And in FNAF 6, the last official time that we see this character, it comes complete with tears in its eyes. In fact, in every iteration of the character, the puppet mask has tears. Or should I say almost every iteration. Look at the security puppet minigame from before Charlie's death. The mask has no tears. It's only after Charlie dies and the thing is possessed that tears suddenly form on the mask. Tears mean that Charlie's soul is inside of this thing. But now, there are no tears left on the mask because Charlie's soul has been released. She's no longer inside Security Puppet.
Wait, but doesn't it have eyes? Doesn't it have like a glowing eye too? Isn't it? So it's just alive?
Henry burned everything at the end of FNAF 6.
No, you good, Techno. You
It
do
freed
your homework.
all the souls that were trapped
Got this,
inside of the
Techno.
metal. This coincides with what we see on the blueprints for Remnant. Overheating might neutralize the effects permanently.
Security Breach
However,
has been out
it didn't work
during this
all
already.
the way. There's one thing that Henry's fire didn't account for. Something that it didn't purge: agony. You see, Remnant soul metal might be the focus of the games, but it isn't the only powerful force that drives this franchise forward.
Illusion Discs, Remnant, and Agony will be the top 3 cop-outs that I've had. Also, Dream. But Dream's kind of like, it's a cop-out, but whatever, because, well, okay, whatever.
Forward. The other is actually found within the pages of the Fazbear Frights books, Agony. Now, it's important to distinguish the difference between Agony and Remnant. I've seen a lot of places using the terms interchangeably, but in Fazbear Frights, they're explained to be distinctly different. Remnant is all about the soul. When an animatronic becomes possessed, that spirit literally becomes attached to the metal. That metal can then be melted down into a substance that Fazbear Frights describes as a boiling liquid mercury, aka Remnant. If you inject that metal into other animatronics, it suddenly brings them to life using the power of the original souls. Compare that to Agony. In the books, Agony is studied by Dr. Phineas Taggart. He states that Agony, quote, has a greater energetic radius and power than any other emotion. I've done numerous experiments to measure, capture, contain, and study the leftover emotion embedded into objects that were near a tragedy. The book even goes so far to explain that the items Phineas has collected weren't possessed by ghosts or spirits, but instead were energized by Agony.
The crazy part about that is this technically has a bigger like base with me personally than Remnant does, simply because I personally believe that high octane emotions can affect, like high octane emotions and traumatic things, experiences and shit can affect objects. I do.
So when someone feels agony, it doesn't just stay with them, it can
It is
infect
separate from
inanimate
Remnant.
objects around them and linger there. In other words, while those original animatronics no longer have spirits powering them, the agony they felt while being murdered remains attached to the suits. That's why the Blob's interested in collecting the suits. It's not collecting spirits, it's collecting agony. By combining them, it becomes more powerful. All the pain and suffering of the children from over the years brought together to create one giant monster. That's why the eyes are glowing red for all the animatronics and endoskeletons. It's also why the puppet and baby aren't glowing. The puppet has been put to rest by her father. She's no longer tormented.
My daughter, if you can hear me, it's time to rest for you and for those you have carried in your arms.
And Baby, well, yeah, she is certainly angry. She is jealous, but she's also eager to please her father even after death.
Now we can do what we were created to do and be complete. I will make you proud, Daddy.
She embraces the monster that she's become. She's not filled with agony, but everyone else? Absolutely. Even in that finale speech, we hear Henry say it.
This place will not be remembered, and the memory of everything that started this can finally begin to fade away, as the agony of every tragedy should.
Agony! Woo, woo, he did it! He said the word! So, there you have it, friends. Over half a year after the game's release, we finally solved the last mystery of Security Breach. The Blob isn't a giant continuity breaker, it's just a very cleverly composed amalgamation of animatronic parts slithering through the walls looking to accumulate agony. The tortured emotions coming from all the old animatronics on display throughout the Pizzaplex. And now that we've solved it, not convinced that we've seen the last of it. Despite the fact that the Afton ending's only worth 2 stars, when the highest is 3, the DLC poster does seem to indicate that the story is gonna follow this particular ending. Notice the melted parts of Chica's face, the ruined Pizzaplex, which directly follows the building collapse and Afton's ending. But look a little closer. There are mysterious red eyes up in the top left, as well as some suspicious looking cables down in the bottom right. Even if the Blob did finally kill Afton during the ending, the agony would still remain. It perseveres beyond death.
Boo! Boo! Leighton, I was asking earlier. I can't remember. Are you into FNAF or are you not? Lily, should I download? Yeah, do it. Download it again. Do it.
And it isn't able to simply let go. In short, the Blob is still
Dare, you can send the suggestion over to Axel.
very much a
Axel's
threat, something that is more powerful than anything we've ever faced in the franchise. In fact, maybe my previous prediction about the Afton amalgamation could still come to pass. As I called out in a previous theory, in the books, Afton gets mixed up with a bunch of agony, which creates a giant monster trash rabbit. And isn't that exactly what we're seeing in the ending of Security Breach? Afton mixed in with a bunch of agony parts. I suspect that Afton may be able to take control of this thing, overriding the Blob's directionless rage and focusing it in order to wreak havoc on Gregory and whoever this new character might be, just like he does during the Stitch-rated stories from Fazbear Frights. The only issue is, I'm not sure how we'd be able to stop it. In Fazbear Frights, the solution is to see into people's memories and trap them inside those memories. It's a pretty random power, so it's hard to say how that might work in the games. Unless, of course,
I feel it. Hello, dear. Hi. Hello, dear.
Afton or the Blob of good memories, bringing them back to reality and quelling the agony within. But that, my friends, is a theory for another day. So in the meantime, remember, it's all just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching.
It's all very different. Not even comparable as games. Not even close. So FNAF is very different than Genshin. That's like asking if, like, what tastes better, right? Nope, never mind. I'm not even gonna say it. You guys are gonna find, I already know you guys are gonna find some other ways to actually do it.
Oh, it's over! It is finally over! The thing that's been haunting me for over 2 years is finally dead and buried. The Fazbear Frights book series. 12 books, 36 stories, 2,912 pages. Yeah, you bet I can be sleeper. It is finally over! The thing that's been haunting me for over 2 years is finally dead and buried. The Fazbear Frights book series. 12 books, 30...
Yeah, I bet right after this he's like, oh, never mind. I guess not.
36 stories, 2,912
Yeah, there you go, Mr. Psychic.
pages.
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet I counted each and every page of that thing. No more do I have to waste my nights reading page after page after page of tepid, warmed-over horror for the tiniest scrap of lore. No more will I be forced to try and convince you that the books are important tools for solving the games, actually, guys. And no more will I have to write the words Fazgoo, WTF, into my notes. I get to go back to being a gaming channel again. Unless, of course, I want to read these 7 Hello Neighbor books. Yeah, right. I guess all I have to do now is...
Yeah, right. All right. Tell me he has a Hello Neighbor fucking thing. Tell me he has a Hello Neighbor thing. Also, Lakshmi, I love you. Hello, dear.
I must be a country road, because I wanna take you home, Lilybell love.
Hi, Seth. Hello. Thank you so much for continuing your first class. I very much appreciate it. Woo-woo. All right. Would you like to add time to the timer or subtract time from the timer? He does, but I don't think it goes as long. Yeah, I don't think Hello Neighbor has as long of a thing.
Let's wait for Security Breach DLC to roll out and,
The bear, yes, the bear talk.
No!
That's what I thought. I literally called it. Literally fucking called
Hello,
it.
Internet. Welcome to Game Theory, the show that's basically book
What?
theory
Bear
in
can't
disguise.
talk? Cat
Because
Bear,
there's
Cat
now
Bear
another
talk.
FNAF book series in existence. Oh, it physically hurts me.
I don't know. This thing right here is very reminiscent of something for me. The Michelin Man.
To say that, but Tales from the Pizzaplex is a thing that apparently exists. The first book came out a month ago, and there are now 3
You're wrong
more
for that
due
stuff.
before the end of
Steph,
the year.
you're wrong for that as well.
How is it possible to write so many books? Scott, my dude, I appreciate the hustle, but maybe just spend a little less time on your literature empire and a little more time making a game with a cohesive narrative. Who am I kidding? He just used the time to release more
I can
Funko
say
Pops.
pussy.
You know, all those essential characters to the franchise,
Oh, it
like
does look like
Radioactive
Echoes.
Glow Foxy. I just can't. Regardless of my feelings about the books, one thing I will say is that they've led to some of our most important theories to date. So, despite my better judgment, I read the new one so you guys at home don't have to. And I gotta say,
Against my better judgment. Say it. Say it. Say you love it. Say you just crave the little fucking Freddy pussy. You just, God, every single little bit of Freddy stuff, you just can't handle it. You're in a toxic relationship, you know? If you left this girl, but you can't just, you gotta keep opening up your ex's fucking Instagram, seeing what she's doing every fucking day. I know it. I know it. You just want to suck on that Freddy cock so bad, Matt.
I was surprised. This thing is a roller coaster ride. In this singular book, you have one emotional gut punch of a story that's probably the best in the entire FNAF series, one incredibly gruesome story where people are physically being ripped apart by Glamrock Bonnie, and one where the entire world dies of cancer because a girl wanted to play FNAF AR. That last one, by the way, is barely an exaggeration of the actual story.
All right, up till these amounts of like stories, I would definitely just fuck around with you guys and just no way.
Goes to the Pizzaplex and hops into an augmented reality machine which causes everyone else in the entire world to develop cancer and also give birth to translucent goo babies that eventually swallow the girl whole. This is a product that really exists in the FNAF canon. It's likely that what's really happening in this story is that she's trapped in the AR machine and all of this is happening inside the prison of her own mind. But let me just say that the story leaves it very vague. Anyway, I just saved you 80 pages of reading stories about kids dying of cancer. You're welcome. So in the aftermath of all of this, I've rummaged back through the old box of theories to come up with 3 mini theories for you to chew on.
Okay.
2 that clarify major points.
For real at this point, he's just like, you know what? I've come up with it. I've come up with theories for you to chew on. You notice how he says that? You know how you notice how he says come up with them? Not right.
Points from Security Breach, and one that gives us an idea of where the game's DLC is gonna take us next. To get there, we're gonna be covering lore. So much lore. Game lore, book lore, real lore, Ballora. More lore than your brain has room for. So get ready there, Laura Croft. Today, we've got ourselves 3 theories at Freddy's. Let's motivate this episode with a controlled shock. Theory number 1, Security Breach's animatronics aren't possessed, except for Freddy. Maybe some people already thought of this, maybe have never really questioned it, but if I'm right, this would be a huge deal because it would be the first time in the series that the main animatronics don't have spirits inside of them. This was something that really...
The ad revenue this month is looking a little light. Yeah, speaking of ad revenue and, YouTube videos, did you guys hear my newest original song came out earlier today? It was a surprise release. Surprise! We didn't hint at it at all, but we were having a great time with it. It's my second song that I've come up with melody and lyrics, but this one I'm low-key more proud of than Lonely Christmas. Sorry, Lonely Christmas, my child. Lonely Christmas walks so that this one can run, all right? It's pinned up there. Yes, please, go hang out. Munch, bird eat. What bird eat? What bird eat? Lily Bell original. I worked with some great friends for this. Genesis and Sasaki. And you know what's even better? You know what? I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this too. What's even crazier is that right after I released this song, another friend that I'm working like an original song with, they sent me a final version of another one. So they sent me the final version of my other one. So this is fucking wild. Original songs are coming out from me, you guys. Original songs are coming out from me. Kind of surprised it doesn't say original song in the title. Shit. Well, great. Now I have to go fucking fix the title.
stuck with me after our last episode on the Blob, and I figured we should probably discuss it here, so let me take you through my thinking. First, consider this. Who would be possessing these animatronics at this point in the series? Security breach takes place after the FNAF 6 fire, a fire that, as we spoke about last time, worked as Henry intended. As a quick reminder, Henry set the fire to purge all the remaining spirits out of Molten Freddy and Scrap Baby, and he was successful in his project. They're gone now. That's why the puppet mask inside the Blob has no more tears, and why Baby's eyes are all extinguished. What Henry didn't account for, though, was agony. The way I see it, the Blob is a collection of agony that lingers on inside the older models of suits and endoskeletons. The rage that remains even after the spirits pass on. So if I'm truly right about that, all those past victims have been laid to rest. They're gone. They're removed from the franchise, off the lore table. So if not them, then what spirits would be inside the rock stars? Well, the only other option are the 9 missing kids that we see in the newspaper article during the game's bad ending, and honestly,
the misery, the misery, but it's like switched out by MatPat saying agony. Yeah.
that's just too many.
Sorry,
Have been laid to rest. They're gone. They're removed from the franchise, off the lore table. So if not them, then what spirits would be inside the rock stars? Well, the only other option are the 9 missing kids that we see in the newspaper article during the game's bad ending, and honestly, that's just too many. We only get 6 new animatronics in this game. Freddy, Monty, Chica, Roxy, daycare attendant, and Music Man! It's been too long. I specifically did this episode just so I had an excuse to do that.
Bro, this is, dude, him with Music Man is me with Balloon Boy, for real.
You could say that there were 7 if you count the 2 sides of the daycare attendant.
Ooh, see, he didn't even talk about the daycare attendant, bro. Like, what goes on with the daycare attendant? You ever consider that?
But still, that is 2 spirits short. But you don't have to take my word for it. The game outright tells us this itself. About a month ago, Reddit user Seriously Unserious posted a big research doc breaking down the opening cutscene of the game from the perspective of a computer expert. This was research that they were doing for a video on the Rye Toast channel, which, shout out to a fellow FNAF theorist, love your cat, by the way. If you've never heard of Rye Toast, go check him out. I mean, when you got thumbnails like this, you know that this is a channel coming from a great creator with some really smart stuff to say. Anyway, in his Reddit post,
dude, he's literally like fucking sucking on his own teeth.
Seriously Unserious looks at the glitch trap virus for
me
exactly
too. I don't
what it
think
is,
they're
a
haunted.
computer virus. Going into
I think at this point we've just moved on from that. We're like, okay, this part is all done, and like that's why we have that ending, right? Where they're out there, they're free, and they're just done. But from here on out, I think really it's just like, okay, it was AI manipulated by this dude. You know what I mean? I don't think they have souls in them.
Details of how viruses work and seeing how it affects Glamrock Freddy. You see, computer viruses don't live independently within a system. They have to be attached to something, usually a file or a program, and when said program runs, that triggers the virus and allows it to run. And believe it or not, but we actually watch this process happen at the very beginning of Security Breach. Notice how when we're looking through Glamrock Freddy's HUD, we get a glimpse that he's in show mode. There's an integrity bar and we get a line that says test run. Also, you'll notice the command line interface here where the primary folder is named System32. Which has always been associated with the 32-bit version of Windows. In other words, Freddy and the other animatronics are PC Master Race, baby! But as we all know, very shortly into Freddy's performance, he stops dancing and begins to glitch out when he gets triggered by a child that's out in the audience. That's what we've covered in the past. But one thing that we've never done is look through these 5 seconds at a quarter speed to actually watch the cascade of events playing out that ultimately result in Freddy's crash. Inside the System32 folder, Freddy runs a program named Git568. We also see this happen in the code when the command line Heat869 pops up. Heat vision or thermal vision. So it would seem like the Git program is telling Freddy to scan the audience and look for a kid to potentially grab. Eventually, there's a second command line which loads in some other programs and runs tests. All of these tests come.
Do you really think though, for real, you think that they actually got a computer guy and like said, hey, put out how it would really be if this had happened?
Back with a negative result, except for the last one, which receives a Y. Yes, and that's when the program starts to crash. At the same time, Freddy supposedly finds Gregory in the crowd. This then prompts Freddy's program to define rule S.
Oh, right. Dev's code. What am I even fucking saying? Forget it.
It's like the code is searching for what it's supposed to.
I looked at it from like a movie perspective. Forget me. Don't even talk to me.
Do in a situation like
I don't know
this. We
anything.
don't know what that rule
So
is,
fuck
but we
me,
do
dude.
know that the next
I
step
only know
is to
things about
return
movies.
warning 79,
Tell me to
which
shut
is
up.
when we see the word
Jesus.
warning pop up in the HUD. Freddy then goes into overdrive and the whole
losing
thing
my
aborts.
mind.
It tries to init task, initialize a new task, but this is met with a void response, meaning that it's not getting a response from Freddy's RAM. The next line then tells us Alec overload, which shows the virus trying to reallocate resources in Freddy's memory, but there's an insufficient amount, which causes SW.failure and Freddy crashing to the ground. After that, he's booted up into safe mode, which is a way to boot up a system that uses only the bare essential programs. Get it? Bare? Because he's a bear. You'll notice that Glitch Trap isn't a problem for Freddy throughout the rest of the game, which tells us that the Glitch Trap virus is actually housed as a part of show mode. It's a non-essential program. This is why Freddy's in the clear for the remainder of the game, but the other animatronics are suddenly in Kill Gregory mode, because once the show's done, Glitch Trap activates. It's funny, but in a poetic twist, the Glitch Trap virus caused Freddy to glitch, crashed him out of show mode, which in turn rendered Glitch Trap unable to corrupt his system. It's only after the corrupted parts of the other animatronics are added to Freddy that we finally see Glitch Trap able to get a stronger hold over his system. But let's go back to that allocation overload that prompted Freddy's crash in the first place. Normally, this is caused by a lack of CPU or RAM, but why would it crash inside of Freddy and not any of the other animatronics? What else could be taking up the valuable disk space inside of Freddy? Well, how about the soul of Michael Afton? Why else would Freddy suddenly not have enough resources when all the other animatronics work fine? It's because he has something inside of him that they don't. The spirit of someone else.
But how? How? When was the last time you drank? Oh, thank you very much. I'm about to drink right now. Thank you, Light. Yeah, how? I mean, like, I know that maybe, like, he's like, oh, symbolically, but, like, I have no idea how else, like, Michael is supposed to be there at this point.
A spirit that starts to show activity once he sees Gregory out in the audience. And while we're on the subject of dead kids, theory number 2, Gregory, everyone's favorite robot kid, was built using old parts of staff bots.
Okay.
I know the whole Gregory is a robot theory is already a bit controversial, but like it or not, robot kids have been an accepted thing inside this universe since Charlie had 4 versions of herself hidden behind closet doors in the initial novel trilogy. And where there's a robot kid, there also tends to be a box that they can pop out of. Again, case in point, Charlie. And wouldn't you know it, but the new Tales from the Pizzaplex book doubles down on both robot kids and boxes, with not just one story, but 2. In the second story, Lally's game, Selena's about to marry the love of her life, Cade. They move into a new house, and while unpacking, Selena sees an old trunk that belongs to Cade, a box that Cade insists is full of memorabilia. Surprise, surprise, it's not memorabilia at all, but rather yet another robot kid, Lally. Yeah, Lally is the robot child that's on the cover of this book, but that visual is actually misleading. Lally does have the childish facial features and is around 3 to 4 feet tall, but he isn't purple. Rather, he's meant to be white with black joints. Anyway, once again, we find ourselves with a robot child that's locked away inside of a box, one that is specifically mentioned to be related to the Pizzaplex. But it's another story, Frailty, where things get real interesting. In this one, we're given yet another robot girl, Jessica, but Jessica's built a little bit differently. Around her neck,
I hate that, like, at this point, we've gotten so many robot children that, like, yeah, robot children is definitely a big thing. Like, Gregory is, I hate it, right? I hate that, like, Gregory probably is a robot child. Probably every child is a fucking robot child now, all right? It's just, it makes me angry because it's just so, what is the word? What is the, so much of a cop-out. That is the coppest of out to have robot fucking children, okay? Right. Instead of just coming up with new fucking kids to just, you know, steal and go missing all the time, let's just continue to use the same 4 and make them, like, actual robot cop-out.
she wears a heart-shaped pendant that has healing properties. When she shaves off parts of that pendant, she's able to heal sick people around her. As the pendant gets smaller and smaller, rusty, oily metal junk begins to mysteriously appear around her until, once the pendant's gone, Jessica just becomes a pile of scrap. If that story sounds vaguely familiar to you, it should, because the exact same thing happened in the second ever Fazbear Fright story, To Be Beautiful. In that one, a girl named Sarah finds Eleanor, Fazbear Frights' version of Baby, in a junkyard. As thanks for rescuing her, Eleanor grants Sarah a wish. Sarah wishes, as the title of the story suggests, to be beautiful. Each morning, Sarah wakes up to have yet another part of her fixed. The only stipulation is that Sarah keep wearing a mysterious pendant. In the end, Sarah takes off the pendant and collapses into a pile of rusted old garbage. She had been rebuilt piece by Eleanor, looking and acting like a human, but held together by a pendant made of remnant. Until the pendant came off, the illusion was broken, and she turned back into
I thought that was just made by an illusion
in this new book
disc.
appears to be yet another
Which one's
victim
remnant
of
and which
baby
one's an
scheme.
illusion
However,
disc
there's
now?
more to frailty than just human-looking metal, because I don't think Jessica is just made out of any old junk. I think she's made out of very special junk. At the very start of the story, we get this line, quote, Jessica pushed the wet mop across the hot.
Me, when I'm trying to tell people that even though I'm in therapy, I'm doing well in therapy.
Looking metal, because I don't think Jessica is just made out of any old junk. I think she's made out of very special junk. At the
You know.
very start of the story, we get this line, quote, Jessica pushed the wet mop across the hospital floor, to and fro, to and fro. She remembered that saying from somewhere before, she just didn't remember from where, something from the past. Now alone, this wouldn't amount to all that much, but this forgotten memory of pushing a mop to and fro is repeated 3 other times throughout the story. It's one of those weird details that goes completely unexplained, has no actual bearing on the plot, but feels important because it's repeated so many times and is so oddly specific. We do eventually learn that Jessica's aware of her current state as a heap of junk held together by a magic pendant, and that it's all tied to a decision that she made sometime in her past when she was a normal kid with a normal life, but this specific memory about a mop? Nothing. She has memories of her past, sure, but the compulsion to mop? Yeah, she has no idea where it's coming from, which is why I suspect it's not her memory. Instead, I think it's coming from the memory of these guys, the staff bots in Security Breach. We have a number of mopping staff bots throughout the facility, all programmed to move their mops to and fro, just like
They didn't actually say to and fro, okay? Do they actually say to and fro? She has no idea why. She has OCD. That's so funny. They don't even actually say to and fro, so I mean, it's kind of, like, I get it. I get maybe like the service bot idea, right? But specifically trying to put the word to and fro.
like Jessica. Now, we know that Jessica's made out of junk. I'm not suggesting that she's just a staff bot in disguise or something, but we also know that there's a lot of broken and discarded staff bots underneath the Pizzaplex. And the Pizzaplex is mentioned in the story Frailty. So what if Eleanor uses parts of these broken down staff bots as part of the junk to recreate Jessica? And the memory inside its metal has mixed with Jessica's own memories. Well, it would explain why she remembers the phrase, but not where it comes from. It would also explain a
Yeah, I agree. Them saying like, or Matt saying like, yeah, maybe it's like a service bot thing or whatever. I'm like, that's fair, right? If that's the service bot's only thing is like to mop really weirdly. I'm like, yeah, that's fair. I just don't like that he's like, you know, they specifically said to and fro 3 times, and the bot maybe is continuing to push to and fro. And I'm like, okay, dude, just make your fucking valid point and stop invalidating it for me, right?
A lot about Gregory's robotic origins. Now, that admittedly seems like a stretch, but stick with me. During our initial playthrough of Security Breach, I called out the strange presence of staff bots in 2 major secret rooms. First, staff bots are either mangled or fully dismantled in the secret daycare room.
A lot of disassembled staff bots. I mean, this one's been beat up. Kind of like torn apart.
This is a room that we theorized could probably be Gregory's hideout, considering that we see t-shirts hanging up alongside the walls, kind of like you would a closet, as well as the pictures that label a small child as me also posted on the walls. You know, looking back on this room,
It's me!
Almost a year later, there's another picture in here, my fun day with a big old birthday cake and me labeled right next to it. Just saying, the connections between this kid and FNAF
not gonna
4's
lie. I don't know, like having to draw, I don't know, maybe I'm projecting a little here, but having a picture drawn going my fun day and it's like a picture of me with like a cake seems kind of sad. No, yeah, I'm projecting. Never mind. I'm projecting.
birthday party keeps stacking up. Anyway, lots of weird beat up staff bots exist in here in a way that they don't appear practically anywhere else in the game. The second place that we see beat up staff bots is in the most lore heavy room in the game,
Welcome
the
back,
post-it
Doki.
room down in the sewers. At the time, I was focused on the messages on the post-its with the one binary one that translates to why is I. This is what led me down the path of Gregory being a robot, and that the message was his first step into consciousness. But post-its aren't the only thing that are in that room. There are also hundreds of broken staff bot heads.
I actually noticed that a lot, that the staff bot heads were just around. But why do all the staff bot heads? I actually don't remember now. Do they have the thing? Do they have the eyes like that? No, right? Not naturally? They don't have their eyes all tiered up? Do they?
Staff bots throughout the facility, all programmed to move their mops to and fro, just like Jessica. Now,
See, it doesn't look like it's full tiers, though. Like, these are, like, full tiers, though. Look at that, right?
along the walls, not endoskeleton parts, specifically staff bots. At the time, I proposed that Gregory might have just been experimenting with the parts. It was just kind of a throwaway comment. But now, thanks to Jessica's connection to a mop bot, I feel like maybe the staff bots and Gregory might be more related than I initially thought. He's asking, why is I? Because his actual memories as the crying child are only just beginning to come back, clashing against the programming of the staff bot who was never truly alive in the first place. And it's why there are all these pieces of broken staff bots up in the daycare room. If he needs a repair, he can just use those parts because they're exactly what he's made from. Gregory has been pieced together with the parts of broken staff bots. All we need now to prove it is the heart-shaped pendant that lies underneath his striped shirt, which means
Yeah, that's the interesting part, right? Because I feel like the tears are what really makes the really shows the puppet being possessed, or being already melded together with Charlie, right? Because that's what he said in the last one.
means it's time we talk about the other child we see in Security Breach. Theory number 3, the Security Breach DLC will be the official end of the Afton saga.
I always
Are you sure? Are you sure? Says who?
come back.
Nope, not this time, my friend. I feel real confident about this one.
Still a theory. Says, I feel real confident about this one. Okay. That's okay. That's okay, buddy. I mean, I also want it to end. Don't get me wrong. I want it to end.
How do I know? Well, it all comes back to color. Color has always been hugely important to the franchise. Slightly confusing at times, but important nonetheless. So rather than looking at the poster for hidden eyes up in the corners or trying to figure out why Gregory might be on a computer monitor, I instead wanted to bring your attention to 2 specific color clues that have been given through this poster. First of all, the title. Take a look at that new logo we got. Security Breach Ruin. Security Breach, as you'd expect, is just the main game logo, but Ruin is purple. Well, this franchise is known for its use of bright colors, especially in the Neon Pizzaplex. Purple is always reserved for the Aftons. Obviously, both William and Michael are purple. In the Princess Quest ending, both Vanessa and Gregory are purple. Burntrap's room is purple and so are his eyes. Purple is Afton's color. And so, with a purple logo and a room filled with purple lights, I have a feeling that what I predicted at the end of my last theory might come to pass. With Afton being absorbed by the blob, he's gonna take control of it, and it'll be up to us to put an end to him once and for all. But how? We've used fire 3 times at this point, and it's never once worked, so what else can we do? Well, we can use the girl on the poster. When I first looked at the poster, I knew that there was something fishy about her. This is weird. Why'd you turn black and white? That's too suspicious.
What?
You don't color in one part of your asset and then leave the rest of it black and white.
First of all, let's take
That is weird.
look at the only color that we have to work with here, the shoes. Those lights are pinky red, the same as the pink top of Elizabeth Afton, a little girl who happens to be close to Gregory's age. The girl in the poster also has pale hair, which would imply that it's blonde rather than brunette. There are definitely some level of physical similarities here, but Elizabeth, just like every other kid in this franchise, is dead. She got herself scooped by babies, so it can't possibly be her, right? Or can it? I suspect that the black and white palette may be just more than hiding her identity, but also informing us to how she's gonna be here in the first place. In media, making something black and white usually implies that it's something from the past, maybe before color television, or just remembering something, like Christopher Nolan's Memento. Elizabeth being in black and white while the rest of the image is fully in color suggests that she is, in some way, a memory from the past. Now, I theorized last time that to beat Afton and his agony, you'd have to do what the Stitch Wraith did back in Fazbear Frights. You'd have to go inside his mind, find the good memories within the agony, and make the good memories stronger. essentially trapping the person within the happy memories to help the agony disappear. So if this is Elizabeth, well, then that's probably why she's in black and white. She's a construct of when she was alive in Afton's memories. In the end, we might not be exploring the real ruins of the Pizzaplex in the DLC, but rather the ruins of Afton's own mind. A jumbled mix of...
This is crazy because for the first time, I'm actually at a point in time during this where we don't really know that this is disproven or proven or whatever, right? Like, nobody knows more than me currently with this one, I feel like. Because the game hasn't come out yet, or the DLC hasn't come out yet. The DLC comes out in July. So for the first time, I'm not incredibly behind.
Rage and sadness, pizzerias spread across time and space, a life that has fallen to ruin. If I'm right, the DLC could be an exploration of every other key point in the timeline of these games, as we, the memory of Elizabeth, try to put our father to rest once and for all. And honestly, it makes sense for the narrative at this point. Afton was absorbed by the Blob. The Blob is a collection of anger from all of his past victims. For the first time, the two are truly interacting, fusing together. It's the narrative excuse to bring killer and killed together to explore the memories of those moments and finally give everyone peace. Or revenge. One of the two. So there you have it, Steel Wool. I wrote your ending for you. You forced Afton upon us in Security Breach when we all thought he was gone, so you might as well do him some justice and give him the ending he deserves. Ooh. This is the end of Burn Trap and the Blob, closing the book on the Afton saga for good, allowing for a fresh start in the next project, because it's finally time to give the fans what they really want, an AR game that curses the world into a debilitating illness and turns babies into Phasgoo. You know what? On second thought, maybe we just don't adapt that story for the games. But hey, that's just a theory. 3 game theories. Thanks for watching.
Fucking cucked again for the change in script.
What if I told you that everything we thought we knew about FNAF was a lie? That Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and...
I already know I'm gonna dislike this video. I already know I'm gonna fucking hate this video. This is literally just, you know... And yet you keep coming back. No, I want you guys to remember, this isn't me just sitting here watching these. Like, it was part of a subathon wheel goal that we got. I didn't just decide to start getting into FNAF stuff. Like,
and Foxy were never possessed. That the bite of 87 never happened. Heck, that the bite of 83 never happened. What if I told you that William Afton didn't die because some spirits harassed him in a back room, but because he got careless and wet? What if I told you that Golden Freddy never existed? You would all think that I was crazy, right? That after 60 episodes covering this series that I'd finally lost it, or gotten so desperate that I needed you to throw it all away and start again for content. But I assure you, I'm still here. Totally sane, or yes, as sane as I've ever been, and totally suspecting that some, maybe even all of the statements that I just made are 100% true. So open your ears and listen to what I have to say, because once I'm done, none of us will look at this franchise the same way again.
Who gave
Hello,
it?
Internet.
What
Welcome to Game Theory, where
smoking?
am I the only one that hears that weird humming sound? I think it's coming from the subscribe button. Can you help me smash it?
Oh, funny. Oh, witty.
What's
wow.
the small disc that fell out? Yep, probably not important. Today is a big day as far as FNAF theory goes. Usually I'm here picking apart details from the newest book, or trying to solve one very specific part of the franchise's history, or reminding you that robot kids do in fact exist and Gregory is one of them. But this episode has a wider scope. It's bigger. It touches literally everything released in the franchise thus far. I don't know if I agree with today's theory or not. I don't even know if I like today's theory or not.
So whose theory is it, buddy?
Scratch that, I do know. Kinda hate it, and what it means for the franchise. But regardless of whether you agree or disagree, love it or hate it, I am asking you to keep an open mind about it, because this one feels important. And the implications of it, if true, would certainly result in the biggest shakeup for the series since the conclusion of FNAF 6. Today, I'm asking you to take everything that you thought you knew about FNAF 1, 2, 3, and 4. Possessed animatronics, the crying child, the missing children's incident, the entire existence of Golden Freddy. Take all of that and burn it to the ground. Maybe not burn it. We've seen that that tends not to work. Take it all and put it through a paper shredder or something, will ya? Because none of it matters. None of it. It's all wrong.
I'm sorry, if you guys keep seeing me look down, it's because I'm also crocheting another scarf, which, by the way, if you guys knew, I have handmade scarves. I crochet scarves. And they're part of the subathon gacha wheel, right? And we're 80 out of 120 in the subathon gacha wheel. Anyways, and this one's going to be the longest scarf that I've ever done because I refuse at this point to close it out and start a new one because it's the rest of the spool is so little. So it's going to be the longest fucking scarf. And I just wanted to say that.
Or maybe it isn't. But before I explain why, I have to tell you that brand new holiday theory wear is available right now. And while I might not be the hugest fan of the implications
it's so
of today's
much of the merch.
out of existence. Speaking of retconning, back in 2019, we got the release of Five Nights at Freddy's Help Wanted, otherwise known as FNAF VR, a game that, to this day, ranks as my third favorite from the franchise. On one hand, it was looking forward to the next phase of the series by introducing a new villain, Glitch Trap, but it also had its feet firmly planted in the past. A culmination of everything that had come before in a very literal way by collecting the first 3 games and turning them into VR experiences. It really felt like an inflection point for the series, a transition from the old story of a serial killer in a haunted pizzeria to the new stories it had yet to tell about the killer living on through technology.
I know that, like, not Houston, or at least not for long. Yeah, not for long, but there was one, right? And plus, I know that y'all get cold weather because y'all in the desert. Vegas has had cold weather. I went to Vegas for majority of a good number of my Christmases and like, New Year's before. It's just really windy and just like wind chill stuff. That's what it is.
Technology. But buried in the game were some lines that made everyone stop and go,
but it's okay. You don't have to use my scarf for a scarf because it looks like shit. You just put it inside of your bed and you think of me all the time. Once again, I do not support parasocial relationships. Just saying.
Huh? Right at the top, we got this moment.
We know that Fazbear Entertainment has developed something of a bad reputation, and while it's true that some stories associated with our name were loosely based on actual events, the majority of them were total
thought we had a donkey for that. Well, not everybody can get a donkey.
Lunatic. Lawsuits pending.
But everybody has a chance to get a Lily Bell crochet
picture
sweater.
Of Scott
or
Cawthon himself. It felt like good meme fodder, a funny meta joke that also poked fun at Fazbear Entertainment papering over their bloody history. But then the game chose to double down. In one of the game's hidden lore tapes, we learned more about this lunatic spreading lies about the Fazbear restaurants.
They lied to all of us. They told us that the whole point of this VR game was to undo the bad PR done by a rogue indie game developer. But that's not true at all. Fazbear Entertainment hired the game developer. Those indie games were designed to...
You know what? I think the thing with me and this voice / voice actress is the fact that they sound like somebody I know and I don't like it. I think like it's like a specific teacher or something, the way that they like enunciate certain words and it like
to conceal and make light of what happened. It's an elaborate cover-up.
It was weird. It seemed like FNAF VR was actively throwing into question everything we thought we knew about the franchise's lore. At the time, I went on the record to say this: if FNAF VR's tapes are to be believed, pretty much everything we know could all be thrown out as complete fabrications. The long story short here is that
fabrications
FNAF VR,
of what,
making
though?
Scott
You know what I mean?
part of the Fazbear cover-up, is the franchise's way of rebooting the story. It's explicitly telling us that everything we've known up to this point is wrong. It's a distraction. And that's largely where the community left it. It was a bit of a weird call for the series to disregard everything that had come before, but honestly,
I don't think it's a disregard. I think it's just when you say reboot the story, it's just like, okay, now it's not just about this, this thing that has been going on. Like now it really is like earlier, I think Shinobi said it or someone, where it's like, okay, all of that was Naruto, but now it's Boruto.
it would have been fine. Here's the old original story arc with the first 6 games, and here's the new one moving forward. 2 separate story arcs told within the same universe. Fine. Until Security Breach came out. Suddenly, Springtrap was a key player again, and we were exploring the burned remains of the FNAF 6 location. And the idea of the first 6 games being the crazed ramblings of a hired lunatic were largely forgotten as we were thrust yet again back.
Maybe the VR was just kind of like Freddy World, right? Freddy Fazbear World, something like that.
Back into the story of the Aftons. Business as usual, only this time there was music Music Man! So that was pretty much the status quo for the past year. But then, in late September, the unthinkable happened. We got another book. I know,
Oh
I know,
my
I said the B word. I'm
God.
sorry, but stick with me, this one's different. You see, this one delivers on the hope that we've had for the books from the very beginning, that they would take small moments from the games and expand upon them to bring more clarity.
Yeah!
Care to guess what moment from the games they chose to expand
Baloo
upon? The
Boy!
story of a rogue indie developer hired by Fazbear Entertainment to create a series of games covering up the company's shady past. And if there was any lingering doubt as to how this story fit into the games, the title was none other than Help Wanted. I'm about to summarize what exactly happens in the story, but the TLDR of it is exactly what we predicted back in 2019, that everything you thought you knew about the franchise is dead, just not exactly in the way that we thought, and it suddenly changes everything about how we should.
Sorry, I know that there's more to do it, right? This is more to do it, more into this, but let me just pull out a really small cop-out alarm, okay? Warning. Cop-out alarm, cop-out alarm, cop-out alarm, cop-out alarm.
Be approaching this franchise moving forward. In the story, we follow a character named Steve, an indie game developer stuck in a dead-end job while working on a, quote, fetch quest-based game featuring cartoony chipmunks. Now, what could that be a reference to,
That's kinda
Scott?
funny.
Just like we hear about in FNAF VR, Steve is contacted by Fazbear Entertainment to create a series of games in order to help rebrand the company. At first, he turns down the offer. Not the company to take no for an answer, Fazbear then sets up an elaborate plot where they catfish Steve into a date with the woman of his dreams. During the date, he passes out, only to wake up and find that suddenly he's married to the woman and suffering from severe memory loss. This happens a few more times, waking up to discover that he now has children, or that the house he lives
I think you just watched the movie Click too often, bro. You know that Adam Sandler movie, Click? There you go.
in is being foreclosed. Suddenly in desperate need of money, he contacts Fazbear Entertainment and starts making games
What
for
is that,
him.
Zero?
4 games, to be specific. All the while, a constant ringing is happening in his ears. Bit by bit, he becomes more sleep-deprived and paranoid, which
Oh, that's the visual discs, I bet. Or the illusion disc. Because the illusion disc is supposed to, like, emit a hum, right?
then feeds into his games. At night, he's haunted by night terrors, horrific monsters that keep popping out of the walls, which only pushes him to work harder. And throughout it all, the ringing continues to build, rotting his brain. Eventually, Steve discovers what's going on. The high-pitched sound that he keeps hearing has been creating illusions used to gaslight him. His house, just a series of blank rooms. The night terrors, amusement park jump scares coming out of the walls. His beautiful family, robots with plastic faces and wheels.
What'd
Their
I
physical
say? What'd I
description
say?
actually sounds a lot
What did I fucking say, dude?
like the staff bots. Steve is then given a choice of going back to the miserable real world or returning to the happiness that he felt inside the illusion. He chooses the illusion, giving his robot wife a hug, who then stabs him to death. Oh, also there's a DJ on the radio called DJ Dan, the Music Man.
Wait, hold on. Minus the stabbing part, okay. Would you guys, can I get a poll? You have the chance to, you know, stay in your dreams where you have the ultimate perfect life you've been waiting for, okay? Or you wake up and it's just your life. Can we get a poll on who would stay in the dream and who wouldn't?
It's not important to the lore,
Thank you.
It's just for the memes. It is a super sad story. It's also in no way a tale from the Pizzaplex, considering the place isn't mentioned once. But more than anything else, it's a story that confirms some of our greatest fears about the franchise. First and foremost, illusion discs are now officially a thing in the games.
Were they not officially a fucking thing? Like, can't you guys see? Oh, because it's never been in the game? This isn't a game either. It was a book. Illusion discs were always there. Hello?
If you don't know what illusion discs are, then good for you. You clearly avoided reading the novels. I, however, not so lucky. Basically, these things use high-pitched noises to trick the human mind into creating intensely real illusions of things that aren't really there. A robot appears exactly like a human. A pizzeria is more decorated than it actually is. Characters turn practically invisible on camera. These are all ways that they've been used in the books, but up until this point, we've never had a reason to believe that they were in the game universe.
Yes, we did, because it was inside a circus.
Only time that I've suspected
There
that
you
they
go.
might
Yeah,
be a
yeah,
thing
yeah.
in the games is this scene from Sister Location.
Okay, there you
when
go.
we
Yeah,
remove
yeah.
a random flashing disc from Funtime Freddy's chest. It was just speculation at the time, but now, going back, listen to that scene.
The chest cavity should now be open. Remove the power module from the chest cavity. Great work.
You hear it? The buzzing? That humming is only present in scenes where we're directly interacting with an animatronic in close proximity. Just saying, there might have been more evidence to suggest that these things were actually in the games earlier than we thought, but hindsight's
Not earlier than we thought. You thought then that these were in the games. They look like illusion discs. We hear a humming. You were the one that proved this theory beforehand already, bro. Confused?
2020. With this new story, we know it's valid technology, and that has huge implications for things that we see throughout Security Breach, like when we hear high-pitched ringing and have distorted vision anytime Vanny runs past us. Why Glamrock Freddy apparently can't see Vanny until he gets Roxy's eyes. It's all much more likely now because she's using illusion discs. It may also play into the mystery of who Patient 46 is. In Retro CD number 15, we hear this clip.
A perfect fake
still shot.
Perfect fake world one. And you know what? I get it. I don't feel bad about it, right? Would have been me. Sorry. No, perfect fake worlds don't exist, but, you know, sorry anyways. Close vote.
The text pulled from the security footage that recorded you in the Pizzaplex. That's you, isn't it? I know this image is distorted, but I think it looks like you. You're talking to someone. Or something. They almost look like rabbit ears.
One of the
Wait, hold on. This is...
now because she can't see Vanny until he
This
gets
is Patient
Roxy's
46?
eyes. It's all much more likely now because she's using...
Nah, if I can't have it for real, I don't want it. But then think about it this way, right? Here is you. What makes it not real anymore? Once you start deciding to live in the perfect fake world and now wake up, what makes that not real anymore? Think about it like that.
Illusion discs. It may also play into the mystery of who Patient 46 is. In Retro CD number 15, we hear this clip.
I have this still shot, the text pulled from the security footage that recorded you in the Pizzaplex. That's you, isn't it? I know this image is distorted, but I think it looks like you. You're talking to someone. Or something. They almost look like rabbit ears.
One of the consistent features of the illusion discs is that they distort or blur.
It's very interesting. Yeah, because I don't we haven't exactly gotten who's Patient 46, right? But I think my favorite theory of who Patient 46 is currently is that it's Vanny and not Vanessa, right?
Any images that appear on camera. We see this all throughout the fourth closet, so the fact that the still image and the distortion are directly being called out here in the CDs indicate that Patient 46 may also be hiding behind an illusion disc. Who knows, if my guess was right and Gregory is meant to be Patient 46, that could be why he's appearing all blurry here in the camera shots from the DLC poster. Admittedly, that opens up its own can of worms and contradictions that would merit their own discussion, like why would he be clearing all these other pictures? I'm just tossing it out as something for us to chew on. Much more importantly though, the Help Wanted story confirms that FNAF 1, 2, 3, and 4 are canonically video games within Freddy's fictional universe. They were created by a hired gun. A hired gun who, in the story, is confirmed to not be familiar with the events that happened at Freddy's. Quote from the story, "It took a few seconds for the name Fazbear to ring a bell, but then Steve remembered the kids' pizza places that once had been wildly popular, but had suffered a downfall after a variety of criminal allegations. There had been talk of murders, though Steve didn't remember how many. There was weirder stuff too, stories about paranormal events and that kind of nonsense. Steve doesn't actually know the stories and events that took place. He doesn't remember how many kids died. He doesn't believe in paranormal activity. He is an unreliable narrator, which therefore puts everything in those first 4 games into question. He knew rumors of paranormal activity, so he created possessed animatronics. He knew about murders, so he put in minigames depicting kids being murdered. As for the facts though, he cannot be trusted. And the story tries to make it crystal clear that FNAF 4 was largely of his own creation, born out of the torture that Fazbear was subjecting him to. As his hallucinations get more nightmarish, Steve starts seeing monsters literally appear out of the walls. One of them is described as follows, quote, "It was the head of something. It was small but bulbous and vain, its large eyes almond-shaped with cat-like pupils. It lunged forward from the hole in the wall and parted its jaws to reveal a mouthful of sharp-looking teeth. Its pointed tongue darted out like a snake's when it sniffed the air." This moment isn't just to show us Steve's torture, it's to show us the influence that it has on the games that he's making.
Because what? Because who is that?
Remind you of anything? A character with cat-like eyes, a long pointed tongue, sharp teeth, who likes to pop out unexpectedly. It's Nightmare
Mangle?
Foxy from FNAF
Fuck.
4. Look at this.
Fuck! I'm like, is it Mango?
picture from the teasers leading up into the game, especially the long-pointed tongue. Who else pops out from the closet, from under the bed, from behind a TV in that game? Foxy. The book is spelling out for us why that game is so different, why it's no longer a game about Fazbear Pizzeria. The torture became so much that the story had shifted from being a Fazbear story to being a Steve story. 4 games, 1 story. It's the clue that Scott gave us a long time ago during a live stream after the release of FNAF 4. At first, I suspected the line was all about dream theory, that all of it was happening in the nightmares of a child. And I think that one was right. Then it shifted to the 4 games being about one family, the Aftons, as their kids grappled with the sins of their father. And I think that was also right. But now it's changed once again. It's now 4 games about one new story, Steve's story. The story of a game designer that was being gaslit by an evil robotics company. You know, I
think I like the Afton story better. Yeah. Or like, I mean, I don't know. I don't like Dream Theory enough, but I like the Afton story better than this quote-unquote Steve story. That seems even ridiculous. These seems even more ridiculous, yo.
hand it to Scott. It's actually impressive how many times he's been able to make that single phrase describe the same set of 4 games. It also means that Scott gets to have his cake and eat it too. He gets to make those first 4 games the equivalent of Dream Theory without it actually being a dream. Oh, was the puppet referred to as a he in FNAF 2? Steve didn't know. Were there 5 victims? 10? 15 in that first set of pizzerias? Don't know. Steve's just making his best guess. But most importantly of all, it means that
That's how I feel like you are, Matt. You are Steve. I don't know, just making the best guess. Just, here it is.
Anything that doesn't physically appear in or after Sister Location and beyond is suddenly cast into doubt. And when you think about it, that includes some major parts of the lore. For instance, we know that Michael Afton is in fact a security guard for Fazbear Entertainment at some point thanks to the security logbook. Plus, with Sister Location in FNAF 6, we know that he ends up getting scooped and dying in a fire. Sister Location also proves the existence of Elizabeth Afton and how she got scooped by Baby. But the third Afton kid, Crying Child,
understandable.
he's never been mentioned.
It's not the first time that this series has poked fun at MatPat. I'm convinced any single time where they're like, yeah, maybe it's just a story. Maybe there's not a lot of whole other things. It's like, yeah, specifically MatPat.
In any other game other than FNAF 4. I've made theories suggesting that he's the other spirit communicating with Cassidy in the survival logbook, but you know, that's just speculation because I assume that he existed. In FNAF 6's Midnight Motorist, there's
what do you
reason
mean
to believe that he's the one who
just
broke out of the house.
speculation?
Considering that Mike in the chair says he's had a hard night, but again, that is pretty weak evidence. Honestly, the closest we get to having physical evidence of his existence is in Security Breach's post-it room, where there's a dinner scene made up of 5 staff bots that appear to be simulating the Afton family, and one of those 5 is missing its head, which we've assumed represents the crying child getting chomped. But all of that evidence,
it's still a good. That's still pretty good. I would say that is one of the best evidence the ones they have.
only stands because the crying child was thought to exist thanks to the first 4 games. Maybe that's why we've never actually gotten a name for him, because he was never meant to exist in the first place. And so Scott purposefully hid the name in order to allow the 5th Afton child's identity to remain anonymous. Ready for a big plot twist when it turns out that he has another child, maybe a daughter, maybe called Vanessa. It's speculative as all heck, I'm just throwing it out there as a consideration. Henry and Charlie are definitely in this universe. We see Charlie's death and possession of the puppet thanks to the minigames in FNAF 6, so that's all confirmed. But the missing children's incident where 5 kids were murdered at the FNAF 1 location? Unclear. It's likely that it happened, considering that in FNAF 6's Lorekeeper ending, we see 5 gravestones with one on a hill. The 5 missing children's incident victims plus Charlie, the 6 victims of William Afton.
When I crush a watermelon, if I crush the watermelon.
Princess Quest minigame, you have to light 6
we haven't gotten there.
So it seems like those 5 murders happened, but then what about the extra 5 dead bodies that we see appearing throughout the FNAF 2 pizzeria? What about hearing that the pizzeria is getting closed down in the tapes? Even less clear. FNAF VR's main ending proves that William Afton is still the main killer in this universe, and that he
with the
definitely
body
stuffed
part,
kids into the animatronics.
probably,
However, whether those
just
kids
with
go
the
on
body
to
part.
possess the animatronics is up for debate. Without the first 4 games being officially canon, we don't really have any evidence for their possession. But perhaps the biggest ripple effect of them all, this new understanding of the canonicity heavily suggests that Golden Freddy may never have existed. That's right, my favorite clickbait yellow boy may not actually be a thing in this franchise at all. Consider this, Golden Freddy, while seemingly this super important piece of the lore to the franchise, hasn't shown up in a major way in any recent titles. He's only ever shown up in titles with questionable canonicity, like FNAF World, which is definitely not canon, Custom Night, which is Afton's personal hell.
Sorry, give me just a second. Is Axel still here? I assume Axel is still here, but is Axel still here? Yeah? Axel, I'm gonna send you something real quick. Thank you.
And FNAF AR, which
Sorry, I had to
isn't
pause
really
this when I
canon.
didn't
And
miss
if you think it
anything.
is, then
Sorry.
both Shamrock Freddy and
An idea has spawned. You already know.
Bonnie are canon, and I refuse to live in a world where that could possibly be true. But in the main games, nothing. In Sister Location, his name is used in a custom night challenge. In FNAF 6, completely absent. And in Security Breach, sure, there's a golden Glamrock Freddy that you can collect, but there's a golden toy of every character that you can collect. In fact, I think Security Breach was outright trying to tell us that Golden Freddy has never been a thing. Of the dozens of collectibles that you can find throughout the game, plushies, figurines, keychains, sweaters, 4 of them actually seemed important. 3 posters from Fredbear's Family Diner, and an even older one from Fredbear's Singin' Show. The Singin' Show is,
that one looks
I don't know,
good.
man, it makes it look like the next game is gonna be a crossover with Bendy and the Ink Machine. But the Fredbear's Family Diner ones are the ones that I want to focus on now.
Whoever did the posters are really, like, I like the posters. They're very, I don't know, time accurate, periodically accurate, yeah?
These things. One of them has the golden Bonnie with a purple bow tie, just like you'd expect. But the other 2 show us a brown bear with a black hat and a black bow tie. And you see, that is a huge detail. Up until this point, we've been under the impression that there were only 2 mascots at
You don't like the
Fredbear's
bunny
Family
one?
Diner,
I bet it's 'cause of
Golden
the
Bonnie
teeth.
and Golden Freddy. In FNAF 3, we see a Golden Bonnie and Golden Freddy performing together on stage. Similarly, in FNAF 4, we see Golden Bonnie and Golden Freddy again. It was always those 2 together, with other characters like Foxy and Chica not showing up until later. So why then in Security Breach would they show us regular Freddy as the one on the Fredbear posters? Unless he is Fredbear. It's everything that we've
What?
been talking about today.
What
Our
are you
evidence
saying?
for Golden Freddy is all founded upon the original 4 FNAF titles. Games made by a guy whose brain was slowly turning to mush.
This
But when
is
you
the
actually
worst
stop
theory.
and look for the physical
This is
evidence
the
of who
worst fucking
Fredbear
theory.
was in the
Yeah,
games that are
BC,
still
today is
considered to be
hopefully the
canon,
last
all
fucking
we
day
get
of the
is a
FNAF
brown
lore.
bear. Golden Freddy was never real. He never existed. I know, it seems wild, but it actually helps answer a lot of questions that we've had about Golden Freddy throughout this franchise. First off, his wildly inconsistent appearance. In both FNAF 1 and 2, he appears gold with a black hat and bow tie. But in the FNAF 2 minigame showing Charlie being killed outside Fredbear's Family Diner, the Freddy we play as is brown with a black hat, more similar to the Fredbear that we see in the posters for Security Breach. In the FNAF 3 minigame that apparently shows us Fredbear's Family Diner, he goes back to being gold with a black hat. But then in FNAF 4's minigame, he's shown to be gold with a purple hat and bow tie. His appearance has never remained consistent, which could make sense if these
So
are
I mean
games
that
being
Cassidy
made by a
doesn't
guy
exist?
who's under
It means
extreme
that
duress. If
basically
Golden Freddy isn't
everything
around,
doesn't
then who could have
exist,
done the
I
Bite
think.
of Baby
Everything
3?
is
Well,
like-
it could be that
like,
that never
the
happened.
details
We've
of it
never seen a
doesn't exist. It's
gravestone
just
for Crying
rumored
Child
kids,
after all. If
I
Golden
think.
Freddy doesn't exist, then where does Cassidy's soul reside? Well, again, we still don't have any proof that the original missing children actually possessed
But this
any
theory is
animatronics.
probably,
All their
I'm like
souls
not
may have
even
just
paying,
moved
like
on
this
or been
theory at this
immediately
point is
converted
just,
into remnants.
okay,
Cassidy
alrighty, whatever.
only really appears in Ultimate Custom Night.
I don't
so
know.
either their
It's just-
spirit is
it's
attached
too
to
much of a
Afton's like
cop-out that I'm not
Andrew's
even
is in the
bothering,
Fazbear Fright
I
series,
feel
or
like.
it's just William torturing himself over the memory of this one child that he murdered in cold blood. Long story short, I still haven't fully worked out the ramifications of all this, and I'd love your help working through it because this revelation about the first 4 games being games demands a whole new way of looking at the series. The ripple effects of this revelation are huge, and casts even more doubt into stuff that we thought that we knew about the game.
The fact that he wants us to go out and actually try to prove his theory for him, like, because the theory really doesn't have anything to stand on as fucking, you know, to stand on at all. So he's like, I need you to help me figure out if this theory even has anything to stand on. What? This is how I know that he just needed to put out a fucking video. He was like, shit, what do I do next?
I mean, with all the new books and games and revelations that we've had since the release of Security Breach, I've been meaning to do a state of the lore video for a while, just to make sure that we're all operating on the same page of what is true and what isn't true. Because at this point, it's hard for even me to keep track of what we've proved, what's only speculation, all of that. And after episodes like today, that sort of video feels more important than ever. So keep an eye out for that one in the next couple of weeks, which means that I'm back to researching FNAF from square one. And I thought we were done with the scary season. But hey, at least while I'm pulling my hair out, I can look good doing it thanks to my new...
Sorry, it's an ad. We got into ads. We're doing it, though. This is number 52 out of 57.
Testing.
Why is any of this important?
Oh boy, you're not gonna like this one.
Not
But I
necessarily.
think we're right.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory.
I think it's important to hear all the wrong theories to know which theories sound obviously more right. I guess it's just part of the FNAF lore day. Okay, we had the FNAF lore day on the subathon wheel, and this is part of it.
The show that started so many flame wars, you'd think we were a pizzaplex. So right now I'm in the middle of re-examining every piece of FNAF lore the series has ever produced in order to construct a definitive timeline for the series. Or, I suppose, as definitive as possible for the series, considering, you know, it's FNAF. That means that me and Tom and head editor Dan are combing over every misleading teaser, every line of hidden website source code, every page of the novels and their accompanying graphic novels, and every questionable skin from FNAF AR from Big Chungus Springtrap to Statue of Liberty Chica. Because nothing says America quite like rebranding a national monument with a giant toga-wearing murder chicken shilling for pizza. And our forefathers wept. Anyway, since this is an absolutely massive quest, we've broken the timeline down into 3 core chunks. Foundations of Freddy's, the Afton era, and post-Purple Guy. Basically everything that happens post-Springtrap getting torched in FNAF 6. And while that timeline theory is still in the works, we've already made some discoveries. Some big and some small. And it's one of the bigger ones that brings us here today. You see, as we were rewatching all the cutscenes from FNAF 6, we heard this line from the completion ending of the game.
Thank you for your participation. There is no need for you to return to work next week, as Fazbear Entertainment is no longer a corporate entity.
Oh sure, everyone remembers the whole "don't keep the devil waiting" bit during that ending, but all of us tend to forget what comes after the fire. An acknowledgement that Fazbear Entertainment is no longer a corporate entity. When Henry dies in that fire, the game makes it clear that the company dies with him. But that doesn't make any sense knowing what we know now. In FNAF VR, AR, and Security Breach, Fazbear Entertainment is alive and still very much running. In fact, the company seems stronger than ever, building a giant mega pizzaplex that towers over anything the company's ever done before. So what gives? A dissolved company can't be going around making new games, and they certainly aren't building new—
Sorry, just to let you guys know, I was only a little bit away because I'm trying to get some more water into my bottle. I have one of those like room water things right now that we got from the event last weekend, and so I just tossed one in so I could refill my water.
80s inspired animatronics, are they? All of it seems to imply that someone restarted the company between FNAF 6
This is actually quite surprising because he hadn't mentioned that. Like, he hadn't mentioned that part ever before, that it stopped being a corporate entity. So I wonder.
FNAF VR.
I wonder
and it was
why
that
he made
simple observation,
why
my
he did
friends, that led us down a rabbit hole I believe may have solved another core part of Security Breach's endlessly frustrating story. First, we wanted to prove to ourselves that this corporate restart was a real thing. Throughout the core gameplay of FNAF 6, if you buy and display animatronics with a high liability rating, you get a chance to experience a fun little mechanic known as being sued. You go through these lawsuits and decide whether to pay a lawyer to fight for you or just pay the listed amount to settle the case. It's a fun, quirky gameplay mechanic that fits with the humor of the franchise. However, there's a detail within these lawsuits that's important. If you
oh my god, help, he has a cute little thing on him.
The humor of the franchise. However, there's a
look at that! It's so cute!
Detail within these lawsuits that's important. If you take a look at the names at the top of each lawsuit, you'll see that the defendant is listed as Fazbear Entertainment, Inc. Those last 3 letters are important. That INC there means that Fazbear is an incorporated company. It means that Fazbear Entertainment has shareholders, people that own stocks within the company. There are also 2 different types of corporations, S-Corps, which tend to be smaller, and C-Corps, which tend to be bigger. Trust me, you don't really want to know any of that, nor do you need to know any of it for this theory. I just bring it up because it's knowledge that Steph and I have accumulated over the last decade of doing this work as business owners, and I just wanted it to be validated at some
so Steph is like the business part of this. Okay.
point in my life. Anyway, useless business information aside, as we hear at the end of FNAF 6, Fazbear Entertainment Inc. has been dissolved.
Fazbear Entertainment is no longer a corporate entity.
We can assume that Henry, in his final act before sacrificing his life, dissolved any and all ownership remaining in the company so it would die with him, which is why it's so weird that suddenly it's back. And not just back, but back in a completely new form. In Security Breach, if you check out the Balloon Boy arcade cabinet above the daycare, on the title screen you'll find that the copyright
Balloon Boy Arcade? Balloon Boy has a whole arcade game? Finally, justice for Balloon Boy?
is now owned by a brand new company, Fazbear Entertainment, LLC. Again, those last three letters there are important. They stand for Limited Liability Company. Basically, it means that the owners of the business aren't shareholders, but rather one or a small group of individuals that can't be held responsible for the debts of the business. For instance, if the Fazbear business took out a small loan of $1 million but couldn't pay it back, the banks couldn't then approach Henry or William's personal money demanding repayment. LLC members also aren't usually responsible for the co-ownership owner's negligence or wrongdoing. Which again, knowing the history of this company is probably gonna be a better business arrangement. Most importantly of all though, LLCs tend to be smaller, held by one or a few individuals rather than a collection of shareholders. And this actually explains a lot. If you go for the Afton ending of Security Breach, you go down the elevator only to discover the
I'm honestly surprised it was in an ink in the first place.
FNAF 6 pizzeria underneath the whole.
Play Security Breach for the Balloon Boy arcade. Unfortunately, I'm not allowed to play any of the FNAF games anymore. It's part of the, you know, the other theory rule, FNAF theory rule number 1. Lily Bell has to get paid to do it.
Whole thing. Try explaining that decision to your shareholders. We're just gonna build our new mall on top of that old burnt down pizzeria. That'll rake in the big bucks. How about the fact that we get messages on the Faz Watch from building contractors concerned about building a giant mall over the equivalent of a sinkhole? Again, this doesn't feel like—
don't say it like it's just one game, okay? It has to be minus, firstly. Secondly, like minus time, all right? Secondly, it's all the games. All the FNAF games. That includes all the things you're thinking of.
like something you'd be able to do if the company had shareholders, but if the business is owned by a single individual, they could essentially do whatever they wanted.
That said, I don't think anything is going to happen, so.
They don't have to answer to anyone. In short, there is strong evidence to suggest that someone has restarted the Fazbear brand under this new corporate entity. But who would do that? Why would they do that? Was I just chasing down a lead that didn't matter? No, because I wasn't the only one asking the question. In December of 2021, this book was released, the FNAF Ultimate Guide. Basically your one-stop shop for anything important to the franchise, written by the man himself, Scott Cawthon, and only Scott Cawthon. This thing is robust. It contains every scrap of dialogue, every—
Did this come out during Christmas or something to be made for Christmas gifts? Because straight up, he has a little, like, holiday hat and, like, a little holiday-themed tie. It's kind of cute.
Game mechanic, a summary of every Fazbear fright and a description for practically every one of the nearly 150 characters introduced into the franchise. If it ain't in here, it probably ain't worth your brain space. And if the book explicitly calls something out, well, it's probably gonna be worth a look. And wouldn't you know it, but in the FNAF AR description of the Glitch Trap virus, we get this quote. The cease work order from the Fazbear Entertainment Office of Legal Affairs seems to indicate that the company at some point becomes aware of the problem and tries to stop it. That leaves one question. Just who is running the company? And it was here that I knew that I was onto something. The fact that the Ultimate Guide felt the need to point it out made me realize that this is absolutely something that we need to be solving. The clues are in place for us. It was now time for us to put—
I mean, the who is running the company part, it's like, yeah, I can understand that's obviously like, yeah, who is running the company? Because obviously it's still up and going, even though all of this is happening. But at the same time, I don't know the difference between how important it is that it became incorporated to LLC.
Put it all back together. So let's figure out who's running the show over at the new improved Fazbear Entertainment LLC, shall we? Well, let's consider what exactly that person is doing. First and foremost, they're building a brand new location over the remains of the old FNAF 6 location.
Oh, it wasn't
that
all
right
from the
there
FNAF
is
AR.
a huge red flag.
Wait, sorry, hold on.
Consider what exactly that person is doing. First and foremost, they're building a brand new location over the remains of the old FNAF 6 location. That right there is a huge red flag. Why not just bulldoze the whole thing and build a new one? Unless, of course, they know what's down there. Because remember, underneath it all lies the heart and soul of this franchise, Afton. They are choosing to build their new location on top of his literal gravesite. The head of this new Fazbear Entertainment LLC wants access to him. And as we see at the end of the game, it seems like their goal is to bring him back to his former glory. But just having access to Afton's body isn't enough. This person wants more. We know that the head of Fazbear Entertainment LLC has been actively taking an interest in Vanessa becoming head of security, despite her having no qualifications for the position.
I thought that was just like supposedly the glitch that the kid, if he's a robot, can do, like hacking through and making Vanessa part of the security on purpose, remember?
We know this based on in-game messages. Quote, interview notes.
But I guess that was just from another theory that whether or not I accept also, so.
As requested, here are my notes on today's Chief Security Officer interview. While Vanessa seemed eager and bright, she doesn't appear to have any relevant background experience. I realize the recommendation came from the top, but we need someone who's run security for a facility of this scale. I do not recommend her for for this position. Based on this email, Vanessa should have never gotten the position, but note that it's marked for deletion. Someone wanted to hide the poor interview performance. Someone at the top. In yet another email, we see this. Quote again, new hire summary, head security guard, no prior qualifications, internal reference, name withheld. The person putting Vanessa forward for the job is trying to stay anonymous. But hold on, why would someone want...
So, nepotism? This is not impossible. Nepotism happens all the time. Thank you.
to hire Vanessa despite her limited experience? Well, the only really special thing about her is that she's possessed by Glitch Trap. So if someone's trying to bring Afton back, preserving his body underneath the Pizzaplex, it makes sense to get someone into the Pizzaplex who houses the only other part of...
Is Henry still alive in-game? In-game continuity? Is Henry still alive?
Afton that remains, his consciousness in the form of the Glitch Trap virus.
When did he die?
Possibly want to bring a serial killer back to life. I mean, think about what this person has done. They've restarted an entire company. They've hired third parties to
in the
scan
fire
old
with
circuit
everyone?
boards.
Okay,
They've rebranded the franchise, built a mall, and then doctored emails to hire someone, all in an effort to resurrect Afton. Who would do that? Who would go to that level of extreme? Can't be Vanessa. She can't hire herself. Can't be Michael. He's always trying to get rid of Afton. Can't be Henry. He dissolved the company in the first place. Can't be Gregory because he's trying to destroy the animatronics. But there is someone it can be.
I will make you proud, Daddy.
The only person who would be that motivated to bring Afton back to life. The one person that through all of the games they've appeared in has been on
the Afton
Afton's
daughter?
side.
No. You guys have to remember, nepotism doesn't necessarily have to do with family members. Nepotism is the practice among those with power or influence of favoring relatives, friends, or associates, especially by giving them jobs. So it doesn't have to, I don't believe that Vanessa is Afton's daughter. No, I don't. But I still believe that this is technically just nepotism, and that nepotism, naturally, you want to stay anonymous so that you don't get called out for, nepotism.
Wanting to keep his vision alive. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. I submit to you that Elizabeth Afton is the one in control of the new Fazbear Entertainment LLC. I guess you could call her the boss baby. I will now pause and give you a chance to write your collective groans, frustrations, and general vitriol down in the comments. While you're doing that, let me quickly remind you that right above that fiery comment section is our merch shelf, where it's your last chance.
No, baby is supposedly the Afton daughter. The mom is supposedly Ballora.
To pre-order our new ARG jacket, the puzzle that you wear. Once that thing's gone, it is gone forever. So get your orders in this weekend. But you know what? If you don't want the hassle of solving your clothes,
in the
and you just
middle
want to be
of this?
snuggly and warm this holiday season, why don't I suggest some of our other holiday items that we have in stock right now? Snuggly, this was blacked out in the blob. She died in FNAF 6.
God, okay.
Yep, all of those are perfectly valid. I know it sounds insane, believe me. No one recognizes that more than me. But I ask you, when has any character that's meant to be dead in this franchise ever stayed dead? Let's just look at the facts, shall we? Our second ever theory on this game drew attention to all the similarities between Elizabeth Afton and Vanessa. They both like flowers, they both have an abusive and manipulative father named William A., and of course, there's the blonde hair and green eyes. However, we've never been able to actually figure out how these two characters are connected beyond them just being similar. Could it just be another instance of this franchise doing what I like to call pulling a Jeremy? That's using the same detail multiple times just to confuse us.
Yes,
but you see, there's a bit more that's suspicious about Vanessa. There's one thing that me and every other theorist out there has been scared to tackle in this game, and it's this. Security Breach's fire escape ending. In it, Glamrock Freddy yeets Vanny off the top of a burning Pizzaplex, sending both of them to their death. Gregory pulls off the Vanny mask to reveal that it was Vanessa the whole time! A twist that surprised literally no one. Except after the credits, we pan up to the roof to see security guard Vanessa looking down as the building burns around her. Excuse me, what? Two Vanessas? Everyone just kind of collectively hand-waved this away. It must be a hallucination. Maybe it's her spirit still trapped in the Pizzaplex. Or maybe, just maybe, Vanny and Vanessa have always been two separate individuals. Two twin sisters. Hold on.
In Security Breach Fury's Rage, we get VR sisters. That's one of the bosses in Fury's Rage. And I think it could be possible that one of the sisters, maybe Vanessa, went to go save her other sister after being taken over by Glitch Trap.
Recently, a new theorist has entered the ring with some pretty interesting things to say about Security Breach. John.
The way that he says a new theorist has come into the ring and like all these other theorists are sitting there, it looks so It seems so, I don't know, scary, dude. It seems straight up like, you know what I mean? I know FNAF is newer. I'm just saying, like, this looks like the court, right? It looks like there's a bunch of Supreme Court judges. Yes. State your evidence. I see. Overruled. It looks, right? It looks like they're judging him so hard, bro. Because he said it. He's newer. And he's like, I have something to say. The rest of them are like, interesting. You hear that? You hear that, Danko? This young child has something to say. You know what I mean? That's what it actually fucking seems like.
Trap.
Recently, a new theorist has entered the ring with some pretty interesting things to say about Security Breach. John from the YouTube channel FNAF. And while I was busy coining the catchphrase, Music Man, he was busy in his corner preaching the gospel of the VR sisters. Remember them? Of course you don't. Why would you? So let me refresh your memory. In case you've forgotten, Security Breach got delayed a lot. I mean, a lot. And at one point, Scott Cawthon, worried that the fan base would be upset about the repeated delays, decided to release a short little meme game to tide us all over. A beat-em-up title called Fury's Rage.
The fan base, when they find out that I have to delay the game again, they're gonna kill me.
Wait, that's not real, is it? This isn't from Scott. This is a little bit that Matt put together, right? It's from Scott? Oh my god, that is actually kind of funny. Wait, that's funny.
What am I gonna do? I know. I'll make a game for them.
4 straightforward levels with a secret boss at the end, punching through waves of the franchise's most forgettable enemies. Freddy Frostbear, Clown, Springtrap, Radioactive Foxy, L-Chip. And the rest of the enemies are just variations of Chica, the Puppet, Mangle, Baby. As for the bosses, most of them are jokes. Sure, you've got Vanny, but there's also Mega Brow, which is just Brow Boy from FNAF World. There's Soul Brawler, which is a reference to one of Scott's earlier game characters, Soul Dozer. And the secret final boss of the game, Dreamgeist, basically a giant troll about fan theories. And yet, in this game full of memes and tongue-in-cheek references, there's one set of characters that don't quite fit. The first level's boss, the VR sisters. They're the only truly original characters for this game. Literally everyone else you can point to and understand what the reference is. Now that is weird. Why would Scott put the time and effort into designing them, coming up with a name, and purposely putting them in there for us to look at if they weren't important in some way? With Vanessa being taken over by the glitch trap virus in FNAF VR, makes sense for this to be in relation to her in some way. She's a VR sister.
Can I play this one? I'll play this one as part of the package deal.
Her having a twin sister would explain why there could be a second Vanessa at the top of a burning building during the ending.
But then how do you explain everything else?
In his theory vids?
Need more proof?
Yeah, I do. You probably do too. Luckily, I have it for you. Once you get to level 4 of Fury's Rage, you find yourself in some sort of factory surrounded by conveyor belts and magnets holding up humanoid robot torsos. In the end, you fight Vanny and the game ends. But wait, before you get to the boss battle, there's one very crucial detail in the level that everyone overlooked. An orange pod with a female figure sitting inside. I've seen enough sci-fi to know that right there is a birthing pod, and the figure inside looks an awful lot like Baby from the Fourth Closet graphic novel. That's right, friendos, it's time once again for everyone's favorite segment. Matt Pat uses the lore of multiple FNAF books to explain parts of the game that make no sense. In the Fourth Closet, Baby's origins take a weird turn. She's actually a robot built by Henry to help replace his daughter Charlie after her death. You see, Henry creates a robot for each stage of his daughter's life. His daughter's origins take a weird turn. She's actually a robot built by Henry to help replace his daughter Charlie after her death.
Is it that weird? Because I'm pretty sure you already read that in the other books. Like Silver Eyes book is kind of like that already, right? And then the adult one just looks like Baby.
You see, Henry creates a robot for each stage of his daughter's life: toddler, child, teenager, and finally adult. In his mind, this would allow her to grow up with everyone else around her. And this gave us our first confirmed instance of robot kids being a thing inside of the series. Robots that are capable of bleeding, eating, feeling cold. And here's the weirdest twist of them all. Baby is the final adult form of Charlie, which, let's just say I have some strong feelings about.
People hate when I talk about the books. The books tell you the rough guidelines or rough rules of the universe. When you look at the books and there's this repeated thing of creators building robot kids, okay, well, apparently that's fair game. And then to take it one insane logical step further and say, not only are they building robotic versions of kids, but multiple versions of...
He's so passionate, but look at the person sitting next to him. I don't know if that's Danko or not. Okay. By the way, yes, I know the guy's name is Daco now, finally, but now we're gonna continue calling him Danko for the memes.
About the books tell you the rough guidelines or rough rules of the universe. When you look at the books, and there's this repeated thing of
I don't know. I mean, obviously it's cut, and like this, obviously this is cut just to say all the MatPat stuff, but he does not look amused.
Building robot kids.
That's one of the
okay,
false
well,
on team
apparently
theory.
that's fair game.
Okay.
And then to take it one insane logical step further and say, not only are they building robotic versions of
He's like, Matt, you said this a million times. I know, Matt, I know.
Kids, but multiple versions of robotic kids at different ages, I would say you are insane. That's so stupid. It is a weird thing for them to do.
I mean,
and
it's
it
still
challenges
insane and stupid.
realism to such an absurd degree.
Yeah.
That you're like, yeah, and no one's noticing that this person that they're interacting with and that bleeds, again, because they bleed in the books, that bleeds, no one is noticing that this person doesn't age, but is still also eating in order to survive, but is also like perfectly passable as a human in every other way, shape, and form. That's crazy. And then the books layer on, and it's also Baby, who is a robot clown. And you're like, that's so stupid. I feel like no wonder people think that the theories that we produce are insane, because it is, but we're just telling you what the books say.
Welcome to the books, I guess. What's also interesting is that in the books, it's clear that previous versions of the robot humans don't have to stop working or die in order for newer, more...
I feel like the books are insane, but you could accept their insanity, right? But what MatPat and I think Team Theory kind of do is trying to make sense of the insanity. I'm definitely the kind of person who's just like, well, that sounds weird. But all right, whatever. And it's just like, that sounds weird, but it has to be a reason. I'm like, you know what? Maybe it's just there.
Or grown
That's why.
up models to
How dare you
activate
disrespect
both
the name of
teenage Charlie
Daco?
and adult
Actually,
Charlie.
so me calling Daco Danko actually came from the fact that I legitimately kept forgetting how to pronounce his, like, what his name is. I'm like, Dago, Dawkin, Dank. You like, it's so it's not like I'm genuinely disrespecting. I've never watched any of his stuff, but the bit just comes from the fact that I've forgotten by now. Well, I'm now I remember, but I was forgetting for like 3 days straight what his name was.
aka Baby, are walking around, totally sentient with their own goals and motivations. One wanting to live a normal life, completely unaware that she's a robot, and the other
hold on.
humans don't. What's stop working or dying is that in the books, it's clear that previous versions of the robot humans don't have to stop working or die in order for newer, more grown-up models to activate. Both teenage Charlie and adult Charlie, aka Baby, are walking around, totally sentient with their own goals and motivations. One wanting to live a normal life, completely unaware that she's a robot, and the other looking to kill children in service of William Afton, bitter because she's a robot. Sounds a lot like the relationship between a certain young security guard and her twin sister Murder Rabbit. Now, while we have no evidence to really support Charlie being rebuilt in the game lore like she was in the books, it does seem like Elizabeth may have multiple sisters of herself running around. In the words of John, who first proposed this one a year ago,
it could be very well possible that once Elizabeth died, William Afton not too soon after rebuilt her and built different ages of her throughout the years, just like we see in the books, in robot form. So that could be VR sisters, two different versions of the same person.
You know what? I think he's right. At the time, we didn't have the evidence, but now I think he was ahead of his time. Move over, Gregory. There's a new robot human in town, and her name is Elizabeth Afton, and Vanessa, and Vanny, and probably the head of Fazbear Entertainment LLC too. All iterations of the same person from different life stages. All Elizabeth Afton. Some aware of who they really are, and some not. And one of those versions is Ruined DLC Girl. In some of Security Breach's cut dialogue, there are laugh lines that are definitely feminine, but also some that clearly mix in a young girlish tone. Hear that last one? Clearly there's a childish girl laugh with
Dude, that got me goosebumps. I hate that. Hate it.
a bit of a British accent mixed in there, exactly like the voice of Elizabeth from Sister Location. Sites like the Cutting Room Floor attribute these as cut Vanny lines, which makes sense considering that there aren't many human females in the game, but that laugh seems awfully young for Vanessa, or Vanny.
Yeah,
and that's not all.
actually.
Going back to Fury's Rage, notice the shoes on the VR sisters, specifically the cool purple sneakers. I could have sworn that they had matched the design of the blonde girl's light-up sneakers in the Ruined DLC poster, but upon closer inspection, yeah, it was close, but not strong enough of a match for me to call it out in a theory. Dead end, right? No. Notice the two colors on those shoes.
Hold on. Now I'm trying to think, right? Remember that theory about Vanessa and Vanny being Vanessa is doing the therapy tapes, and then some other person is 46, right? And I'm like, how? And it was just like, I don't know. It doesn't seem very much like Vanny. Vanny doesn't, really have any real understanding of being a child. So there's no real reason why, like, they would speak to her like a child. And I'm like, if you wanted to put this theory in together, then now I'm sitting here like, is there anything that would show that 40? Oh no, it wouldn't, because Elizabeth loves flowers and 46 doesn't.
Red and purple. Very specific shades of red and purple. And what's the coloring of our two VR sisters? Red and purple. Seems that maybe, just maybe,
I was
this
just thinking
blonde
about
girl
it.
is also part of the Elizabeth sisters. So that
That's what I was thinking too. I'm like, I still think Vanny is somehow patient. I do think patient 46 is Vanny. I just don't know how. I think so. But they don't think about this theory. So
That would actually give us our 4 closets. Baby, the original, young girl Elizabeth in the Ruin DLC, Vanessa, the 23-year-old security guard according to the FNAF AR emails, and Vanny, who, just might be slightly older. Her being a robot would also explain how she survived a massive fall from the top of a pizzaplex without being totally disfigured. Personally, I think this would actually be a pretty cool idea, having all the versions of Elizabeth come together. This child, Vanny, Vanessa, maybe even the original Baby would show up to complete the tribe of robot Elizabeths. But doesn't all of this disprove my initial theory? If Vanny is the adult version of Elizabeth, then doesn't that mean we're out of Elizabeths to run Fazbear Entertainment LLC? We've filled all 4 of our closets. Well, not quite. Because when you get to the very end of that final book, Charlie's love interest, John, stands by Charlie's grave after all the other known versions of her have died. He looks up and sees none other than yet another, slightly older version of Charlie standing in front of him. I kind of just wrote this off initially as a cute ending, but in the wake of what we've been talking about this whole time, it reveals that there were never just 4 closets. There were never just 4 versions of Charlie. There were more. Potentially an infinite number of them, which honestly makes sense. Can't have a 20-something-year-old Charlie looking 20 forever. She too would need to age up to look like a woman in her 30s, her 40s, her 50s. This idea is also shown in Fury's Rage. While the VR sisters are the first bosses,
have you been enjoying the lore? Not initially, no. I don't know if I would say I've been enjoying it, but I can say I've been accepting more of it. I'll tell you that.
They become regular enemies during the 3rd level. There are dozens of them that come out to attack you, one after the other after the other. New ones being built to achieve their purpose. Other bosses don't do that in the game. And in stage 4, those humanoid robot torsos hanging from the ceiling, they look a little bit more on the feminine side to me. Robot women being built by the boatload, ready to replace the ones that we destroy, be they VR sisters or security guards or murderous rabbits. And at the top of the food chain is an older, wiser, more vengeful version of Elizabeth pulling the strings, looking to bring her family of robots all back together to the same place. I suppose you could say that makes the Pizzaplex the true sister location. But hey, say all you want about Elizabeth's business practices, you gotta admit, she knows how to dress up a joint. I've always loved how the Pizzaplex looks. That 80s neon style just hits the nostalgia button hard for me. Fortunately, the metal posters from our sponsor Displate are here to
Alrighty, moving on.
I've done it. I've solved FNAF. And the clue that brings it all together is this.
Don't you hate getting killed by obscure secondary characters?
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory, where today I'm just gonna get straight to the point. This episode was supposed to be our final.
Nope. I don't know. I don't even know what Displate is. I've never seen an ad ever before in my life.
Timeline, but you know what? It's not quite there yet. I think we're gonna have it ready for next week. There's just a few wrinkles that we need to iron out about Elizabeth's death specifically, but otherwise, I feel really good about everything we've pieced together so far. That said, I wanted to put this episode up first regardless because it dives into a section of the timeline that's likely gonna be controversial, which is also a bad thing because it's the beginning of the timeline. Nothing like starting off on the wrong foot, you know? So in order to head that one off at the pass, let's just start talking about it now, shall we? Last episode, I brought up how the team and I have been tackling this whole timeline project. Basically that we've broken down everything into 3 key sections.
The last one? Oh yeah, he did say that in the last one. Never mind.
Foundation of Freddy's, the Afton era, and post-Purple Guy. In that episode, we dug hard into the last chunk, trying to figure out the recent history with things like FNAF VR and Security Breach. But even trickier is the first chunk, the Foundation of Freddy's. You see, at this point, we all have a general basic knowledge of the games, right? Kids die, animatronics get possessed, all that good stuff. But here, that foundational stuff right at the beginning, that's the murkiest, because honestly, there's not a lot that's immediately clear that we can go off of. Sure, there's a couple of lines from Phone Guy, maybe a sentence or two from the novels, but otherwise, it seems to be about it. How did William Afton and Henry Emily start working together? Were they rivals? Why did Afton start killing in the first place? Was Fredbear's Family Diner truly the first location?
These are all a lot of questions that, like, it's nice to know the answer to, but definitely is not going to get answered properly. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, it's watching a movie and then watching the sequel prequel. Right? And it's like, okay, some of these are answered, but you really think that they're going to sit down and tell you, like, go through the details of how William and Henry met together?
These are questions that seem important for us to answer, and honestly, if you're looking at where the timeline of Five Nights at Freddy's really begins, it's with those sorts of questions. The only problem is that the answers just might not exist anywhere in the canon yet. Or so I initially thought, which brings us to today's episode. I suspect that there may be a way to answer some, if not all of those questions using a mix of evidence from the game.
The question of, was Fredbear's Diner really the first one, is so much of like a thing. So much of I don't know. It's trying so hard. So hard.
Games, the books, and real-life lore. In the process, I
just take the information that you have, you fuck.
think it'll help us get a better understanding of William Afton's motives, while also outlining a
man straight up is the same kind of person that's like, man, I know we're getting married, like, right the fuck now, and he's gonna look out, and it's gonna be the audience of his family and friends, and be like, Stephanie, but, like, why do you love me? What is the reason that you love me? You know? Where and why has the love come from? That's that bitch. This is this guy.
A rough sequence of events that'll ultimately help place locations and other things when
Stephanie
I tackle the full
like,
timeline of the series
it
next
happens,
week.
bro.
And all of it hinges on one thing: a set of obscure secondary characters named the Mediocre Melodies.
Mediocre
For
Melodies!
Elephant, Ned Bear, Pig Patch, Happy Frog, and of course, Mr. Hippo.
Sometimes a story is just a story. You try to read into every little thing and find meaning in everything anyone says, you'll just drive yourself crazy.
Yeah, I know, Mr. Hippo. I get it. That has been leveled at me more times than I can count. Yeah. But I think in this case, we actually didn't read into you enough. You see, when the Mediocres were first introduced in Pizzeria Simulator, we, as the community, largely dismissed them. And why wouldn't we? This is a game where you're pulling animatronics out of a dumpster. Trash and the gang are literally made of garbage. Why would we think that some random barnyard-themed characters would be worth our attention when there was already so much established lore inside of the thing? We beat the game, we solved the lore, we moved on. Then Ultimate Custom Night released, and there they were again. It was strange to see him fill so many slots, but I don't know, there was also Trash in the Gang, and Music Man! Other random pulls from the character deep cuts, so maybe it was just Scott trying to fill out the roster. But then something unexpected happened. Well, they were mostly treated as a joke. If you died to them, every once in a while they'd give voice to the most important character and mystery from the game. The one you shouldn't have killed, Cassidy.
We've only just begun. I will never let you leave. I will never let you rest.
It was a huge revelation, and the lines that they spoke ultimately helped us to determine that Custom Night was William Afton's endless torment at the hands of the spirits inside the Golden Freddy suit. But again, none of us ever stopped to consider why them? Why these characters?
Why me? Why you want to marry me? And he'll be at his actual fucking wedding.
Why were they the ones that Cassidy was choosing to speak through? Why
to know
are
who Cassidy
they
is? Not
here?
at all.
Well, after doing a lot of research for the grand overall timeline,
Cassidy's not an important character.
The
You're fine,
Mediocre Melodies were Henry's creation from a time before he and William started working together. When the two men merged their ideas together to form one company, the Mediocres became temporary characters at Fredbear's Family Diner before eventually being retired and largely forgotten. Oh yeah! That is a
wait.
long
Sorry, hold on.
William. I think I know. The mediocre melodies were Henry's creation from a time before he and William started working together. When the two men merged their ideas together to form one company, the mediocres became temporary characters at Fredbear's Family Diner before eventually being retired and largely forgotten.
Okay, but why Henry specifically and not just
That is a lot of
William?
big swings that I'm making with some massive assumptions. So let's just rewind and take it one step at a time, shall we? First, how do we know that the mediocre melodies belong to Henry? Well, let's just look at their design. It's very simple. They're similar to the Endo 01 designs from the FNAF 1 animatronics, but even more rudimentary, with less flexible joints and less complex wiring. But the important point here is that for each one, the upper jaw and the lower jaw are entirely separate, operating using a very basic hinge towards the back of the head, or two metal bars that slide up and down along the side. And you see, that right there is what tells us they belong to Henry. Well, there are plenty of animatronics that fall into a nebulous zone of who designed them. There are a few pieces of tech that we can definitely trace back to their original creator. The Funtime animatronics, for instance, definitely came from Afton. Not only were they designed with the intent of luring and capturing children, something that just doesn't jive.
Hello! Dragon, thank you so much for taking your folks on tour. Hello there. Nice to see you. And hello, Taurus. My name is Lily Bell. I love to travel, but I suck at geography. Thank you so much. How was your stream? Can we shout out Ice Blue Dragon, please? I need to see what they were streaming. Today is my Funathon day 17. As you can see, we've gotten through a lot of days of doing some Funathon stuff. All the rules are in the middle bottom. The timer's on the bottom left. And the every 2 hours exchanged is a spin on the wheel. We're 80 out of 120 minutes for that. But right now, we're doing a bunch of FNAF lore. We're hoping that today is the last day of going through all the FNAF lore because we've been doing it since the very beginning of Matt Pat's series on it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah. Glitchy Fox. That's... Dude, sorry. After going through, like, the FNAF stuff, I'm like, Glitchy Fox? Oh, how was Dead by Daylight? Oh my god, you're right. Baby does look like Kietis. And it's a fucking ice cream. I played Dead by Daylight the other day. It was fun. I'm glad. Are you excited for the Nicolas Cage thing? I can't wait to see the full lobbies of Nicolas Cage, dude. When is that supposed to come out anyways? I need to start planning. I'm not good at Dead by Daylight. I just play it. July? Oh, man. July is going to be hefty. Oh, July is going to be crazy, dude.
With Henry, but the blueprints...
Yeah, well, I hope everybody has a great time. That's new information. What's new information? Oh, the Nick Cage stuff? Yeah. All right, so we have to get going because we're trying to get we're trying to push all of this in before Axel leaves for his holiday, since Axel was the one that requested this specific goal that we had met to go through the FNAF lore. So we're gonna try to push this in, but I hope you guys enjoy. If any of you guys know any FNAF things, super cool. If you don't worry, you're on the same boat as me. I don't play the games or anything. Everything I learned is now from YouTube. Let's go.
Have Afton Robotics.
Thank you so much once again for taking your folks on tour. Thank you.
Sound Illusion Discs, another Afton creation considering the backs of them are stamped with his company name as we see in the graphic novels. But the one I'm most interested in today is Lefty, the animatronic designed by Henry used to capture his daughter the puppet during FNAF 6. That was clearly not an Afton project. This was purely Henry's doing in secret. So, knowing that, did you happen to notice the two straight metal rods in the schematics with the jaw fully detached from the top of the head? It's an exact match for the design of Happy Frog. It's a Henry signature.
Okay, all right.
But why does that matter? Well, the designs of the mediocres also perfectly match up to the first generation of Freddy, Foxy, Bonnie, and Chica. We know that the Wizards were the earliest form of our core 4 animatronics. These were the ones that had children stuffed inside of them and got possessed. They outright tell us this fact in Ultimate Custom Night.
I was the first. I have seen everything.
Okay, that's in reference to something else. Don't continue to use the same thing just to reference multiple things. You're not necessarily... That doesn't really count. You know what I mean?
But have you ever stopped to look at how the Wizards were constructed? They use the exact same techniques as the mediocre melodies. They have a full separation between the tops of their head and their jaws. Withered Freddy and Foxy both have the
It is the same? So, how do you know, right? Chica's like, I was the first. I've seen everything. Now you've already used that as the reference to say that Susie, who's in Chica, quote unquote, is the first to have died. But now it's like, I'm a withered. I was the first. I've seen everything. Okay, you know what? Fair.
In the back.
Forget it. At this point, we're just gonna go with it. I mean, I guess it's like, okay, so Susie being the first was put into that animatronic or whatever.
Like we see with Pig Patch, and Withered Chica follows the Happy Frog and Lefty model with bars in the jaw to aid in opening and closing the mouth. Think this is just
bars in the jar, bars in the jar jar.
Just a coincidence? Look at Chica in other games. Chica in FNAF 1, a fundamentally different design. Funtime Chica, definitely not. Toy Chica, nope. The only other time we see this sort of fully separated head design for animatronics is with the FNAF 6 Rockstar animatronics. Ones that, again, we know were built by Henry as part of his plan to lure everyone back to his pizzeria trap. In short, the animatronic design seems to be giving us a timeline of events. The Mediocres and Withereds were built by Henry early in the timeline of the games. Eventually, Afton starts to influence the designs more and more until Henry comes back to design the robots that were used for his pizzeria trap. But again, I ask, why does any of this matter? Isn't this just a minor detail? Me looking for connections where they don't really matter? No. Knowing that the Withereds and the Mediocres share a design seems like it might help explain another part of the lore, Happiest Day. In FNAF 3's Happiest Day minigame, we walk past children wearing masks that match the coloring and rough shape of the Mediocres. Pink pig, green frog, purple hippo, orange elephant, blue okay, not all of them match. But here's the thing, I'm not the one pointing that detail out. This is actually coming from Scott Cawthon himself. In the Five Nights at Freddy's Ultimate Guide, the character description for each mediocre melody calls this out as something worth noting. Quote, it's unconfirmed, but a child in the FNAF 3 Happiest Day minigame appears to be wearing a happy frog mask.
It says it's unconfirmed. Why would he say it's unconfirmed? This entire book is supposed to be of like confirmed things, no?
Orville mask, Mr. Hippo mask. Every single entry mentions this specific detail. Seems like an odd fan theory to call so much attention to. And remember, Happiest Day is an exact recreation of the FNAF 4 pizzeria. We enter at the stage where Crying Child's bitten, we pass 3 tables, there's a bit of a gap, and then the final birthday table for the cake that's gonna set Crying Child's soul free. It seems to suggest that at some point the mediocre melodies existed in one version of the restaurant right alongside Freddy, Foxy, Bonnie, and Chica. But how could all that be? Well, it's easier than you might think. In the story The Puppet Carver, we read about the Pizza Playground, a restaurant that seems to predate or be a competitor to Freddy's. And in it, we see that the franchise uses very rudimentary animatronics that break down a lot. There's a pig with a banjo, an off-brand bear named Baron Von Bear, and an unknown bird animatronic. It's the mediocre melodies, guys. Pig Patch, Ned Bear, and hold on, there's no bird in the mediocre melodies. Unless, of course, we're talking about Chica. What this story seems to heavily suggest is that Chica started at a different pizza franchise and eventually crossed over into Freddy's, becoming popular enough to eventually join the core 4. Also working at that pizza playground is a talented creator named Porter, someone who seems to have the ability to make wood-based animatronics come to life. In short, it's the book's stand-in for Henry. Henry may not be the most technologically advanced creator out there, but whatever he creates contains this certain X factor about it, a spark of life. It's how he's able to create endoskeletons out of nothing but wood. No power, no nothing, just wood and a childlike imagination. This, I think, starts to give us an important piece in the puzzle. Afton was the business guy, a tech bro who was smart and could build machines able to mimic voices and transform and launch giant claws out of their stomachs for no apparent reason. But it was Henry who had the pure love of his craft, that intangible thing that just couldn't be replicated, and it drove Afton crazy. In the Silver Eyes novel,
probably why it seems like all the... No, that's not true. Okay. Yeah. Never mind.
we read a bit about Afton's old journals, that they were, quote, full of raving paranoia. Passages about Henry that ranged from wild jealousy to near worship, which now gets us moving towards a motive. You see, one thing that I kept getting stuck on in the building of a timeline was the question of why. Why does Afton kill? And out of everyone, why does he kill Henry's daughter, Charlie, specifically? She is one of, if not the first victim of the entire series. So why does Afton do it? Just because he's evil? Just because he's drunk from the bar at Junior's? No, I think Afton both loved and hated his business partner. He admired him and his magic, but also despised him for his success. This contradiction starts to point us to Afton's motive for murder. It also finally helps give us a framework for the early parts of their story. Loyal theorists, let me now point us to the most obvious place that we should have been looking for lore this entire time, the history of the Chuck E. Cheese franchise. Because in a game all about animatronic pizza restaurants, why would we not look to see what creative inspiration Scott might have gotten from the real-life franchise that started it all? I am so dumb. It took me researching an episode over on food theory to finally realize that I should have at least considered this at some point during the last 7 years of solving FNAF.
I didn't know that you were such a big FNAF fan either.
Anyway, I did exactly that, and what I learned was enlightening, to say the least. You see, what we now know of as Chuck E. Cheese actually started as the product of a feud between two rival animatronic pizza restaurants.
GM is now boarding. Welcome to Louisville Air. Hope you have a safe and enjoyable flight.
Pizza Time was founded by a smart businessman who wanted to recreate Disneyland's country.
Which is all FNAF, which is just a bunch of FNAF things. You just eat FNAF lore because you like FNAF. Or you like FNAF due to eating so much of its lore.
Bear Jamboree. In the end, their onstage show wound up soulless and had no solid theme. Showbiz Pizza, meanwhile, had a creator who built better robotic attractions.
Wait, hold on.
Disneyland's countries. Pizza Time was founded by a smart businessman who wanted to recreate Disneyland's Country Bear Jamboree. In the end, their onstage show wound up soulless and had no solid theme. Showbiz Pizza, meanwhile, had a creator who built better robotic attractions that were full of life. They also had a solid theme.
Okay, but as for why it made people get mad at game theory, it had people swarming Chuck E. Cheese's for the lore. That's kind of funny. This is not the one time that that's happened.
Where everyone had southern accents and a lot of charm. I mean, just watch the clips and the difference is immediately clear.
I want to see.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. You get it?
See, we're all up here on the stage, and we can all turn, go around a big circle together. See, like this, our feet aren't screwed to the floor or bolted down. We can move. We got more moves than a can of worm. And then that old 1-2 Billy Bob can come up there and stick his old ugly mug in your face.
Dude, the way that, like, can you imagine hearing that at Chuck E. Cheese? Yeah, a little old Billy Bob can go and stick his ugly mug in your face. That's so funny.
The battle between these two real-life pizza places, these two men, sounds a lot like the battle between William and Henry, a smart businessman who wanted to riff off Disney's Bear Show versus a talented artist that was building animatronics with actual life and good southern accents.
I was just waiting for you to drop your guard.
Even small details of the real-life story map nicely onto the games, like the fact that these pizza places had small cabaret stages off to the side for extra acts to get added later, just like how Foxy stands alone in Pirate Cove. A separate act that we see was the last one added to the core group of 4. In real life, Pizza Time Theater, the one I most associate with William Afton, went heavily into debt and was forced to merge with Showbiz Pizza. That meant that, at least for a while, all the animatronics existed under one roof, but because the characters from Pizza Time were stronger for branding, specifically Chuck E. Cheese, that's the ones that they ultimately moved forward with. I suspect that something similar happened in the games. William's bear-themed restaurant went heavily in debt. He gets saved by his rival Henry, and the two merged their restaurants together to create Fazbear Entertainment. Chica, a mediocre melody, officially joins Fredbear's cast of friends, and the rest are slowly...
I mean, not technically a mediocre... Well, actually, maybe it is a mediocre melody. They just don't put it in there because they've already been merged.
Phased out to obscurity, and William, angry and bitter, never truly lives down the humiliation of his failure, prompting him to lash out in a drunken rage against Charlie one night behind the pizzeria. This feels right to me, to set up William as more than just an evil purple guy. This flow of events actually gives him a reason to want to kill, a motive. It also aligns with a lot of the interviews that Steel Wool Studios has been doing recently. J-Top.
I want to just say something real quick. Not all killers have a correct motive. Some of them are just insane.
Creative director at Steel Wool recently acknowledged how important it is for your horror villain to be an actual, fully fleshed out, tragic character.
Try not to set out to make a cool looking villain, you know, go make a monster that have a reason for it. Look at like anthology horror. Here's somebody doing something really, really bad. Like they murdered someone. Something happens, often ironically, that then comes back to bite them. A creature is created.
Bite?
A situation
like the
created,
bite of 87?
They're judged and they get their just desserts. Every big, horror icon essentially fits that structure in a way. Why is Freddy Krueger popular? Well, it's a revenge story, isn't it? Miss Voorhees, it's a revenge story. These aren't just like these supernatural forces that came out of nowhere to just hurt people and punish people. They were results of other wrongdoing.
William Afton, if I'm right, follows this exact pattern. His jealousy over Henry's skill causes him to lash out, which in turn dominoes to him building the very robots that'll eventually take Elizabeth and his crying child son away from him. The other thing that this mediocre melody timing issue may help explain is Cassidy's death. In the Fazbear Frights books, there's Andrew, who's basically the book stand-in for Cassidy. I know we're always supposed to take things in the books with a grain of salt, but Andrew here is an—
You have never, ever taken anything from the books with a grain of salt. Ever.
angry spirit that keeps William's soul tethered to a hellish purgatory so it can be punished again and again and again. He's also known to have had his body stuffed inside of Golden Freddy, so really the connections between the two
He's
aren't
also
subtle,
possibly
but
known
Andrew
for
has
that.
two unusual details about him. First, he wears an alligator mask. Second, and even more strangely, it's repeatedly made clear that his soul is attached not to an animatronic or an endoskeleton or anything like that, but to a battery pack, of all things. Now that is unusual. He's stuffed into Golden Freddy, but his soul is in a battery pack. Where in this franchise do we see animatronics using battery packs, let alone off-brand
I thought that his soul was just stuck to another evil soul.
animals using battery packs? Oh wait, it's the mediocre melodies. Could they possibly have been around during the missing children's incident? Yes. Given what we already talked about with the Generation 1 Freddy, Foxy, Bonnie, and Chica matching the designs of the mediocre melodies, it's certainly possible. We also see that the Golden Freddy suit has the same Henry style of design. In both the Fazbear Frights illustrations as well as FNAF 4's minigames, we see that Golden Freddy has the separated jaw controlled by two straight bars, just like Lefty and just like Happy Frog. And last but certainly not least, we come all the way back around to the point that I started this whole episode with. Cassidy speaks through them, of all characters. Not through Golden Freddy, not through Fredbear, through the mediocre melodies, the animatronics with a battery pack. Just thought it was an interesting series of connections. So anyway, those were some stray observations that I've been kicking around about the mediocres. What do you think? Do they have greiter lore importance to the story than we initially thought?
That's
or...
even funnier. It says Game Theory FNAF The Origins of Evil. I thought it would be worse. The mediocre melodies, I wouldn't say even at the, it could be the origin, you're right, but there's no evil here.
Or are they just meant to be a joke? Am I just falling victim to everything that Mr. Hippo warned me against? Let me know down in the comments below now, because this is your last chance for them to affect the final FNAF timeline for 2022. Our interpretation of all the events in the series up to now. That episode will be coming in the next week or two. I swear, I am not putting it off anymore. We are gonna plow through this thing to the very end. We have gotta finish it. Gotta finish it, Matt. You've gotta finish it. You're so close. Just do it. So make sure you subscribe to know when that one is uploaded, and in the meantime, remember, stay hydrated. I appreciate that today's theory might be a lot to swallow. Fortunately, you can wash it down with help from today's sponsor, Air Up. In the FNAF world, smell is usually a bad thing. It's the kind of thing that you can get fired for. But Air Up, today we end the torment. 19 books.
Was it 2 months later? Was it 2 months later?
Done it.
Was 2 months later.
Today
okay.
we end the torment. 19 books, 11 games.
But he said the truth. He didn't upload another FNAF theory until this one came out, so good for him.
8 whole years, all leading to this moment.
When is the airline getting its first
FNAF
possessed
timeline is
animatronic?
finally complete. The pieces are in place for us. Now all we have to do is put this story of tragedy, jealousy, and loss back together. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the show that feels like a kid revealing the class project that he's been working on all year. Except here, it's the class project that I've been working on for the past decade of my life. This one is big, my friends, and I gotta admit, kinda nervous. I haven't attempted a timeline video on this franchise since 2018.
I feel like that's all the time. It's interesting why he chose to do a timeline video now when, like, you know, not everything is out. They're already waiting for another thing in July. But I can't believe this is 3 months ago. I'm actually caught up. This is so weird.
Back in the days when Mike was the crying child, Afton coming back was actually a surprise, and Fazgoo wasn't a phrase I'd ever thought I'd have to utter. But since the last time I did something like this, we've had 3 more massive games, the death and revival of the FNAF movie, and more robot kids than you can shake a staff bot at. It is exhausting trying to keep track of this whole franchise, which honestly is why I'm here today. The lore at this point is complicated. It is full of speculation and theory, so to hopefully make it a little easier for everyone and to to give us all a
after
baseline to
FNAF
talk about this
2.
franchise moving forward into the future, it's time to reveal my current working FNAF timeline. But just before I do, I just want to explain a couple of things. First, this timeline is massive. Seriously, it is huge. This thing towers over any video project we have ever done on the channel.
Hello, Astray. Hello, Astray. Hi. How are you? Thank you so much for taking your folks on tour. Hello, tourists. My name is Lilybell. I love to travel, but I suck at geography. And today is my Funathon Day 17. We're going through the entire FNAF lore. We've only got a few episodes left of the rest of this FNAF lore. 4 episodes exactly, including this one. Hello. Thank you so much for raiding. How was... Okay, the bot wants to be broken. What did you play? Thank you so much. I hope whatever your stream was great, and I hope I hope everybody enjoys their time here. Sorry, we're kind of pushing through it because we're on a tight schedule to get through these FNAF lores. But the movie and the DLC definitely destroys the timeline. Like at this point, every single thing is gonna destroy the timeline, right? It's all on purpose at this point. It's never supposed to be an actual full fun thing. Dead Island, how did that go?
Channel. But when you look at the totality of this
so
franchise, the
much.
story of
Thank
FNAF
you.
really
And
boils
hello,
down
Aaron
to the
Reed.
story
Hi
of
there.
one man, William Afton. His successes, his failures, his rise to becoming co-owner of one of the most successful restaurant franchises in the world, and his
fun. I'm
eventual
glad you had a
fall
really
to the
good
monsters
time.
he helped to create, only to then be reborn in a new digital form later. That's why I've decided to split this timeline into 3 main chunks. The foundation of Freddy's, how the business started and how it came into being, the Afton era, William's decades-long murder
much for
spree,
rating
and
once again. I
post-Purple
hope
Guy.
you guys enjoy
Basically
your
modern
time
FNAF,
with
everything
FNAF
that
lore
happens
here.
after the
We're
Pizzeria
going through the
Simulator
FNAF
fire.
lore
And
together.
because there are lots of new big revelations in this thing that seemingly come out of nowhere, as well as just points I want to talk
That's
about
all
further,
of
I
your
decided
theories.
to
That's
dedicate
okay.
1 episode to each chunk. I originally wanted it to be one seamless, continuous video, but it just felt incomplete without some sort of explanation at the end of each one. Once this whole thing's done, I promise I'm gonna merge all the narrative bits into one massive video so you can just skip my explanations. But for now, this just felt like the best, most satisfying, most complete way to do this. That being said, this
Okay, but like imagine FNAF, but it's like Phasmophobia type. So you walk around Freddy Fazbear's, okay, and you like come up to them, and then not like you come up to them with a little like recorder and everything, and they like speak to you through the recorder, and that's how you find out more lore. Imagine.
is still about the story, the broad strokes of the franchise. So in order to make sure that you guys know that I'm not just pulling answers out of thin air, not only am I discussing some of the more controversial bits at the end of each chunk, we're also putting in a handy little graphic.
And then you walk around and you pick up little like, you speak through Ouija board and you pick up little scraps of paper here and there, but it's just like going through the Freddy Fazbear stuff, and then you have to like put in your journal, all right, which one of the kids it is. Ooh, interesting. You have to put in your journal which one of the kids you think it is. And that's how you figure out slowly all the different kids and their stories. Holy shit.
In the bottom
This
left-hand
is
corner of the
so
screen,
far
which will
the
show
final
thumbnails,
timeline.
video
Yeah, the first
titles,
episode of the
books, and
final
any other
timeline.
citations that we need throughout the video. So if you wish to understand that specific statement in more detail, you know exactly where we've taken it from. That way you can look into those details for yourself. So sit back, grab some popcorn, or your pitchforks if you're the type to get upset when I say something controversial, and make sure that you subscribe, since this is going to be a video that you're going to want to come back to a few times in order to fully dissect. Without any more waiting, I present to you the story of a loving, obsessive father who slowly descended into madness, and along the way discovered the secret to eternal life. Our story begins not in the 1980s, or even in the 1970s, but all the way back in the 1930s. It was the throes of the Great Depression, and people were in desperate need of cheap entertainment.
This seems like an actual, okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's watch this movie. Let's go. This is a documentary now.
Especially in Utah, one of the states hit hardest, 4th highest unemployment in the nation, and full of transients. People looking for work in Salt Lake, finding none, and ultimately moving on to find their fortunes out in California. People were tired and they were hungry, but as they traveled, there was one thing that could lift their spirits. A simple roadside attraction called Fredbear's Singin' Show. The ads were plastered all over town, featuring an animated bear drawn in the popular pie-eyed cartoon style for characters at the time. He resembled cartoons like Mickey Mouse, Felix the Cat, Betty Boop. It immediately immediately said that this, Fredbear's, was a place where you could bring the family. And the price, honestly, couldn't be beat. For 50 cents, you could get food and entertainment as you watched the local trained real-life dance.
I'm pretty convinced that 50 cents at that time was really expensive, but I'm enjoying this so far, yeah.
Dancing bear perform on stage. Normally, you only got to see dancing bears at large traveling circuses like Barnum and Bailey, where the tickets would go for about $1. That's $1 without food. But this was a smaller show, like the type from the Von Brothers or the Robbins Brothers, where tickets would sell for just a mere 50 cents. Watching that bear do tricks on stage brought a glimmer of joy at a time when so much was wrong with the world. The simple show would go on for years, bringing happiness to
This is actually also true during the Depression is when a lot of entertainment come out, because that is like the one thing that everybody needs while everything else is depressing around them, is a little bit of escapism. Take VTubers and, you know, the rise to the past few years.
Hundreds of travelers passing through looking for a quick meal, but it left a permanent impression on one little boy, capturing his imagination in a way that nothing else had. One little boy named Billy. That was his nickname at least, but his parents liked to call him William Afton. The bear could dance, it could sing. For decades, William dreamed of recreating that moment of bringing a musical bear to life, but
Dude, he's
how?
really
William
going
was smart,
through the
without a
narration
doubt,
with the
and he had a
drama
keen
and
mind
everything.
for business, but he wasn't the most creative. How do you make a singing, dancing bear come to life? The best he could do was using rudimentary costumes. William was inspired by the work of Walt Disney, who throughout the 50s and 60s was pioneering the use of mascot suits throughout his theme park. The big innovation? Suits with 5 fingers. This allowed the performers wearing the suits to use their natural arms and hands to interact with the guests, as opposed to the older models where the arms would just hang limply by their sides. Finally, with a simple mascot suit, he would be able to realize his childhood dream. He would be able to bring Fredbear to life. To appeal to the kids, and for copyright reasons, he changed Fredbear from a realistic brown animal to a cartoonish yellow bear with a purple hat and bow tie. But feeling like one character wasn't enough, he added another friend, a yellow rabbit with a purple vest and matching tie named Bonnie the Bunny. While Fredbear was certainly his first love, Bonnie was extra special because that was his. It was an original character that he had created from scratch. And I do mean scratch. William's hand-sewn costumes were rough with seams and stitches visibly showing, but it was the best that he could do. And you know what? It was just enough. Bonnie and Fredbear would perform on stage to small but enthusiastic crowds. Finally, he was able to deliver fantasy and fun to all the kids, delighting and inspiring them in the exact way that he had been delighted and inspired so many years ago. And things could have ended there. That could have been the end to his story. It could have been perfect had it not been for one thing. Other people saw the success of his idea and they wanted in. Enter Chica's Party World, a rival restaurant starring performing animal characters. His idea, except they did it better. William may have been the first, but obviously he wasn't the best.
That's a good reminder. You don't have to be the worst. You just have to be the better.
It hurt the prideful William Afton to admit it, but this restaurant was able to do the thing that he always wanted to do, make the animals actually come to life. All of the performers in this restaurant were robots, simple metal skeletons that were powered by battery packs, but all of them able to freely turn and talk and dance on their own, no human required. It was like magic that came from the mind of a brilliant creator named Henry Emily. This Henry, in some small way, had been able to harness the
Henry Emily. Okay. We're gonna stick with that last name, right?
power of life itself.
It does.
Afton admired it. He was
kinda,
jealous, to be
Daryl.
sure, but he also looked upon this man
I
with
watched
awe.
a Funk Man
Off to one
too.
side of Chica's party world was a small cabaret stage featuring an elephant magician. On the other, a hippo known to ramble on and on. That one was more of a joke for the parents, but it was the main stage that was for the kids. A rocking band of characters featuring a yellow chicken thing with a southern drawl named Chica, backed by a band of other country-themed characters, including a pig with a banjo, an upbeat frog from the local swimming hole, and a brown bear with a heavy southern accent. Wait, a bear? But bears were his animals. Why not a cow or a horse? Something to fit the country theme a bit better. Why'd it have to be a bear? And adding insult to injury, they had the nerve to call this thing Ned Bear, a direct copy of his own Fredbear.
Whoops, that's gonna leave a mark.
No, that was not okay. Afton's jealous admiration turned to hardened bitterness. A bitterness that would only grow over the next couple of years as families continued to choose Chica's party world over Fredbear's. William just couldn't compete with the the appeal of the robots. Eventually, his restaurant would go bankrupt, only to get bailed out by, of course, Henry Emily. Another insult, another humiliation that William wouldn't soon forget.
No!
1979.
No!
Despite being bitter, Afton couldn't deny that what came next was a period of massive success and expansion. With the two franchises now merged into one, it was the best of both worlds. Afton's ideas with Henry's robotic expertise. The two men decided to launch under a new name, Fredbear's Family Diner, a pizza chain that would eventually come to feature a mix of humans in performing suits as well as on-stage animatronics. They decided to stick with Fredbear as the headliner, considering the yellow bear was easily identifiable as a brand and because he was the original performing animal mascot. Afton appreciated that. This new restaurant would also see a mix of characters as the two franchises merged into one, with Pig Patch and Happy Frog performing right alongside Fredbear and Bonnie. And as part of this one big Fredbear family, they even got themselves official merch that were released, ranging from masks to magnets.
The crappy Mr. Hippo fridge magnet?
I am sorry, Gregory.
That said, not all the characters were winners. The reception to some characters was just mediocre, so they faded away into the dumpster, storage units, and retro budget tech stores of lost nostalgia, waiting for their chance to step back into the limelight if and when a headliner went out of commission. Others, though, would fare much better, like a new Pirate Fox, as well as a blue stores of lost nostalgia, waiting for their chance to step back.
Where's this from? Where's this from? Blah, 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 blah. Nothing to do with anything relevant to the blah, blah, blah. What is this?
Back into the limelight if and when a headliner went out of commission. Others, though, would fare much better, like a new Pirate Fox, as well as a blue guitar-playing variant of the yellow Bonnie Bunny. Ultimately, the franchise would get so big, it would spawn its own cartoon show, Fredbear and Friends. Business was booming. In the end, Fredbear and Bonnie's popularity would be so strong that they would be able to support the Fredbear's Family Diner franchise all on their own, while also spinning off a new sister location dedicated to their friends. In 1983, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza launched, giving a dedicated home to all this new supporting cast of characters. Chica the Chicken, Bonnie the Blue Bunny, Foxy the Pirate, and of course the headliner, a brown Freddy Fazbear. Business was good, and Afton was happy, mostly. It did bother him that the one original character that he created, the one that he himself played, Golden Bonnie, got passed over for inclusion in that cartoon show. The only character in the roster of regulars to get ignored for the show, but other than that, things were going smoothly. He had himself a wife, 2 sons, a daughter, he had a thriving business, and best of all, he was able to learn the craft of robotics from the man that he both loved and hated, Henry. Together, they were constantly pushing the limits of what these characters could do. Because it was quick and easy, new characters introduced into the roster would be given a simple hand-sewn suit with 5 fingers that any performer could wear. Eventually, Henry would design one of his signature animatronics for that character, utilizing a divided mouth with either a hinged or sliding jaw design. This was the first generation of animatronics. But why stop there? Afton had big ideas. What if the animatronics weren't just locked to the stage, but could freely roam the restaurant and interact with the kids? What if his mascot suits could become animatronics? What if you could use more than just rigid metallic skeletons? Why not experiment with tubes and wires that would give the animatronics fluidity and flexibility while still providing structure? The possibilities for this technology were endless. Afton fell in love with robotics. He had started with a dream of bringing one simple singing bear to life, but with robots, he had stumbled across the tools that gave him the ability to control life itself. And thanks to Henry, he was practically speedrunning his way to an engineering degree. And while William wouldn't admit it out loud, one other thing that kept pushing him forward was the desire to beat his former rival, to prove himself smarter and more capable, to surpass the man who everyone else considered to be a visionary genius. But pride cometh before the fall, and tragedy was about to.
Honestly, this really is having a lot of the like theories where you're just like, okay, you know that this is still technically theory. This whole like rivalry and jealousy thing is still technically all theory, right? But I like it. I like, and you know what? I'll have to admit also, if I didn't watch some of the other videos, some of this would just be over my head. You know what I mean?
Strike. Okay, so that brings us to the end of part 1 of the story. That said, at the end of each of these chunks, I want to break down some of the logical leaps that I made, since the more narrative format doesn't give me much of a chance to justify a lot of the big decisions. And admittedly, there are some large leaps in here. Let's just start off with Fredbear's Singing Show, shall we? We know, based on the retro poster that was hidden in Security Breach, that at least at one point, Fredbear was an actual bear. And like I called out in that narrative segment, dancing bear shows were a real form of entertainment. The only problem is that timing timing-wise, none of our main characters would be the people in charge of that business in the 30s and a series of pizza restaurants in the 80s without him just being extremely old. Best case scenario, if Afton's running the singing show when he's 18, that still puts him at nearly 70 when the first pizzeria
You know
opens.
what? Yeah, this is part one. You know, I don't need to, I feel like at this point, I don't need to know. I don't. We're moving on. I want the cohesive storyline.
Hello, Internet.
I want the
Welcome
cohesive
to
thing.
Game Theory, and officially page 7 of the FNAF timeline script. Last time we covered the origins of Freddy's. We talked about William Afton's
Give me
childhood dream
cohesion.
project of making a singing bear come to life, and the infuriating moment that his dream is copied by a rival restaurant franchise looking to steal away his success. The merger of the two franchises results in William meeting Henry, a brilliant designer with a knack for robotics. Working together, they make Fredbear's flourish, spawning popular Saturday morning cartoon shows, toy lines, and spin-off restaurants under the Fazbear name. When last we left him, Afton was thriving, the world of robotics opening his eyes to new and exciting ways of bringing characters to life. Bringing things to life, yeah, that was his core driving force, his passion. And it was this very passion that would mutate, twist, and morph from here on out in the story. Because with life, there is inevitably death. Something that Afton would become intimately familiar
All those
with.
details
But before
matter in
Afton
the
acquaints
end.
himself with death, I want you to take some time to
kind of
acquaint
already
yourself
is-
with our
okay.
newest channel. So I know the fashion industry. I was better able
What?
to
What?
the channel. Drum roll, please. Style theory, where we're looking at the science, math, psychology, history, and
That's actually very interesting. That's genuinely interesting.
mystery. I would for us to say head to death everyday stuff, starting with the killer heel.
If game theory, if the theories ever create like movie theory, that's what I want. I want to be a movie theorist.
Episode art can be our part. 1983,
Okay, let's go.
business was booming with 2 whole restaurant franchises running, Fredbear's Family Diner and the newly opened Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Together, William and Henry had been able to take the hybrid suit idea and make it into a reality. They called their new invention the Springlock suit, and fittingly enough, it was symbolic of the partnership between these two men, a human suit as designed by William that could become a freestanding Henry-style
Film
robot.
theory?
But
Is there-
because it was still new tech with kinks to work
Oh,
out,
Film
the
Theory
rollout
is a
was
second
limited,
channel? Oh,
restricted
fuck,
only
never
to the
mind.
Fredbear's
Dang.
Family Diner location. All of this meant that William was busier than ever. He didn't have time to be a full-time parent, so he designed a nanny cam system where cameras and speakers were hidden throughout the neighborhood, as well as in his youngest son's favorite toy, Psychic Friend Fredbear. I mean, plushy Fredbear. But since cameras just weren't enough
you
to raise
mean
a
Lonely
kid, he
Freddy.
also left childcare duties to his eldest son, Michael. There was just one problem with that. Michael was far from the best babysitter. He tormented his younger brother by jump-scaring him with
Wait,
a fox.
wait, where's the-
That
Hold
could
on.
be really enough, it was symbolic of the partnership between these two men. A human suit as designed by William that could become a freestanding Henry-style robot. But because it was still new tech with kinks to work out, the rollout was limited, restricted only to the Fredbear's Family Diner location. All of this meant that William was busier than ever. He didn't have time to be a full-time parent, so he designed a nanny cam system where cameras and speakers were hidden throughout the neighborhood.
Okay.
He tormented his younger brother by jump-scaring him with a foxy mask and constantly left him behind. William watched all of it from his cameras. Kids would be kids. Tomorrow was another day, after all. Except Michael's torment didn't stop.
The sucky part is at this point, he doesn't say anything about the mom and the daughter who are obviously missing from this part of the story so far.
Bitter, angry thoughts would run through Michael's mind. Why did he have to be the one to take care of this whining crybaby all the time? It just wasn't fair. It was time that he got even with his brother by playing the ultimate prank. A prank that just so happened to be on this crying child's birthday. He and his friends would take his scared little brother and make him do the one thing that he was terrified of doing, getting close to the animatronics. That would be embarrassing for the kid that was such an embarrassment to him. His brother squirmed.
So you're just not going to answer why he got scared to it so much? Or is it because of, like, you're not going to talk about why he loves the Fredbear show, but is scared of the animatronics?
Screamed, kicked, and fought, but just as they were putting that small, squirming boy up to Fredbear's lips, the mouth snapped shut. The sensitive spring locks inside the body had been triggered by the boy's movements, and they'd immediately clamped down. The wriggling stopped. The boy went limp, but it was just a prank. It was meant to be funny. The boy was taken to the hospital and was immediately given an IV. Flowers and pills filled the nightstand next to his hospital bed, but the damage was too severe. He couldn't recover. As the younger brother's consciousness began to fade, he could hear Michael's last words, a small and flimsy apology. But his father, Williams, through the voice of the Fredbear plush, were a firm and committed promise to a dying son. You're broken. I will put you back together. This would not be the end. No matter what, Williams' son would live again. It would just take time. Time that, right now, he just didn't have. His young son's heart flatlined as the boy faded into the inky unknown of the afterlife. In the aftermath of the tragedy, changes started happening around the restaurants. Kids were now required to wear security wristbands to prevent anyone from getting outside without parental permission. Any kid who approached the exit without permission would...
So he puts it as a crying child dies first. This is interesting.
Have to answer to the security puppet, a marionette on strings that could fly around on rails across the restaurant to stop kids in their tracks. It was William's idea, inspired by Michael constantly leaving the restaurant without his brother. In the wake of Fredbear's spring lock failure, all the hybrid suits were getting retired, locked away at the nearby Freddy Fazbear location. It was yet another tough pill to swallow after all the hard work that he and Henry had put into them. William would eventually bury the boy's small body in a remote location out in the woods right alongside his drive into and out of work every day. The death of this little boy sent the family spiraling. His wife, crippled with grief, was so distraught that all she could do was sit and watch TV. But his son Michael was far worse, complaining of seeing hallucinations of a golden bear standing outside of his window. The boy was so racked with guilt that he was convinced that he was being haunted by the ghost of his brother stuck inside the suit that took his life. The suit's three-toed feet digging into the wet earth. The words, "It's me," ringing through Michael's ears. Some nights, Michael would even go so far as to break out of his room to check the gravesite and ensure that his brother was still there. As for William himself, he disappeared into his work and his drinks. Junior's, the local bar, wasn't far from his son's gravesite. He found himself going there more and more frequently, spending longer and longer amounts of time there. The bar gave him a place to think, to remember, to reflect and stew on how Henry had stolen his idea for an animal-themed restaurant, how they'd cut his character out of the cartoon when everyone else was there, how Henry had humiliated him by buying him out of bankruptcy, and now there was his son. Henry had taken his son from him. The robotic part was the part that failed after all. William ordered one more drink, but it was one too many. The bar turned him out and told him to go home. But William didn't go home. Drunk and angry, William raced back to the restaurant to give Henry a piece of his mind, only to find someone else waiting. Henry's daughter, Charlie, locked outside of the building, bullies laughing at her through the window. Fine, some other problem to fix. But then Afton got an idea, a beautifully awful idea. This was his chance to get back at the man that had humiliated him all those years ago. Henry had killed his business, and now Henry's robotic suit had killed his son. It was time for William to do some killing of his own. Let Henry feel what it's like to have something you love get ripped away. While parties continued in—
Dude, the storytelling is so much right now. Like, I am suspend all disbelief right now.
Inside the walls of the pizzeria, William attacked Charlie in the back alley. It felt good. He felt free. The years of resentment and bitterness trapped in his heart finally released in a moment of pure unapologetic evil. He would make Henry hurt like he hurts.
Oh my god. This is not the same, like, game theory we've been watching. This is not even close.
When William became a killer, he dropped Charlie's lifeless body and drove home, forced to confront his family problems later that night, appalled, but also a little excited by what he had just done. Charlie's death would remain on the books as a random act of violence, and though Henry had suspicions about William, there was no physical evidence, nothing that could link him back to the crime. In the weeks that followed, Fredbear's family diner would close for good. 2 high-profile deaths around the restaurant with 2 grieving owners in such a short period of time was just too much bad press to handle. Besides, Freddy Fazbear's was still open, and it was the newer restaurant anyway. All the equipment from the diner, including the old yellow suits and security puppet, would get retired to that location, and there they would sit for 2 uneventful years. The rest of 1983 and 1984 were spent quietly grieving. Freddy Fazbear's Pizza and the new cast of characters were a hit. Tragic memories of their yellow predecessors quickly faded. Afton kept a low profile and buried himself in work and research, quickly reaching Henry's level of engineering and even surpassing him. And while Henry slowed down to grieve, Afton kept going, even starting his own company, Afton Robotics, for all those pet projects that were a little bit too experimental for the regular operations of the pizzeria. The first of these experimental projects was a secret workshop under his house, a veritable bunker, which allowed him to work while still monitoring his kids via hidden security cameras. 1985. 3. A passcode that served as a constant reminder of why the cameras were so important, why he was down there in the first place. This was all to fulfill the promise that he had made to his son, right? I will put you back together. This was for him, all for him, right? But cameras weren't enough. He needed to solve the runaway Michael problem. He had to keep him in the house. He couldn't have another one of his kids wind up dead inside of an animatronic.
Okay, but why explain the flowers and ivy bag by the bed?
Suit. So why not run a little experiment on Michael? You see, all this work with Henry had gotten Afton to start learning more about life, robots, the human mind, and what a fallible machine we as humans were. Our reality is so easy to manipulate with a few sensory deceptions. Deceptions like sound. With just a few sounds, he had discovered that he could alter a person's vision. He could transform blank, smooth plastic robots into lumbering, twisted nightmares. Nightmares far scarier than he could create with actual materials. They would appear organic, rotting, putrid, terrifying. These would be his means of keeping his son Michael in the house where he belonged. Was it extreme? Maybe. But then again, this was the boy who had killed his son. He would make him sorry. And so Michael would grow up not only dealing with the memories of his own guilt, the hospital room, the pills, the flowers, the death of his brother, but also facing literal nightmares, illusions created by sound. Michael would never forget these either. Years later, as a security guard, he would still draw pictures of them inside of his logbook. But all of these extra projects meant that his home life suffered even more. He was an absent father and a non-existent husband, leaving his wife cold and alone.
Why do you hide
okay, stop fucking pulling this shit out. It's scary.
When there is music in my halls, all I see is an empty room. No more joy, an empty tomb.
And despite her repeated demands that he leave his office and engage with the family, he refused time and time again, leaving her no choice but to leave.
You burned down my house?
You call that a house? It was like a morgue in there. You need to see your son.
The baby isn't mine.
Well, how's this? I'm keeping the diamond ring.
And through it all, there was one lingering feeling. William wasn't done. He had gotten a taste of what it felt like to be unleashed, what it felt like to be free. Charlie's murder had unlocked something in him, and he wanted more. June 26th, 1985. Putting on the golden Bonnie suit, he lured children one by one to the back room of the pizzeria when no one was looking. At first, he was cautious. He would lure them with promises of cake and cookies. He told them that their dog had died. He would ask for help with homework. Susie was the first. You never truly forget your first.
I was the first. Well, your second first, because obviously your first was Charlie.
I have seen everything.
But where to hide the bodies? He couldn't sneak out. Someone would see him. He had to hide them in a place where they'd never be found and where they'd never leave the building. They had to be stuffed inside of the suits. No one maintained those things anyway except for him. And so Susie would go into Chica. Fritz, Jeremy, and Gabriel would come next. But it was easy. It was too easy. And with each little life he snuffed out, his lies got bigger. Their house was burning. They're just being kidnapped. Until the last one where all pretense was off. He let himself get violent. Too violent.
I'll just wait for him after school, throw a bag over his head, hit him with a shovel, and drag him into the back of my car.
The body of Cassidy was far more bloody and broken than any of the others. He'd let himself go too far. That one he shouldn't have killed. With no more active animatronics left, he shoved the body into the one.
You guys, the narrative, like, jumping in here, I love it. It's actually so good. That's what I've been waiting for all this time.
Suit that remained backstage, the long-forgotten yellow Fredbear, now broken and discolored with age. Broken, like Cassidy was broken, like his son was broken. Newspapers reported on this disappearance, naming the whole thing the missing children's incident. Police would even charge William with the crimes after finding security footage of the golden mascot suit luring kids to the back, but they couldn't convict him. They had no bodies, and his face had been hidden behind the mascot suit the entire time. What they had was circumstantial at best, and so he walked away a free man. But Henry knew the truth. In these murders, he saw his daughter Charlie all over again. So he threw Afton out of the company and shuttered the doors to the old pizzeria. Henry would keep the franchise quiet for 2 years. This would not happen again. This could not happen again. How could he protect the kids? Finally, he developed a solution. He would implement an even more extreme security system in the form of new animatronics. Toy animatronics, inspired by the toys that they had been selling years ago. But these guys, these were special. They were a new breed of robot with
Yeah, Chica special. You see those hips?
facial recognition abilities.
But most importantly, they're all tied into some kind of criminal database so they can detect a predator a mile away.
All the original animatronics, now withered with age, were moved to the new location. With a plan in place, it was time to try once more. The year was 1987, and the new and improved Freddy Fazbear's Pizza was making headlines in local newspapers. Headlines that just so happened to catch the attention of William Afton. Freddy's was back, and without him? That was his idea, his character. Henry was, yet again, trying to cut him out of the picture. No, as long as these restaurants stayed open, William would always come back. Then he noticed the phone number to apply at the bottom of the article. $100 a week to apply, call. Afton would go back, not as an owner or co-founder. He would go back in the one place that they would least suspect him, a lowly day shift security guard. And there it was, buried in the back of parts and services, mixed in with the old withered animatronics, was the golden rabbit. With the yellow security badge still on his chest, he used his crank to pull open the spring locks. It was time for Bonnie to give an encore performance.
Someone used one of the suits. We had a spare in the back, a yellow one. Someone used it. Now none of them are acting right. From what I understand, the building is on lockdown. No one is allowed in or out, you know, especially concerning any previous employees. When we get it all sorted out, we may move you to the day shift. A position just became available.
1987.
Oh, that's actually pretty.
More kids.
That he really just proved that thing with just a few. Okay. Alrighty. I'm listening. I'm picking up what you're putting down, man.
He didn't know what felt better, getting back into the suit after 2 long years of waiting, or knowing how devastating this would be to Henry the next morning. He didn't even try to hide his crime this time, just meant more blood on Henry's hands. He'd failed to protect the kids again. The restaurant had only been open for a few weeks, but William was sure that this would get it to close. Good, if he couldn't have Freddy's, no one would. Whenever a new pizzeria opened, he would be there. But as he sat in his bunker, something else started to linger in William's mind. He had seen something strange. The old withered animatronics, they had been wandering around the building, spurred on by the puppet. It was almost like those old robots were trying to save the kids. Save them? They couldn't, obviously, but still, how were they moving? It was almost like they had been given life somehow. Did he have something to do with that? The following day, the news would report a security guard getting bitten by one of the animatronics during the day shift. Was that bite meant for him? William's curiosity was stronger now than his bloodlust. He had to learn more, but how? There was no way he'd ever be able to get inside another Freddy's Pizzeria. Heck, there was practically no way a Freddy's would ever open again. He needed to create something new, something brand new. He needed to create his—
Wait, so he's saying that the kids are happening, the extra 5 kids are just around, like bodies around in the security area, but what really closed it down was the bite of 87. Is that correct? Am I reading that right? Like nobody has technically found the kids in the back? Okay. All right. Just want to know.
His own pizzeria.
Due to the massive success and even more so the unfortunate closing of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, it was clear that the stage was set, no pun intended, for another contender in children's entertainment.
Circus Baby's Pizza World. This would be the place where he could continue his work. No longer just murdering, experimenting. He needed more kids, and he needed them alive. And knowing that he couldn't show his face on the restaurant floor, he needed a way of remotely capturing his victims and preserving them for his work. With that goal in mind, he designed a new breed of—
Wait, what? Ew, what?
Create something new, something brand new. He needed to create his own pizzeria. Freddy's Pizzeria. Had to learn more, but for him? William's curiosity was to be an address where he could continue his work. No longer just murdering, experimenting. He needed more kids, and he needed them alive. And knowing that he couldn't show his face on the restaurant floor, he needed a way of remotely capturing his victims and preserving them for his work. With that goal in mind, he designed a new breed of animatronic. Their endoskeletons fluid and flexible. He equipped them with sound lures that could mimic voices. They could isolate children. They could incapacitate and contain them with zero direct input from him. It was brilliant. He was brilliant. Far beyond the simple bars and wires of Henry's designs. And the characters he chose for this were uniquely his. His new roster wasn't going to be tainted by Henry's disgusting barnyard bird. Instead, it was back to his characters, his creations. Freddy, Bonnie, Foxy, as well as 2 special ones. The first, Ballora, was an homage to the woman who left him. Now she would never leave him again. The second, the titular baby, was designed with his baby in mind. Elizabeth, his youngest child. She would always be Daddy's little girl, the one that listened to him, the one that obeyed until the day that she didn't.
Daddy, why won't you let me play with her? shiny. Didn't you make her just for me?
The day before Circus Baby's Pizza World opened, she disobeyed. She didn't listen. Left alone with Baby, she got too close. The animatronic ripped in half and swallowed her whole. A scared and confused child fading into eternal darkness. By the time Afton found her, it was too late. She was gone. He immediately canceled the launch of Circus Babies under the guise of a gas leak. But
oh, see, I didn't know that. Or I guess I just didn't remember that Circus Baby never even actually opened.
wait, as he sat there at the foot of the stage, he noticed that something was different. The eye color of the robot had changed. Baby had been built with blue eyes, but now they were emerald green, the same color as Elizabeth's. Was she in there? Could this all be connected to the free-moving animatronics that he had seen at Freddy's? He had to know more. His mourning turned to excitement. He had to return to where it all started. 1993. Pathetic. This place was pathetic. Henry had clearly tried to reopen one final time with those old original animatronics from so long ago, but William's damage to the brand had been permanent. These things stank of death. They hadn't been washed in decades. But even if they had, nothing could wash away the stink of murder that haunted these halls. One night, then another, then another. William repeatedly snuck into the old broken restaurant to lure the—
Wait, what? What? Hold on. I think I'm confused now.
Elizabeth's. Was she
Hold on.
in
Get
there?
this back.
Could this all be connected to the free-moving animatronics that he had seen at Freddy's? He had to know more. His mourning turned to excitement. He had to return to where it all started. 1993. Pathetic. This place was pathetic. Henry had clearly tried to reopen one final time with those old original animatronics from so long ago, but William's damage to the brand had been permanent. These things stank of death. They hadn't been washed in decades. But even if they had, nothing could wash away the stink of murder that haunted these halls. One night, then another, then another. William repeatedly snuck into the old broken restaurant to lure the living animatronics to him, one by one dismantling them, robbing them of their endoskeletons. The metal had to be the secret. It had to contain the remnants of life itself. But he had to know for sure. Leaping out of a room that was invisible to the animatronics programming, he dragged the oversized robotic skeletons back to his underground workshop, back to where Circus Baby watched on with glowing, curious eyes. Eyes that somehow felt alive. Not knowing what else to do, William melted the robotic parts down. 5 animatronic endoskeletons reduced down to one silvery puddle of goo. Could he transfer this living metal to his own creations?
Goo?
He had to try. He picked up a syringe and filled it with the molten metal and injected the goo into Funtime Freddy's twisted, wiry endoskeleton. And suddenly, the coils came to life. Like snakes writhing in a pile, what had once been cold, lifeless metal moved and jolted on its own. He'd done it! He had unlocked the secret to life itself. Except something was clearly wrong. The movements were erratic. They were violent, angry. Baby didn't act this way. She had been calm, collected. This was clearly something else, something mindless and frantic. Perhaps by mixing the souls and then portioning them out, he had created incomplete beasts. He would need to keep testing to truly understand it. He needed more of this remnant. As he searched the old pizzeria one more time for any remaining scraps of metal, the ghosts attacked. His past victims come to collect their due, all led by Cassidy. The 5 lined up and blocked the door, and Afton's mind reeled. The scientific implications of this were incredible. Ghosts, real ghosts that he could see, all stand.
Finally, we get to ghosts. Finally, we have ghosts and not the first response being kid robots, which I'm sure will come through. But finally, we get some fucking ghosts. Thank God.
Against him. But what could they do? What couldn't they do? He panicked as Cassidy approached. How do you stop something that's already dead? Maybe with the thing that resulted in their death in the first place. He would get into his suit like old times. He would regain his power over them just like the day that they died. He was the genius. He was the one in the suit. He was the one in charge.
Narrative right now.
The spring lock snapped into place. Maybe it was his frantic movements. Maybe it was the leaky abandoned restaurant. Maybe it was just fate coming to collect its due. He didn't know. The only thing he did know was that his brain was suddenly filled with searing white-hot pain as hundreds of metallic pins and gears stabbed into his body from all sides. All he could do was collapse, blood slowly oozing out of the suit and pooling onto the floor around him. It couldn't end like this. It wouldn't end like this. His work was unfinished. Unable to move, his only option was to survive, to live, to keep living. It took days lying in his own blood, but eventually someone found him, a security guard making a normal report. When he saw the animatronics torn apart in the middle of the party room floor, it caused him to file an immediate report of a break-in. An owner—
Is that canon? Like, is there something that says that there's a break-in somewhere?
would have to come in and claim the damage. And who else would it be other than Henry? Hope jumped in Afton's heart. Henry would see him. They were partners after all. He would be the one to help save him, to get him out of this suit, to relieve him from this tremendous pain. Henry entered the secret room. His eyes fell on Afton sitting there in the pool of red, and Henry, saying nothing, turned and walked away.
This is just to inform all employees that due to budget restrictions, the previously mentioned safe rooms are being sealed at most locations, including this one. Nothing is being taken out beforehand, so if you left anything inside, then it's your own fault. Management also requests that this room not be mentioned to family, friends, or insurance representatives.
And so there Afton would sit, hanging on for 30 years, trapped behind the walls with an iron will that refused to die. End of this part. I say this part because it's not officially the end of the Afton era just yet, but this just felt like a really solid stopping point. The episode has gone on forever. Okay, so most of this is things that we already knew, stuff that's been established and reestablished time and time again by the games. That said, there are two things that I absolutely have to address. The first and biggest is the placement of sister location, or more specifically, Elizabeth's death. To me, evidence in game seems to suggest that it was meant to come before the crying child's death in 1983. The biggest clue to this is that the crying child saw something. Remember what you saw is the phrase that's repeated over and over again by psychic friend.
That's also though the missing, like the sister's room without somebody in it, but
Fredbear,
sure
aka William Afton, speaking through a walkie-talkie in the Fredbear plushie's stomach. But what did he see? Well, I think we can tell based on how the nightmare animatronics are visualized. They have mouths in their stomachs, just like Baby ripping in half at the waist to swallow a kid. There's also the empty girl's room, one presumably left behind by a dead sister. And lastly, it explains why he's scared, and more specifically, why Afton wants him scared. He needs his kids to stay away from the animatronics. He doesn't want them getting too close, because the last time one of his kids got too close to a robot, his daughter died. That's then why he sets up the nightmares, to scare both Mike and the crying child away from the animatronics from that point forward. That's why books like the Character Encyclopedia outright suggest that we play as the crying child in FNAF 4. That's why he has a nanny cam following the crying child everywhere, so he can keep tabs on his kids when they're out of his sight. He can't let another Elizabeth situation happen. The death of Elizabeth also gives William Afton extra motivation for killing. He's a grieving father. His daughter was taken away from him, so Charlie should die as well. He's lashing out at the world after losing his kids. And again, we know that at least one of his children had to have died prior to Charlie's death, based on the mound of dirt that we see in Midnight Motorist. It also allows circus babies to open and close earlier in the timeline, which is how you wind up with Funtime Foxy appearing as Mangle in the FNAF 2 location. Basically, Elizabeth dying first has everything it needs to fit, except for the most important thing, the murder weapon. Why would Afton be building an animatronic with a giant claw in its stomach so early in the timeline? At this point, he just has no motive. It just doesn't make sense prior to 1983. At this point in the story, he hasn't killed anyone, and we know for a fact that the missing children's incident is 1985. So Elizabeth's death coming before any of those events just doesn't work, hence why I placed it where I did in the narrative timeline. Afton's death here is also a bit tricky. We know that he returned to the FNAF 1 location to break down the original animatronics in order to harvest their remnant. We know that he melts down 5 things to become one thing. Candy Cadet makes that very clear. So the 5 things are the 5 endoskeletons from the various animatronics. That would be totally fine if it weren't for one huge problem. On his 5th visit to the pizzeria, Afton gets spring locked. So either the 5 becoming 1 starts in 1993, but then finishes 30 years later when he reemerges from the wall to add the last.
This part I'm not questioning too much, so I'm gonna go ahead and skip over to the next narrative part.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory and page 20 of our final FNAF timeline. This is getting ridiculous. Last time we covered William Afton's rise as a serial killer.
Yeah, I can see the iffy. There are some parts in here in which I'm iffy, and there are some parts where I'm like, okay, I'll take it. That seemed pretty good. But, well, how do I say it? Like, it's just, at this point, with the narrative, tell me anything in a good fucking story, all right? You got to suspend disbelief. As always, I don't believe that all the theories were meant to be put down, or I don't believe that the entirety of the story of the Aftons and everything was supposed to be a clean story. I still don't believe it'll ever be a clean story, but for the sake of a clean story, you kind of just have to put some things away and not some things away. Because as we all know at this point, Scott has retconned like half of the things and not half of the things, and you know, it's just like that.
how the loss of his young son in 1983 caused him to make one fateful promise that would ultimately serve as his driving force for decades. I will put you back together. Fueled by grief and obsession, Afton would lose himself in work and drinks. One night in a fit of rage, he lashes out against Henry's young daughter Charlie, his first murder. This moment becomes the first domino to fall in a long sequence of events that ultimately destroys William's life and the lives of those around him. That one murder gives Afton a taste for blood, resulting in the deaths of 10 more children across 2 different pizzerias. Those children go on to possess animatronics, giving Afton his first exposure to Remnant and the potential solution for bringing his son back to life. The need to learn more about this miraculous power leads him to produce the Funtime animatronics, as well as their capture devices, robots designed to bring kids to him for experimentation and collection of more Remnant. Except there was one thing that he didn't account for: his daughter's curiosity. He made the robots too appealing, and it would cost him Elizabeth's life. Now with 2 children to put back together, Afton was more desperate and crazed than ever, returning to defunct pizzerias to steal the possessed metal still living inside their walls. What he didn't account for, though, were the ghosts, forcing him to pay for the sins of his past. When last we left him, William was spring-locked, bleeding to death behind a secret wall. Gone, but certainly not forgotten.
Bro had a bad day. Bro is
Today we're finishing up
not a
chapter
good person,
2 of our story, wrapping up the Afton
Maybe
era. Over the next
if Bro
6
wasn't
pages,
such
we
a
switch our
bad
focus
person,
to
it
the
wouldn't be
other
so
main
bad for
character
him.
of the franchise, Mike, a young boy dealing with the fallout of a stupid childhood decision with tragic consequences. A young man whose life is best described as collateral damage, caught in the blast radius of William's whirlwind of destruction. Now, before we begin, let me just rip off the band-aid now. We won't be finishing the timeline today. I know. I'm sorry, I wanted to, but covering FNAF VR, AR, and Security Breach wound up taking me an additional 9 pages of script. And I've already made you wait long enough for this part, so I just had to make the executive call to break this one up into 2.
This was only 2 months ago?
Don't worry, that part
Holy
is already
shit.
written.
What was I doing 2 months ago? 2 months ago? Oh my god. Bro, we are caught up, bro. We're getting caught fucking up.
Written, it is already recorded, it is just in the process of being edited. It is a
Planning the
hefty
Funathon?
episode.
You're
so
right,
mark it on
actually.
your calendar. That one's actually going to
2
be
months
going
ago,
live
you were in
on March
Japan.
25th.
That was at
It's
the
also
beginning
coming
of
complete
February,
with a live
so
talk back where we go back
generally,
over
yeah.
everything from the past couple
There's
episodes, as well as
somewhere-
having
no,
ourselves
yeah,
some
maybe
very
it was like a
special
month
guests.
after
So
Japan.
overall, that one should be a lot of fun. Fair warning, though, the conclusions we've reached that solve Security Breach, whew, they are controversial. I feel good about them. Like, I think that we've locked in on a lot of the answers here, but
they're
they're going to
controversial.
raise
Okay.
a lot of discussion. Let's just say that you're either going to love that episode or hate it. I don't
Perfect.
really think there's going to be much in between on that one. Anyway, without any further ado, let's cover it.
I don't feel like he's changed his style all that much. I feel like there's only a few episodes in this entire series so far where I'm like, oh my god, it's him moving as a real person. But since the beginning of the game theory stuff until now, I don't feel like there's actually that much of a change in style, unless it's because I've been watching it in such a chronological order timeline that I'm not noticing the changes that are happening because they're happening slowly and small. He has a consistent, yeah, it's pretty consistent, I feel like.
A chunk of the timeline that's a lot less controversial. Let's meet Mike. William still wasn't back. Weird. Michael knew his father sometimes traveled for work, disappearing for days on end, but usually there was some sort of notice, a phone call, a post-it, something. It's not like Michael and his father were close, far from it, but as a household of 2 suffering men coping with years of tragedy and loss, there was at least some element of communication between the 2 of them. They were united by a name and a shared pain. This time though, things felt different. William had left nothing. His absence was longer. There were no check-ins, no updates, just silence. Something had happened. If there was one thing Michael knew about his father, it was that he had contingencies, safety checks, backup plans. His father was a careful and guarded man. He held his cards close to his chest, and as such, William had prepared him in the event that something like this ever happened. Normally, his father kept his home office locked, but in the event of an unexpected, prolonged absence, Michael had been instructed to enter his father's office and look behind an empty set of shelves mounted in the corner of the room. Rolling his eyes, Michael entered the office. He never fully understood how William was able to spend so many hours of his days locked up in here. There was just nothing to do. Most of this place was empty. He dragged himself over to the shelf in the corner, expecting to find an emergency contact list, a family safety deposit box. But what he actually found there was completely unexpected.
Father, it's me, Michael. I did it. I found it.
It was right where you said it would be.
The shelf swung open and revealed a giant industrial elevator, one that led straight down into an underground bunker. But that was impossible. Hidden inside his childhood home was a secret entrance to an enormous underground science lair? It didn't make any sense. Seriously, it didn't make any sense. And yet here it was, mapped directly underneath the floor plan of the house that he'd grown up in, lost his brother in, been tortured in. Michael thought that he'd known his father, a prideful, sad, angry man with petty everyday problems, but clearly he'd been living with a stranger this entire time. His father had secrets. Suddenly the days of William being locked inside of his office made sense. He'd been here the entire time. Where was here though? Was this Circus Baby's entertainment and rentals? The Circus Baby restaurant always did seem to be a deeply personal project for father. A failure of his that cut unusually deep, especially after that first location had to be closed prematurely due to the gas leaks. After that day, father really did seem to change, to lose himself even more in his work. Clearly the entrance he had found was some sort of secret back way into the facility, one that required crawling through vents to navigate. His father had been working here, but in secret. Why? And that's when he found her. At the end of the facility, Circus Baby, his father's pride and joy. Except something was different about her. She wasn't like the others. The way she talked, the stories she told. This wasn't just a robot. She was alive somehow. And not only was she alive, she also felt familiar.
There is something bad inside of me. I'm broken. I can't be fixed. Will you help me?
Was this his sister? William's baby girl? But how? Why? What was this place? He dug around some old files and found blueprints outlining the features of these animatronics. Storage containers, voice mimicking, parental tracking. And was that a child in Freddy's stomach? Was his father collecting and experimenting on kids? Were all the rumors that he'd heard throughout his past actually true? That the animatronics came to life at night? That there were murders done in all the pizzerias? That his father had somehow been the prime suspect in all of it? Suddenly, Michael's mind flashed back to his persistent nightmares throughout his childhood. Had he been experimented on too? Tears stung in his eyes as anger, fear, and confusion filled his body. His father's secrets were pouring out. William wasn't just a lame, overworked father. He was a monster, toying with life itself. Suddenly, everything clicked. He frantically looked around the room, blinking human heads on poles staring back at him. Green eyes, his sister. Blue eyes, his brother. Closed eyes, his mom. All just staring expectantly. These were meant to be human.
I never noticed
William was
that.
working down
Holy
here trying to
shit.
make believable humans, literally rebuilding the family that they had both lost. The small little girl robots with their British accents roaming the hallways of this underground facility suddenly took on a whole new context.
Hello in there. Is it the same person?
Were those meant to be his sister? A replacement for her? A clone? Was William building clones of his sister? They seemed to know him, after all, to react to his presence.
They were all there. They didn't recognize me at first, but then they thought I was you.
He always did have a bit of a resemblance to his father. Michael's mind reeled as the reality of his world crumbled to dust. No, he had to get them out of there. If this really was his sister, heck, if any of these things were human, souls, whatever remnant of the humans that they once were, they needed to be rescued.
They always put us back inside. There's nowhere for us to hide here.
Led by the voice of Circus Baby, he marched through the now empty halls of the Funtime Auditorium. He would lead them. He would protect them. And finally, he would be able to forgive himself for the killing of his brother so many years.
You are in the scooping room now. The scooper only hurts for a moment.
Scooper? That violent extraction arm? Michael had seen that one in the pile of blueprints. Something about heat rendering the magical silver metal inside useless. In reality, prior to getting himself spring-locked and put behind the wall, William's methods had become increasingly sophisticated. With a mechanized arm that could infuse new bodies with a soul, William could finally give and take away life. The only thing he needed were the bodies. But William wasn't the only one looking for bodies, as Michael was about to learn.
But if we looked like you, then we could hide. If we looked like you, then we would have somewhere to go.
Michael was going to be the hero to help these animatronics,
Good
all right.
morning,
He was going to help
Simon.
the
I was
haunted
just talking
tubes and
about you
wires of these
earlier.
animatronics
How are
escape,
you?
just not in the way that he
Been missing
anticipated.
you a lot.
His sister had lied to him. Another game of pretend. The scooper plowed forward, digging its extraction arm into his body. As he heard his bones ripping through his flesh, Michael blacked out.
But something is wrong with me. I should be dead, but I'm not.
Oh, sorry.
For the next several
Thank you. Yeah, no, all good things. All good things. I was saying that FNAF is going well. We're at the basically at the very end of at least Matt Pat's take on the lore. This was up 2 months ago, so we're pretty caught up.
Months, Michael's life
only have a
was
few
not his
videos
own.
left.
He was forced to comply with a tangle of wires and spirits that lived inside of him. His body felt like an overfilled balloon begging to burst as day by day, week by week, his flesh began to sag and discolor. He was a walking, talking, rotting corpse, alive, but wishing he wasn't. He was a puppet, a walking shell. And while he did his best to conceal his fate, there was only so much a man filled with robot spaghetti could do. The entity in his innards would eventually leave, but by that point, the damage had been done. His decaying flesh stank, turning him into a literal purple guy. But still, even with no bones, even with rotting purple flesh and begging to die, Michael continued to live. That silvery metal remnant injected by the scooper meant that he couldn't die. His anger also refused to die. What he had seen down there in his sister's location had rocked him to his core. His father had killed and captured dozens. His experiments had killed his sister and then tortured him throughout all his childhood. He was actively trying to build human replicants. He didn't—
Oh shit, this hasn't even hit that other part. The part where Henry tries to like put them all in a fire.
know where his father was, but Michael knew that he was out there somewhere.
I've been living in shadows. There is only one thing left for me to do now. I'm going to come find you.
Michael had to correct for the sins of his father. He had to make things right. Michael would burn Fazbear Entertainment to the ground. I mean, what else could you do when your skin was permanently purple? Michael's strategy was simple. He would apply for night security guard positions at the old defunct pizzeria locations. That way, no one ever had to see him or smell him during his shift. And all these old, shuttered locations did need guards. Teenage vandals and squatters were always looking to get inside these abandoned buildings, and yet no one ever really wanted to work an overnight graveyard shift unless they were practically out of options. Enter Mike. One by one, he would take on the job of security guard, changing his name each time to ensure that no one was able to follow his paper trail. Once inside, he could tamper with the animatronics and figure out how they worked, writing about his experiences in his security
Have a safe
logbook.
trip.
Well, there, he would listen to the old tapes where
Are you
upper
not in
management
Seoul right now?
awkwardly welcomed new recruits to their summer jobs, even though he was working there nowhere near the summer months. He heard the gory details of his father's
for, like, a
franchise
fun
from
trip?
the outsiders looking in, confused and afraid about what was happening in the walls around them. Sometimes he would see his brother in the form of the Golden Freddy suit. It's me appearing on the walls around him. Except now, there was something else there. He was no longer alone. Another angrier presence was also in the suit, as if two spirits were forced to share the same body. And Golden Freddy would attack him now. It was aggressive. Its vengeance wanted to lash out at anyone with the Afton name, anyone who wore a security guard outfit. Over time, Mike worked his way through the old restaurants, the original pizzeria, the bigger, better Freddy Fazbear's. He spent weeks there looking for clues as to his father's whereabouts, and each time at the end of his week shift, he would then set the location on fire. Remnant can't survive high temperatures after all. So burning away whatever spirit-laden animatronics that still existed inside seemed like a winning strategy. All this revisiting of his past, though, was causing the nightmares to begin again. Hallucinations that brought him back to his childhood. The guilt around killing his brother. His dreams were oddly mixed with the shrill phone calls of the security guards. But it would all be worth it in the end. The goal was to eventually stumble across the one location, the one job that would finally reunite him with his father. Little did Mike know that that day would come sooner than he expected. 2023, an advertisement came across Mike's TV.
2023.
New horror attraction
Oh
inspired
shit,
by the
it is
awful crimes that
2023 in
occurred
there,
around
isn't
Freddy
it?
Fazbear's Pizza so many years ago. It made Mike sick. People looking to make a quick buck off the tragedy of others, off his own family. This wasn't a joke or entertainment. Regardless, he had to be a part of it. If this team was
Welcome
combing
back,
through his
Shinobi.
family's history, they might stumble across something that could be useful. And if his father was truly still alive as he suspected, there would be no way that he wouldn't show up here. Maybe finally, this could be the final chapter in his family's marathon of tragedy. Mike applied for the job and was immediately handed the keys. Years of doing this had taught him that security guards rarely receive thorough security checks. They also liked how creepy Mike looked. They thought it was a costume, on theme for the job. But little they knew-
funny.
Hey, glad you came back for another night. I promise it'll be a lot more interesting this time.
For weeks, there was nothing. But just as Mike considered giving up, he received the call that he'd been waiting for years.
You're not gonna believe this. We found one. A real one.
Could this finally be him? Sure enough, there he was. William inside his iconic golden Bonnie Springlock suit, only now it was green and decaying with age. And there they were, a small family of broken men finally reunited. It's been a long time, Dad. Mike had always struggled with the phantoms of his past haunting him, but now all the animatronics he'd encountered over the past months, hopping from pizzeria to pizzeria, suddenly sprang to life, their burned faces haunting him as he tried to keep track of his father on the cameras. It would seem that William's mere presence had put the spirits on high alert. Ultimately, they were harmless, more annoying than anything else, but there was one that felt different from the others, one that was more than just a mere phantom, the security puppet. If he looked at the cameras at just the right moment, he could see it floating there through the halls. He could even see its reflection in the water pooled on the ground. It would seem like he wasn't the only one there on a mission. While he was dealing with Springtrap, Michael assumed that this one was likely dealing with the spirits of this place, finally setting them to rest. Hopefully this means a happier day for all of us, Mike thought to himself. And in that moment, he felt the air around him release, like pressure being let out of a bottle.
In his jump scare, Afton says, "Help me." At which Afton?
Been allowed to move on. He had the sense that his brother was a part of them. He rigged the wiring inside the building to misfire, and the dry, desiccated walls erupted in flames. It is finished. Except it was not. Somehow, through sheer force of will, Afton remained.
Is this the one where... This isn't the one with Henry, right?
He had survived, and Mike would need to find a new way of finishing off his father. Luckily, the solution would present itself later that year. Not from Mike, but from another victim that had been left in his father's wake.
We're talking about becoming a Fazbear Entertainment franchisee. Restaurant ownership and management.
Yeah!
Something almost anyone can do with a limited degree of success.
Okay.
You
Right.
are now
This
the
is the
face
pizzeria
of the
simulator.
newly rebranded Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
Fazbear Entertainment as a brand had been closed for years. William had been stuck in a suit and a wall. The only person who legally could bring the franchise back was Henry, but he'd largely pulled out of the franchise around the time of his father's disappearance. Something was up. Surely this had to be some kind of a trick, right? Mike, doing what he did best, applied for a franchise and immediately got the job. There was just one thing out of the ordinary.
Mike again? Maybe?
Paragraph 4.
If you are playing this tape, that means that not only have you been checking outside at the end of every shift, as you were instructed to do, but also that you have found something that meets the criteria of your special obligations under paragraph 4.
No employment contract he'd ever signed required him to keep special lookout for independently moving animatronics outside the restaurant. Now he knew something was up here. Henry was luring them all back. Rather than trying to go to them, like Mike had done for years, Henry was doing the opposite. He was putting them all under the same roof. He was finishing them off for good. Mike knew this wasn't meant to be a restaurant. It was meant to be a prison, a containment vessel, a locked box meant to trap them all in so they could finally end the madness.
Thank you.
It took a few
I'm glad
nights,
everybody
but
likes my
eventually
little
everyone was
jiggy
there.
jig.
His father, the puppet, the robot spaghetti that had once violated his body, and his sister, now hopelessly devoted to serve the man that had once gotten her killed. It was time. He had been instructed to seal the doors and leave, but while he locked everything down, he didn't move on. If this was truly meant to be the end, if the remnant needed to be washed away, he needed to be a part of that.
This is where your story ends. And to you, my brave volunteer, who somehow found this job listing not intended for you, although there was a way out planned for you, I have a feeling that's not what you want. I have a feeling that you are right where you want to be. And to you monsters trapped in the corridors, be still and give up your spirits. They don't belong to you. For most of you, I believe there is peace and perhaps more waiting for you after the smoke clears. Although
most,
for one
but
of
not
you,
all,
the
because
darkest
Cassidy
pit
is
of
a
hell
vengeful
has
fucking
opened to
bitch.
swallow you whole. So don't keep the devil waiting, old friend.
And with that, it was over. The Afton legacy died with all of them trapped inside of a literal box. As the flames danced around the office, Mike, for the first time in decades, was happy. But William wasn't gone yet. Although the darkest pit of hell was open and waiting for him, something...
Well, yeah, obviously he's talking about William, but if you notice here, it says... Hold on.
Right where you want to be. And to you monsters trapped in the corridors, be still and...
No, yeah, obviously it's William. Where is it?
Hell has opened to swallow you whole. So don't keep the devil waiting, old friend.
And with that, it was over. The Afton legacy died with all of them trapped inside of a literal box. As the flames danced around the office, Mike, for the first time in decades, was happy. But William wasn't gone yet. Although the darkest pit of hell was open and waiting for him, something or someone wouldn't allow him to move on. Instead, he found himself locked in moments from his past. The pizzeria, his son's room, his underground bunker. It was as if his brain was open.
Who is this,
Waiting
William?
was happy, but William wouldn't allow him to move on. Instead, he found himself locked in moments from his past. The pizzeria, his son's room, his underground bunker. It was as if his brain's neurons were all firing at once, overloaded, mixing and matching all his biggest fears, regrets, failures. What was this place? How did he get here? He called out into the silence. Then they started coming. Without warning, animatronics, both new and old, began to jump out at him, bite him, rip him limb from limb. The pain was immeasurable. Make it stop. Make it stop. William, for the first time, longed for death, an end to this torture. Just as it felt like he couldn't take it anymore,
Why would Hoo
everything
choose
was
to stay?
quiet again. It was as if the world had been reset. There was a brief moment of quiet, and then the onslaught began again. Dozens of faces from his past all focused on him. A waking nightmare that he
Mike?
couldn't escape from.
Oh, why would he choose to stay in the fire? I think the idea is, I mean, Mike is not really, he's like a shell of a person now. You know, he's like an old, purple, wrinkly, you know what I mean? It's like for him, everything is the end already. So he just stayed.
More pain,
That's
more
what
ripping.
I'm
He was his
thinking.
own personal hell, but why? Why couldn't he just die? And then he saw them.
He
a
wasn't
group of
supposed to be
characters
alive
he
until
never
that point
thought he'd see
anyways, you know?
again. Those janky, stolen characters that had started everything. The mediocre melodies. It had all started to go wrong once they showed up. Once Henry had made them. But mixed in with their obnoxious southern drawls, William heard something else. It was barely a whisper, but he could just make out the words.
He tried to release you. He tried to release us. But I'm not gonna let that happen. I will hold you here. I will keep you here. No matter how many times they burn us.
That voice. He knew that voice, but from where?
Greetings from the fire, and from the one you should not have killed.
The one he shouldn't have killed. William thought back. He'd
Any
done
of
a lot
them.
of awful
Any of them. All of them he should not have killed.
things, but there was always the one that stood out. Not Charlie, his drunken act of revenge. Not Susie, his first true murder, no. Instead, it was the one that he had lost control with. The one that he had broken beyond repair for no good reason other than because he could. The one that he'd stuffed the drunken act of revenge. Not Susie, his first true murder, no. Instead, it was the one that he had lost control with. The one that he had broken beyond repair for no good reason other than because he could. The one that he'd stuffed inside the golden bear that his partner used to wear. Cassidy. They were back, and now they were trying to punish him, to make him suffer like he'd made them suffer. It was almost like William and Cassidy's souls had been locked together, fused by a collective rage and spite, each refusing to move on. But while Cassidy was so focused on taking revenge, they actually did the one thing that would be the downfall for so many others. They kept William alive. Even though fire should have destroyed the remnant that was coursing through his being, Cassidy kept William breathing, paving the way for his escape. William's will was so strong, his soul so powerful that he managed to put a part of himself inside the circuitry that housed the spring-lock suit. And there, his consciousness lay, inside a single circuit board, waiting for someone to find him and set him free. A person that no one would suspect. Okay, so a bit of a shorter chunk, but an important one as we shift perspectives to Mike and tell his side of the story. And with FNAF VR, AR, and Security Breach having so much to explain, I didn't want to rush through things.
I feel like that was like the best way to just like right before the whole thing. I don't know. All right, it's gonna get crazy for this next one, I think. Oh God. Okay. We're getting it, you guys. This is the last one. This is you can see the little thing. It says the end. It's the last one. And then after that is just a couple of just other fucking videos. But this is the last of our Map Pat theories. We finally did it. We're finally free. We're finally free from the FNAF. Congratulations. You guys all got your little subathon goal. I hope you guys now I don't know if you guys even want any more of this shit. After this, the offer still stands to get me to play FNAF, but I you know, just putting it just putting it out there that our FNAF day is done. I can finally go back to doing other stuff.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, and the final part of my FNAF timeline, where today we're bringing our story to a close by talking about the most complicated and controversial part of the timeline, the part that I've been dreading most of all, the end.
This was
the moment
a
where we're
month
finally
ago.
forced
Only
to come
a
to some
month ago.
definitive
Holy
and difficult
shit.
answers trying
That's
to explain what
crazy.
the heck we were.
This July is gonna be wild.
We're watching in Security Breach. The last 2 episodes have been about death. The death of Afton's family, the deaths of multiple children, the death of the franchise itself as Mike and Henry figuratively and literally burn it all down. Today's episode, though, and the current end of this franchise is instead all about rebirth. The return of old characters in new forms, and the controversial rebirth of a franchise entering the next era of its story. But before we hop into the timeline, due to scheduling conflicts, I won't be able to have any live talk back after this episode. I know, I promised one, I was really excited about it, but I just couldn't make it work with my schedule and all the other guests' schedules. That said, I still do plan on doing one over the coming weeks with special guests. Just make sure that you're subscribed and either have all notifications turned on or...
No, it has to be one big one, but it doesn't have to be just yours. I don't know how you guys want to do it, but it has to say donation or whatever, that, and then it has to say minus.
Or you're just watching our community tab for the announcement as to when that's going to happen. And now, without any further ado, we finally reached
then
the
otherwise,
end.
like, any of these could be technically counted. I wouldn't know if it's specifically for FNAF. You know what I mean?
A new beginning to our story.
Okay, let's go. We're here. Let's do it. We're going.
Was dead.
There is no need for you
Hi,
to return to
Cactus.
work next
Hi, dear.
week, as
Hello, hello.
Fazbear Entertainment is no longer a corporate entity.
All debts had been paid, all assets redistributed. The company was outright dissolved. Even the memories of the horrors that had happened there started to fade away in the public consciousness. The people were gone too. William was dead. Henry was gone. A whole generation of young Emilys and Aftons had lost their lives to the horrors of the pizzeria. All of them collateral damage to the man in the bunny suit. Everyone the company
I
had
get it.
ever
Sorry
touched
about that,
was
but
dead
thank
and
you.
gone.
Thank you for
Well,
asking.
all except one.
Pay your child support, you deadbeat! I'm keeping the diamond ring. I also set the house on fire!
Clara Afton. She'd been there in the early days, back when things with William were good. They'd had the perfect home, a thriving business, the ideal family. But shortly after their youngest son died, things started to change. William had become distant, lost in his work.
Did she just pick out a name? He just picked out a random name, right? For Clara Afton? He just said that?
Obsessive. She had watched him change from this irritatingly brilliant man that she had fallen in love with to a drunken monster struggling to hold himself together. And despite her trying to reach out to him in those desperate days, he was just too far gone.
Oh, Clara's name came from the vampire TV show. So technically, it's not like confirmed or anything. It was just in the TV show.
Admit it, you wanted to let me in.
For her sake, she had to leave the relationship, and from there, she largely faded into obscurity. A mystery from William's past, a footnote in his history, and that was fine for her. She wanted to leave that part of her life behind. She tried to move forward, never wanting to hear the name Freddy Fazbear again, a time defined by mistakes and broken promises. But then, the paperwork started to arrive. As Fazbear Entertainment began to close as a corporate entity, suddenly her mail was flooded with notifications, requests, obligations. She had been there since the beginning, helping William in the early days of his business, and now, as a shareholder and sole living member of the Afton family, all copyrights and trademarks of both Afton Robotics and Fazbear Entertainment passed on to her. Memories of this past life that she had long left behind. Looking at the blueprints, the contracts, the memos, she felt old wounds begin to reopen, the regrets of a happy family that had been torn away from her. William had always been brilliant. That's what had attracted her to him in the first place. But he'd also been too blinded by obsession and pride. He was too jealous, too petty, too unable to actually see a bigger picture. But
Imagine
now,
being
holding
this petty.
the paperwork that contained decades of heartbreak and trauma, she realized it was her turn. She was holding the power. This was her chance. And one thought resonated in her head. I will put them back together. I will put them all back together. She would be the one to rebuild this family, to rebuild the pieces of that shattered life, to reclaim the kids that Fazbear had stolen from her. But how? Looking at William's work now laid out before her, she knew that he had been onto something, collecting remnant, robotic humanoids, digital conscience transference. The pieces were all in place. They were just scattered, fragmented. It was almost like there were too many ideas going in too many different directions. It was such an
It was like there was too many ideas going to too many different directions. I wonder what Matt is talking about, or specifically who.
important idea that she reiterated that point to herself. There were too many.
Need a first wife like Clara? How many wives are you trying to have, bud?
ideas going in too many different directions. That said, there had to be a way to save it all. She just needed to put it all back together. But how? To rebuild her family, she would first need to rebuild the franchise that had stolen them away from her. With ownership over the characters, their licenses, the technology patents, and the Fazbear name, she converted the corporation back to an LLC, a structure for smaller businesses that are usually family-owned. The irony was fitting. From there, she would need Remnant, and lots of it. Remnant was the key. Clearly, in the later years of his life, William had been using Circus Babies Entertainment and Rentals as a remnant farm, sending robots to kids' birthday parties in the hopes of nabbing bits of the stuff here and there. But clearly, it wasn't enough. He had, what, like 4, maybe 5 animatronics going out every week? No. It was a decent idea, but to get the Remnant they required, it needed scale. Dozens, hundreds of animatronics, all out there, all gathering Remnant from unsuspecting customers. But to do that would require help, something William would never ask for. William had kept everything in-house. His obsession with control limited him. Clara, though, she wasn't nearly that precious. A plan like this required partners, people outside of Fazbear to do the heavy lifting. So she contacted a mid-sized delivery company, DLZ Shipping Solutions, to help build replicas.
Is this real? Is this actually on the box? DLZ Shipping Solutions?
Animatronics. And with meal delivery apps being all the rage, why not an animatronic delivery service?
It's not like William had a second wife, so you don't need to think of a second wife either, Spectre. Hello.
Order one to celebrate your birthday, your Halloween party. How about a 4th of July picnic? We'll invite Liberty Chica and 4th of July Freddy on over. She would make sure that they made skins for every occasion. Chocolate Bonnies for Easter,
he's
Shamrock
going through the
Freddy's
VR,
for St. Patrick's Day,
game and
Dia de
everything
los
now.
Muertos Chicas. And thus, the Fazbear Funtime service was born.
That's right. With the Fazbear Funtime service, you'll never be alone again. You'll
There
always
he
have
is!
someone watching your back.
Was
There
it
he
ridiculous?
is.
Absolutely. Was it a sellout? Pff, no doubt.
From the
It was
AR
exactly
game.
the sort of
They didn't talk about the VR game then, huh? They didn't add in the VR game and that thing?
thing that William would have hated, but it needed to be done to get enough Remnant. Normally, the novelty of ordering an animatronic wore off after like, what, 1, maybe 2 times? But with new skins for new holidays, suddenly you had yourself an animatronic.
Didn't the VR game come out before the AR game though?
Like perfect for every occasion. It would keep people hooked. It would keep them ordering the latest and greatest that Fazbear Entertainment LLC had to offer. And all the while, they'd be collecting and returning the Remnant back to her. In a word, it was brilliant. There was just one problem with it. No one trusted the Fazbear name. The company's brand was still mud in the public eye. No one would want to hire animatronics from the restaurant franchise known for murdering children. Nothing kills a party quite like the threat of death, you know? So she needed to find a way to discredit the stories that had come before. She needed to win back the public's affections, reactivate some nostalgia for the spooky stories of their childhoods. She needed a game. Multiple games, in fact.
They lied to us. They lied to all of us. They told us that the whole point of this VR game was to undo the bad PR done by a rogue indie game developer. But that's not true at all. Those indie games were designed to conceal and make light of what happened. This isn't just an attempt to rebrand. It's an elaborate cover-up.
Struggling game developers were a dime a dozen online, most working on their magnum opus between shifts at the Dollar General. So she found one. Steve just picked him out of obscurity.
Funny.
The right mix of desperate and doofus willing to
Funny
say and do
as
anything
hell.
for
There
a
we
couple extra
go.
bucks. And he fell right in line, as expected, delivering stupid little things with dumb generic names like Mangle's Quest, Balloon Boy's Air Adventure, Five Nights at Freddy's. Bad gameplay with even worse graphics, but hey, they got the job done. People were suddenly talking about the clues
You hear that, Scott? He said bad gameplay.
inside of these things, searching for the hidden lore. They were actively making jokes about dead kids at pizzerias. Her husband's twisted history of serial murder had suddenly been reduced to a mere Nancy Drew mystery to be solved. The plan had worked. Freddy Fazbear's was suddenly more popular than ever. Things were going shockingly well. Her takeover and reboot of the franchise was full and complete. Suddenly infused with cash, she built the largest, most ambitious project yet, the Mega Pizzaplex. William had always been so visionary, but always thought so small scale. He was careful to a fault. Not her, though. She knew that this latest project needed to be big. It needed to be flashy. It needed to be a palace for children. A place that got people talking and checking out the latest in Fazbear products. So with a steady supply of Remnant flowing in, it was finally time. The stage was set. It was time to get to her real...
Why does she need Remnant again, technically? What is she using the Remnant for?
Goal, literally rebuilding a family.
So
March
she wants the
2035.
remnant
The
to
first
be
was-
put. She wants all the remnants to be put into, you know, certain things to be used for to restore the family. A robot family. Doesn't remnant includes other people's soul though, so I feel like it doesn't always have, you know what I mean? I just feel like it includes other people's souls, so it's like, okay, you're just taking random children's soul and putting it into your family.
Obvious. The crying child, her little boy, the one that was the first to get ripped away from her. She'd seen down in his bunker that William had gotten very close to replicating artificial humans using animatronic technology, and so that's exactly what
I can see if Remnant is more of a fuel than a personality install, but then, you know, like Cassidy. Cassidy stayed alive through Remnant and blah, 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 right? Cassidy's soul is probably like, I don't know, the ragiest. I feel like, I don't know. Well, it's wishy-washy. We'll just let it go.
what she would do. Rebuild her boy from the ground up using robotic parts. His shaggy brown hair, his favorite striped shirt, even down to small details that no one would notice, like the band-aid on his left knee. Williams' research had even found ways of making animatronics that could bleed and process food, making them virtually indistinguishable from a typical human. He would never have any idea of what he actually was unless he was explicitly told. The only things that could possibly ruin the illusion were
AI
any overrides to his internal
sometimes.
systems. If something were to, say, interfere with the cameras that he had in his eyes, or cause some sort of a core reboot to his hard drive, or x-ray his metallic bones, then yeah, he would be exposed. But otherwise, to the outside world, he was just your typical, normal human boy. She worked down in the bowels of the Pizzaplex, giving him life, but it was one thing to build him, it was another to help him remember his identity. He died so young, so early in their history, that there was no preserved memories for him, no documentation that she could just download into his digital brain. So bit by bit, she trained him.
Well, they don't have fucking family photos during this time?
Forcing him to remember who he was. In a corner of the room, she even made a makeshift dinner table, a reminder of their happier days. The family recreated: 2 brothers, a sister, a father, and the mother at the head of the table. The one in charge, the one in command, the one bringing all of this to fruition. But his progress was admittedly slower than she would have liked. At first, he could only communicate through simple 1s and 0s, then rudimentary drawings and crude letters. But bit by bit, images of his past life started to come through. Balloons, colors, houses, bears and faces, birthday parties.
Where is he getting these memories though, right? Where is she? Because she's getting remnants from like random places. Where is he getting these quote unquote memories?
All for me. Gregory was alive. As the robot boy embraced her, she felt a warmth that she hadn't in decades. This was the joy that she'd been working towards. This was what it was all for. Her son, back in her arms again.
This is nice, but we literally never get to see this. We're pretty sure Gregory is kind of just lost.
The plan was working. She had to keep going. Next was William. If the family was truly going to be put together, she would need him. And she knew exactly where he was, in the ruins of that old Freddy Fazbear's pizza place where Henry had trapped him.
How does she know
that's
that?
Specifically why she insisted on building the Pizzaplex there over the sinkhole. It was the best place to hide what her true intentions were with the entire operation. Digging through the wreckage, she found him. He was right where she thought he'd be. Seeing the putrid shell of the Springtrap suit,
There's a lot of
was
cop-outs
not
going on
something
right
she
now,
was
but
prepared
I'm
for.
just gonna
The
let it
rotting
happen.
corpse of William Afton was disgusting. Scorched flesh fused into the fur lining. Hollow black sockets where eyes once were. A smell that reeked of burned carbon and bloody iron. He was no longer flesh. He was just the tangled sinews of a creature that was once called human. How far this brilliant man had fallen. It was clear that her work was cut out for her on this one. Afton was practically lifeless. The man may not have been able to die, but he was about as close as you could come. And his body would need a lot of reconstruction. Replacement arms and endoskeleton reinforcements were the top priority, maybe pulled from their new line of glam rock animatronics. She'd have to see if they had any spare Bonnie parts lying around that they could steal. In the meantime, though, she threw the husk that was once her husband into a life support pod infused with aerosolized remnant to help keep him stable. But more important than recovering his body was recovering his mind. In his current state, he was comatose, an empty shell. Severe brain damage starts at temperatures over 108 degrees Fahrenheit. 42 degrees Celsius, and years of repeated fires had burned his brain to goo. Gone was the brilliant, frustrating mind that had drawn her to him in the first place. But she had a plan. Unlike her darling boy Gregory, Afton had found ways to record his consciousness. Fundamentally, the brain is only a series of
Nobody
electrical
technically
connections
should
after
know
all.
that, except for the ones who are being controlled by him, maybe, but probably not, but okay.
So why couldn't you replicate that in the form of a standard circuit board? In essence, you could create a digital consciousness. And one thing she knew about William, he was nothing if not cautious. A planner. Someone who had backup plans to his backup plans. And sure enough, there it was. Buried in piles of old animatronic CPUs, a record of Afton himself. But she needed someone to test it.
Someone was definitely here during the night. It had to have been the client. I mean, they sent us that stuff in the first place with no explanation, told us to scan it, said it would expedite the process so we wouldn't need to program any pathfinding ourselves.
Unlike the other games that she'd paid to have made in the past, this one had a different purpose. This wasn't about PR, it was about getting William back up and running, spreading his virus to the masses.
You acknowledge that Fazbear Entertainment is not responsible for accidental digital consciousness transference, real-world manifestations of digital characters.
She hired a new developer, Silver Parasol Games, to scan the boards and bring her husband into the system. And because of the immersive nature of VR, William's consciousness would be able to merge with the player, giving him a new body, a new agency. There was just one complication. Afton's hold wasn't as powerful as she had hoped. He wasn't able to gain complete control. The first trial run, Jeremy, was so desperate to escape from his grasp that he sliced his own face off with a paper shredder. Messy. Afton's followers were reluctant, to say the least. But it was the second attempt that looked like it had the potential to kill two birds with one stone. Enter Vanessa. Mrs. Afton wanted a surrogate daughter. Her darling Elizabeth would have been a young woman at this point if she had lived. And Clara wanted someone who wasn't Elizabeth but could be just like her. Could she have just rebuilt her like Gregory? Sure, but she decided against it because she wanted an actual human mother-daughter connection.
Wow, what's wrong with a human? What is it, a freaking mother-son? What, mother-son isn't real? Huh?
Well, that, and it would be redundant and narratively unsatisfying to have two robot kids in the same family.
Okay.
What could she say? William had put a lot of tools on the table for her to use, and she was planning on using them all. Plus, Elizabeth had always been so loyal to Daddy. It was time to give her a second chance, a true choice. And Vanessa seemed to be the perfect candidate to fill the role.
Your dad's name was Bill? Your dad didn't play fair, did he? He used to make your mum look bad in court. He manipulated you. I know your mum... after she lost the custody case. I was supposed to be a good girl.
She started as a QA tester at Silver Parasol Games, a VR game development company that was part of her plan to bring back William. But more importantly, Vanessa checked all the correct boxes. Right age, blonde, green eyes with a fondness for flowers and the outdoors. In many ways, it was her daughter all over again. Except it wasn't just looks and personality. What really mattered...
I wonder if she's going to do this for number 4, our patient 46. Like, I wonder if he's going to mention it.
Was Vanessa's mind, underconfident, coming from a broken home, motherless, able to be manipulated. Yes, she would do nicely. She would be the one to save dear old Daddy, just as the real Elizabeth would have wanted.
I will make you proud, Daddy.
While testing the VR game, William's digital consciousness merged with Vanessa. Oh sure, she fought, fragmenting Afton's code into a series of tapes hidden across the game, trying to do web searches to regain control over her life, but it wasn't enough. She was...
What? There it is. There it is.
Merged with Vanessa. Oh, sure, she fought, fragmenting
Afton's code into a series of tapes hidden across the game.
Trying to do web searches to regain control over her life,
Tape
but it
girl
wasn't
revealed.
enough. She was weaker.
What? Why not? Everything else, we're gonna be like, yeah, wishy-washy. Let's just have it. You know what? This is wishy-washy. Just let me have it. Hello?
Than Jeremy.
It's
she
not
was a thrall
that hard to
despite
believe.
Occasional moments of lucidity had to obey. And with Vanessa, it was a 2-for-1 deal. She was getting a daughter back while also bringing her husband one step closer to reactivation.
I'm just saying. I mean, like, how angry do you have to be to not even let me have this? Because there's a bunch of people on Reddit, I'm sure, I'm sure. Literally, there are a bunch of people on Reddit who also believe in this tape girl theory, okay? So fuck it. Why not? Why not? Ask the question. Oh, because the Vanessa specifically says no? Come on. Of all the things that are wishy-washy and unclear, tape girl not being Vanessa has to be the one that everybody fights me on. You guys let me have Balloon Boy, okay? Well, that's the question. That's my fucking question.
She just had to make sure that Vanessa was headed the right way. The reborn Gregory was an expert hacker, part of the benefits of being an Afton and a robot. So Clara had him keeping tabs on Vanessa, hacking into her emails and trailing her therapy sessions to ensure the future Elizabeth was falling in line. If any of the therapists started to ask too many questions, they were promptly dismissed from their positions. And while Gregory kept tabs on Vanessa's personal life, Mrs. Afton made sure to clear a path.
Wait, what happened? What about Gregory? Hold on.
Gain control over her life, but it wasn't enough. She was weaker than Jeremy. She was a thrall that, despite occasional moments of lucidity, had to obey. And with Vanessa, it was a 2-for-1 deal. She was getting a daughter back while also bringing her husband one step closer to reactivation. She just had to make sure that Vanessa was headed the right way. The reborn Gregory was an expert hacker, part of the benefits of being an Afton and a robot. So Clara had him keeping tabs on Vanessa, hacking into her emails and trailing her therapy sessions to ensure the future Elizabeth was falling in line. If any of the therapists started to ask too many questions, they were promptly dismissed from their positions. And while Gregory kept tabs on Vanessa's personal life, Mrs. Afton made sure to clear a path for her professionally. With Silver Parasol's collapse at the hands of the Anomaly, she then had the possessed Vanessa bring the contaminated circuit boards to DLZ shipping and the Fazbear Funtime service. More glitches, more Remnant, more Afton. But it was her last move that was the best. In a true masterpiece of poetry, she brought Vanessa over to be chief security officer at the Pizzaplex. A true family tradition to don the hat and badge, and all it took was a recommendation from the top as well as some emails marked for deletion. Sure, Vanessa didn't have relevant experience for the job, but when it comes directly from the CEO, does it really matter? Husband, son, daughter. A corpse, a robot, a human. All that was left was Michael. Poor, troubled Michael. The boy that killed her youngest. The one that would spend years trying to make his guilty conscience right again. A self-professed protector. Well, she knew she needed him to complete the family. Something told her that the problem had already solved itself. Something had shifted when using Glamrock Freddy to excavate the buried pizza place.
I have been here before. I found myself for the first time when I cleared the path. I have changed. My friends are here, but I can protect you. I am not me.
Maybe it was the remnant that had coursed through Michael's veins. Maybe it was the spirit of Michael living on as a protector. But he was there, somewhere inside of Glamrock Freddy. She could feel it. And just like that, she'd won. She'd done it. Sure, there were still some kinks to work out, some final brainwashing of Vanessa, some rehabilitation of William, but they were there. Finally, all together
and then
again
we kill
under
him.
one roof. The
Kill him! Kill him! We kill him! Murder!
Aftons reunited. A happy ending. And that's how it could have ended. That's how it should have ended, had it not been for a few unanticipated developments.
Me!
For one, something was just wrong with the Pizzaplex. Almost as if the entire building was haunted, possessed. Puppet plushies hiding on ceilings, behind crates, places that they had no earthly way of belonging. Staff bots with greasy tears down their eyes acting like they were being puppeteered by some sort of a nightmare. Even their sounds had the echo of nightmares long past. It was as though a guardian spirit of the past refused to move on. As long as her husband was around, it too would linger. Only now, it wasn't just in one body, but it was in the essence of the building itself. She had seen stories of houses built on burial grounds getting possessed by angry spirits, but she'd never assumed that it could be real. Then again, in a world of living spirit metal and mind-controlling glitches, who was she to be so judgmental? The whole thing was ridiculous. Why would this be the line that she refused?
That's a little projection-y, don't you think, Matt?
To cross. After all, the Pizzaplex was built over the burial ground of angry spirits, but it was the power cords that finally convinced her that something was wrong. Suddenly, these cords were striped black and white, like the security puppet from generations ago. The very foundations of this place, the materials and wires that constituted it, were rebelling against her, against the Aftons, against the quest to bring them all together again. And it was being helped by something else, something slithering through the building. Maybe they were connected, she couldn't be sure, but a blob of living wires could be heard oozing through the walls, stealing pieces and parts of the old animatronics showcased in Rockstar Row. She could only assume that it was a byproduct of all the remnant they'd been collecting. From Afton's testing, she knew that both light and dark remnant existed, one of positive emotions and the other created from anguish, anger, agony. Perhaps this thing was an amalgamation of all the darkest parts of the pizzeria's history, a collection of the hatred still housed inside these defunct endoskeletons and exosuits. As long as it was left alone, it seemed to be harmless. But if any Afton outside of Michael got too close, it would lash out wildly. Even young Gregory, looking to punish the family that had been complicit in its horrible creation. Little did she know, though, that Gregory should have been her biggest concern, that bringing the family together would have some unforeseen consequences. Gregory was normally the goodest of boys. She had literally built him that way. But lately, he'd been disappearing more and more often, disobeying her orders, requests. She knew that he loved playing.
Yeah, it sounds like a fucking, like, young boy thing to do. Just disobeying parents' orders.
On the arcade machines once the Pizzaplex closed, being
I
so
swear.
good as to top the leaderboard on practically all of them. But lately, he was nowhere to be found.
kinda
She
funny.
suspected his absence had to do with Glamrock Freddy's failed performance the other night, when he malfunctioned live on stage. Almost as though the core programming of Freddy responded to seeing this rebuilt small boy. Almost like it awakened something inside of him. She'd have to make sure that Vanessa was on the lookout for him. But she'd soon come to learn that Vanessa wasn't enough. Whether it was the influence of the nightmare puppet or a reawakened hatred of animatronics seated deep in Gregory's code, something had caused him to rebel, to rip apart each animatronic in the Pizzaplex. Bit by bit, this boy was tearing down the empire that she'd so painstakingly built, freeing Vanessa from her mind control, destroying the remains of Afton in the basement, setting Glamrock Freddy loose. As her carefully created world crumbled around her one more time, she began to plot her revenge. She would have to bring them all to ruin.
I'm sorry, real quick. I think at this point now, the only way to get rid of William Afton for real is almost like the Dybbuk box, right? Where you have to take apart all the different pieces and fucking just toss them elsewhere in different parts of the ocean, maybe. Okay? You gotta, it's like, you can't just burn them, apparently. All right? You gotta just cut them all up, take them apart, bury them in different like go around and put them in all the different places in the world, okay? If anything, feed them to the fucking pigs, because pigs will eat a lot, all right? There's just so much, so much.
And there you have it, my friends, nearly a decade in the making, my FNAF timeline for where the franchise is here in 2023, the year of Fazbear Frights, by the way. As always, it wouldn't be right for me to finish without going over some of the more controversial takes that I just handed out. I think we can all agree that this part of the timeline was always going to be the hardest, so let me just break down some of the major points.
Wait, should we let him have this one? We did it?
First of all, the biggest swing of this episode, and obviously the
let
one
him
that
have
everything
this
else
one?
rests upon, Mrs. Afton being the CEO of Fazbear Entertainment LLC. Here's why I went with this route. Now, first and foremost, the head of
let him have
Fazbear
this?
Entertainment
Okay.
is the
Go ahead.
single biggest mystery that we're meant to solve at this point in the lore. The Ultimate Guide brings it up repeatedly. Who's running the show? Who is okaying these decisions? And in the security breach memos, we get multiple mentions of someone manipulating things from the top down. Whoever this is, they are the person driving forward every other facet of late-stage FNAF lore here. They're the puppet master who's hiring the indie dev. They're the ones relaunching the brand, building the Pizzaplex over the burial ground. So everything at the end of the timeline relies on this one singular answer. Now, as I see it, there are two possibilities here. One, an adult robot Elizabeth, like we see older versions of robot kids in the fourth closet, or Mrs. Afton. Could it be someone completely new to the franchise? Absolutely yes, but in a game with so many returning faces and repeated themes, it would be pretty random.
That's how I feel about Vanessa in the first place. Like it's pretty random that Vanessa is just this random girl that comes back.
And arbitrary. So, between these two girl bosses, who then would it be? Well, Elizabeth always wants to please her daddy, so she'd be most likely wanting to bring him to life. But then, what's Vanessa's role in all of this? Vanessa is clearly meant to be a parallel for Elizabeth. Same hair, same eyes, similar backstories, but if the main goal is getting the Afton family back together, which seems to clearly be the case in Security Breach, then there's
Project
no need for
46
Vanessa
is, huh?
to be involved at all. We already have Elizabeth running the show.
Yeah,
it would also
Henry
mean that we
Sis is
suddenly have
elusive,
two robot
Project
kids
46
running
or
around, which feels
Project-
narratively repetitive
I'm sorry,
and quite
Patient
frankly
46.
kind of dumb. Now look at Mrs. Afton. We know next to nothing about her
But
outside
I
of any
can
clues that we can get
understand
from Immortal and the
from the
Restless
Afton
and the Laura song.
perspective,
But what her
this
being
is where
head of
it is.
Fazbear does is make every
46
other
is Gregory?
piece of the lore fit.
So
Suddenly,
how?
you can have one of every other type of character.
Right? Like
one robot
Gregory
kid,
doesn't
Gregory,
have,
one-
as far as I know, Gregory doesn't have like any like they said that Gregory doesn't have any records with them. He was sent for therapy. Who sent him? The mom? Are we accepting that the mom fucking sent him to therapy?
one brainwashed human in Elizabeth / Vanessa, one OG corpse in William, and one possessed animatronic in Mike. Narratively, it makes everything else cleaner. Legally, it's also the option that makes the most sense. As I call out in my narrative, she'd likely have some stake in the original company and all of its assets. So
he
as
was
Fazbear
tailing,
folds as
but
a
what, the
company, I
therapist
suspect
just sees
a
like
lot
a
of it
random
would
kid
return
and goes,
back
hey,
to
you
her.
have to come
But
to
there was
therapy?
one clue that really sold me on this particular direction, and that was this right here. In the post-it room, the big lore central of Security Breach, a dinner table scene with the whole family,
Oh, it's
including
because the mom
mother.
is
And not
at the
only is she
head
there,
of the
she is at
table,
the
bet.
head of that
That's
table,
what I
the
thought.
position of highest honor and responsibility. She is the one in charge, with William being relegated off to the side. That one scene
Interesting.
shows that we have to include mom in there somewhere, and the only place it makes sense for her to be is at the top. Now, there is one big dilemma with my interpretation of all this. The Ultimate Guide really seems to point out that the head of Fazbear doesn't want the glitch trap virus to spread. They call out one particular email in FNAF AR where the legal team calls a cease and desist to all action about scanning the circuit boards. And even in FNAF VR, we're told that the circuit boards get stolen back by the client, presumably once they realize what danger is on there, trying to stop Glitch Trap before he spreads and gets out of hand. Here's the problem with that though. If the head of Fazbear doesn't want Afton to rise again, why'd they restart the company in the first place? Why'd they build over the FNAF 6 pizzeria? Why'd they go through an elaborate cover-up to make the possessed Vanessa an important part of the company? Just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It would be the most inconsistent series of actions ever, but I did want to call attention to it since it seems to be the route that the official guide is trying to steer us towards. Moving on to minor
Scott sitting down after writing the fucking official guide going, fuck. I literally wrote it in the official guide, you guys. I literally wrote it in the official guide. Can you imagine?
Point number one, the Five Nights at Freddy's games were made by the Rogue indie developer. Here's the thing, FNAF VR opens with this line.
That's why we have recreated many of these completely fictitious scenarios, lies, that you've been fed over the last several years into a hilarious VR game.
It's recreating the lies told to you by the indie
Hilarious.
developer. And since
Yeah,
Help
so
Wanted
funny.
has direct recreations
Very,
of
very
FNAFs 1
funny.
through 3, it means the games must be part of the fabrications that this developer made up. Also, all of this is heavily implied in the story of the same name, Help Wanted and Tales of the Pizzaplex, hence FNAF 1 through 3, canon games within the lore of the series. Big swing number 2, the elephant, or ghost in the room, Charlie infecting the Pizzaplex. John from the channel FNAF has made some great findings about Charlie's influence over the Pizzaplex. The cables that looked like the striped arms of the puppet, the Nightmare-own plushies that you find hidden across the Pizzaplex
Oh,
in
that's
weird places, the staff
Nightmare-own.
bots with creepy smiles and in your dreams written on the front. All of these things scream puppets. Plus, with the puppet mask not having tears in the blob, seems to imply that Charlie's spirit exists elsewhere. She is still in play, and she has an important role, especially in Gregory's post-it room. The doors to the post-it room in the game's code are called Charlie doors, and inside we see a bunch of lit up nightmare staff bot heads. Suspicious, to say the least. The channel
That is
ID
super
Fantasy did a
suspicious,
great
bro.
theory looking at the post-it notes, concluding that the crying child / Gregory isn't alone in this room, but rather might be communicating with someone. A spirit, Charlie. Charlie's spirit seems to have pulled a poltergeist. Instead of controlling one thing, she's affecting a lot of little
Finally, we get poltergeist.
details, foundational elements of the Pizzaplex. And this isn't the first time that we've seen this in the franchise either. We've seen spirits communicating with people through physical writing in the survival logbook. So we know that this is an established means of spirit communication within this franchise. And I suspect that to some extent it might be Charlie's influence making Gregory go haywire. Which brings me then to my final and probably biggest controversy in recent FNAF history, Gregory as patient—
No! Axel, that's it. Done. We've already had a FNAF fucking week. What are you talking about, Axel? We're not touching on any more of this. Once I get past these, I'm done.
46, the evil robot mastermind. Now, I know when I first came out with this theory a year ago, people were mad. But here's the thing, you don't have to
For
take
what?
my
What
evidence
are we
points
getting?
for it anymore. The recent Tales from the Pizzaplex story, GGY, basically goes and just outright proves it. In GGY, we find out about a boy
No,
named
we don't
Gregory
have one
who's getting
more.
all
We
the
don't-
high
one more
scores
of
in the
what?
Pizzaplex arcade machines. When therapists start to go missing, it's confirmed that GGY is the one that's working to bump them off. And when animatronics start
Okay,
getting
you know what?
corrupted
I'm
by a
here. I'm
mysterious
done.
glitch,
I'm done. All right, let's go. Let's go. We have three more videos, but all the videos are just, you know, of the Caesars and a little bit of something something.
Hello?
Oh, hey, you made it. You know, I wasn't sure you'd survive that whole playlist. All the Balloon Boy stuff, made me think you had a chunk of your frontal lobe bitten off. Anyway, we just got a new trailer last week. Not the movie trailer. Well, yes, we did get that too, but we also got a trailer for the Ruin DLC for Security Breach. So, I was thinking we take everything you've learned about FNAF theories and, have you analyze the new game trailer. You could do a full watch of it and then do a frame-by-frame analysis with whatever theories you can come up with using your newfound knowledge. Kind of like a finals test. Or an SAT. Anyway, good luck.
Oh my god! That was
I hope
the
you get
best!
this message. I'm trapped. Here at the Pizzaplex, or what's left of it. I don't have time to go into how I got here, but you've got to help me out. Save me, Cassie, please. It's so dark down here.
Cassie? Oh god. They're all still moving.
Gregory, run!
Okay, so Gregory's friend. That's Chica still. Oh god. Ugh.
Don't give up on me yet.
Whoa, okay, alrighty. There's another one, I think, right? Is that another one?
Welcome back
Oh no, this is, wait, is this another one?
for another week of career fulfillment and minimal
Help Wanted 2 teaser trailer also.
social interaction. We know how challenging it can be to find a place where you feel that you truly belong, and to find a job that treats you mostly with respect and only infrequently with contempt. For that reason, we are excited to inform you that you did an adequate enough job the first time around to have you back. Also, there were no other applicants. So strap yourself in.
Why are
and
we
get
applying?
motivated to
Why
an
am I
appropriate
applying?
Degree. Because you ain't seen nothing yet.
Wow. Help Wanted was a VR one, right? You fuck. Oh, I'm so happy that I had that fucking on the space bar. Oh my god, that's so funny. Okay, let's go. Let's take a look at the DLC again. Let's just go out with the first things that I'm like, it's just the first things I'm noticing, all right? Just pulling it out. Just ba. Okay. That's the girl. The girl has just come in, right? That girl, that I'm pretty sure is girl. Brown hair though. Interesting. Charlie?
Cassie, I hope you get this message.
Cassie, the only thing I'm feeling is close to Cassidy, but I don't know how close, I don't know how often Cassidy and Cassie are. Like, might be a whole other name, but who knows. If we're gonna sit here and theorize, I want to sit here and theorize among what we know, right? Good night, Airbrain. Rest well. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Bye-bye. Cassie, short for Cassidy? That's what I'm saying.
Here at the Pizzaplex, or what's left of it.
Where is... She's, like, calling out to Cassidy. Or calling out to a Cassie. Why?
I don't have time to go into how I got here.
She? Yeah, I feel like this is... I'm feeling like this is a she. That's what my theory is. This is a girl. This is Gregory? This is Gregory's voice? Oh, is it? See, I don't know. I never played Security Breach, so I don't know that this is a a voice. This is Gregory's voice.
Cassie, I hope you get this message.
So now I'm assuming then that the girl is Cassie.
I'm trapped here at the Pizzaplex, or what's left of it.
Wait, why does he know who that is? Why does he... That's weird, no? That's interesting. Like, as far as I know, he's, you know, from the theories we've been given, he shouldn't know anything, honestly. Could be older Gregory? Older Gregory shouldn't know anything else more, I feel like. Wait, older Gregory, but the trailer poster, the teaser poster for this DLC is inherently a girl, right? FNAF Ruin DLC poster. Oh, that's a whole other person. That's not... Hold on. Let me go back. Yeah, that's a whole other person. This is not the same person. That is not the same person as this. I thought this was... Yeah, no, I thought it was the same girl.
Cassie, I hope you get this.
Sorry, I'm gonna have to go 0.5 in here. I don't know what the hell that is.
I'm trapped.
But I still don't understand why Gregory would be calling somebody else. Like, what do you know? Who do you know?
Here at the Pizzaplex, or what's left of it.
Yeah, right? It just looks like a drinking bird, honestly.
I don't have time to go into how I got here.
Where does this... I'm confused. Hold on. This has got to be some time after what's been going on. This is... Yeah. This isn't like right after. I don't remember what all the endings are. What's the true ending of this? Is the true ending the one where they leave? Just a reminder, everyone, I've never played these games. I don't know what these games actually are. Fire ending is the true ending? Okay.
Cassie, I hope...
The Defeat Afton ending. What happens to everyone after the Defeat Afton ending? What happens to... Oh, no, it isn't? Okay. Yeah, this is definitely like decades later. This is definitely a while later because look at all the graffiti too.
I'm trapped here at the Pizzaplex, or what's left of it. I don't have time to go into how I got here.
Well, I'll tell you how you fucking got here. You're a fucking dumbass, bitch. After this true ending, but not best one. I mean, whatever the canon ending is, yeah. What happens to Gregory in the canon ending is what I'm asking. Because obviously, apparently, Gregory's back. I'm trying to see how, like, the possibility.
You got to help.
There's Helpy in my bed. Wait, that's weird. These boxes don't have a picture of this. I'm, like, thinking way too into it now. Watch. These pictures don't have this picture. So I wonder who is coming in, taking all, like, putting these art shits on here.
Meow. Save me, Cassie. Please.
Cassie? Do we know a fucking Cassie? In canonical ending, did Vanessa leave? We know a Cassidy, yeah. A dead one. Like a very dead one.
So dark down here.
And no shit, dumbass. What did you think was gonna happen? The lights all suddenly turn on and it's like a safe place again? Stupid ass. Vanessa isn't part of canon ending. Vanessa die? Hell is that? Oh, let's get a or something. Ooh, damn. Well, that's like what is that? What is that? Withered. It's like a withered wolfie. Is this still okay? This isn't Greg. I don't think. This isn't still Greg. Greg's down here. Okay. Greg is calling out to Cassie. This is Cassie. Cassie came down to find Greg. Stop! Shut the fuck up! Do you want me to do my own theories or not? Jesus! Alright, that's Chica. There's nothing that doesn't say that that's Chica. Okay, cool. I don't know if we get security camera stuff, but like in the last games, but wires? Among Us? That's Cassie. Okay. Hold on. That's Cassie's voice. That's what is that called? Niner. What is that called? Walkie-talkie. Thank you. That's a walkie-talkie. And they're being able to speak with ho. Wouldn't it be so... Oh, man. Oh, my God. That'd be so fucking sick, though. I was going to say, this is just a DLC, so more than likely it's not going to be something like this. But it would be so fucking crazy if this was, like, a 2-player game, right? And you guys start at fucking different ends. The way that it, you know, We Were Here is, you guys start at different ends, going through, like, having to hide and going through all this to find each other. It'd be so fucking sick. Okay, that's more security stuff. I think that's a security robot, right? I can't tell. I don't know what they look like enough. What the fuck is that? Oh, is that more of the gator? What the hell am I going through? Am I flying? I'm jumping off. That's more of Chica. Yo, Chica is just walking around. Okay, well, that's Monty Gator. The brat he is. Dude, what is this idea of Chica being like, just not even like actually scaring, just awkwardly walking around and like laying down and like moving on a fucking conveyor belt? Wait, why is Chica moving on a conveyor belt? Why is there power in here? Yo, what's up, broski? Nice to see you. It's been a long time. I hope you're doing well, dude. That's Monty Gator still, I assume. And that's weird. That's interesting. She doesn't have eyes, so dude, it's what it feels like to me right now. Hold on. Chica has eyes. Okay, Monty has eyes. Yeah, we are looking at FNAF stuff. This is like the most recent trailer. See, she looks like she's looking completely elsewhere, like not even close to us. And then she like reacts after we make a little noise on our bracelets. I don't know anything about this character. Nobody spoke about this character at all. They're just like daycare attendants. Like, again, this is one of those like cop-out things where I'm like, okay, you guys purposefully omitted this because none of your theories are going to sit in this. You guys have nothing to do with it. You don't know anything about it. This is what I feel about it. Because this daycare character just comes out of nowhere. I have no information about them and nobody wants to give me information. So I'm like, weird. He's just a little guy? Yeah. Sounds like theory talk. Sounds like a theorist who's tired. All right, you put on masks. You're putting on masks for this one. That's definitely it. Look at that. You putting on the masks. Is that a fucking Vanny mask? That's some Vanny ass eyes. What the hell is that? What the fuck is that? fuck is that? Oh, these are just clouds, huh? These are just... Is this normally there? That's not... Is that normally there? I can't tell. I've never played this game. They showed us this? Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh, cool. Thanks for letting me know about this. Interesting. It looks like little clouds. Who dat? Who dat? Who the fuck is that? Looks like a fucking cyberpunk version of someone. The hell was that? Is it? Is it like a cyberpunk? Yeah, that's definitely a rabbit. I can see the fucking ears. The ears are turned down, though, so I don't know what the hell that means. What is this, like... Did you just say evil Vanny? All Vannies are evil, no? Vanny's the evil version. Is Afton's... what's their name? Glitch Trap's ears down? I thought Glitch Trap's ears were, like, up. God, imagine. Glitch Trap taken form? That's so funny, dude. What, they don't have any other villain, so they have to bring him back, huh? This is very glitchy. Very, very glitchy. That's incredibly glitchy. There's no way. That's not like a glitch thing. That's very, very glitchy.
Don't give up on me yet.
Okay. Well, that is all there is to that one. That's it. That's all I have. That's all I got, you guys. I don't have a lot of other theories. Don't give up on me yet. Steel Wool begging for us to say. I guess I should be asking about the don't give up on me yet thing. I feel like, I mean, obviously that's Greg's voice, right? Greg's voice is saying, don't give up on me yet. What is that? Man. I'm assuming it's to Cassie, right? No, we're done for right now. Yeah, we're done for right now. I am going to send you guys somewhere. No more. We're done for right now. We did it. We finally finished the FNAF lore. Okay, holy shit. Seriously. Just in time for what? Yeah. But that's okay. Or later on tonight. Okay, don't worry. Later on tonight, I will be back for my Valorant training session. I'm gonna be just taking some extra time to today is the finale of BattleBots, so we have to go watch it. Okay, I will be watching it for sure. And I'll just be taking a break to go switch up my schedule because I have to be honest, these 10-hour days, 10, 11 hours, maybe some of them 8 or 9, but I don't know. Some of them, 10-hour days is a lot right now. So we're gonna figure out what my schedules are like. Okay. Thank you for congratulating me. It's overall, the ending thought is, yes, I have been really, really frustrated with the FNAF theories. Everything still stands in the way that I'm saying, I totally respect Matt Pat. I like a good number of his theories. I still don't agree with all of his theories, which is fine because he doesn't agree with all of his theories. He disproves his old theories all the time. It's just amazing, the books and the lore and the ARG and all that's put behind it, not only from the front of Scott and now currently the team who puts it out there, right? But also on the other side of you guys solving it. That's unbelievable. That's crazy, in terms of the ultimate timeline and how I feel about it, I love that he put it in a narration way because that's more helpful to me. Do I agree with all of it? Not necessarily. Is there some things that I didn't originally agree with, but he kind of put it out there and I went, you know what? I'll take that. That doesn't sound far-fetched. And I kind of like the way that he put it together. Yes. Is there also things that I'm like, yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Yes. There's a little bit of everything. I think in a good way to all end and say about it is FNAF itself, I don't believe is ever going to have a clear-cut answer to everything. I think there's a loose plot line, right? A loose here and there idea of everything, and then just things hinting at it consistently. Um, because as we all know, the story's changed multiple times. Scott himself has said some things like that. Matt himself has theorized that. They're all everything is very fun as long as you take it with the idea that these are, like, even though Matt, the way that he speaks about them is very definitive, these are literally, yes, just theories, and with the absolute knowledge that all these theories could or could not have been true at any given moment in time, because everything is kind of just a loose ends. It's generally pretty fun. Yeah. Like, I'm pretty happy now that I have this knowledge, right? And that's something that is hard for me to say because I'm usually the kind of person that's like, fuck, schoolwork, not learning, God, But I'm pretty happy now. I have FNAF knowledge. Watch this bitch ass gonna go be on TikTok looking at FNAF shit, right? You watch that shit. And now I feel like, okay, now I can enjoy the other upcoming FNAF stuff. I was gonna watch the FNAF movie anyways. I liked Willy's Wonderland, and, I'm friends with other people who like slasher films. I'm not that I'm saying that FNAF is gonna be a slasher film. I just think FNAF has slasher series things that are in this, right? I was gonna watch it anyways, but now I can watch it with the actual knowledge behind it. So it's pretty fun. It's pretty interesting. I do think the very end, all this, like, everything, I don't know. The last video that we watched, the family rebuilt the end of the game theory section. As Matt also said, that is the most contentious. Is that what the word he said? That is the weakest one for me. That one, I'm just kind of like, okay, it's cute. It's going to just finish the movie or whatever, right? But those are all the ones where I'm kind of like, all right, chill. All right. But I don't have anything else other than that. Please, thank you so much, right? Please thank the community who got me to get the subathon goal. If you enjoyed this, please thank the community who got the subathon goal for me. Thank Axel for putting all these together. Actually, he put all this into a beautiful, like, playlist for me that included all of it. Thank Axel not only for that, but also for this. I'm coming back later. Yeah, I'm leaving right now and I'll come back later. But you have to notice this. You have to notice this. This entire video right here, this is Axel. And this is Axel's voice. And this is his cute little, like, just think about it. This is my, like, outright call to a wonderful mod and editor and friend for a long time. Like, before he was my mod and editor, you need to know that we were in the same friend, like the first friend group I ever had being a VTuber. So we've known each other for a long time now, like since my VTubing career. The thought behind this is not only so unique and fun that you, like, went out of his way to do it and then voice it and write a fucking script. And the voice in here, you can tell, is the way that he's saying it is very closely alike to the actual phone guy from, the first FNAF game. Like, it's so cute and extra, and, I just love it. Like, thank you so much, Axel. You can see my face when I listened to this and I watched this, because my face straight up was just like, it's so, seeing people who are creative and love things so much like this and like Axel just makes me so happy and really drives and inspires me to do more and creative things. This whole thing right here, I mean, it's like, yeah, it's something small, but it makes all the difference, right? So if we learn anything from FNAF, small details can make all the difference. And this is it. This is something I feel like, look at this.
Oh, hey, you made it. I wasn't sure you'd survive that whole playlist. Although Balloon Boy stuff, made me think you had a chunk of your frontal lobe bitten off.
Hey, fuck you. Balloon Boy is fire, okay? It's a shame we didn't get more Balloon Boy. No, but really, okay, thank you so much, you guys. I will send you over to a good friend of mine, all right? It is time for some battle bots in just a little bit. I'm going to be preparing my food so I can eat while I watch my battle bots. It is battle bots finale. After that, I'm just going to take a little break and everything. I will see you guys later tonight. I'll put it on my Twitter and all that shit. You guys will be able to find it. we'll be doing more Valorant training, of course, okay? And hopefully we can keep up because it seems like Valorant training so far has been pretty all right. Yeah, well, I'll see you later tonight. But remember, today is my Funathon day 17. It will say day 17 tonight. Yeah. Okay, give me 1 second. Here. Yeah, just pause the timer. You're fine. You got it right. Thank you, hun. Here we go. That's not the right. Okay, I accidentally clipped something, but that was not supposed to be a clip. Alrighty, guys. I will see you guys later tonight. But right now, please go hang out with my friend Macho. It is the finale of BattleBots. If you guys know me, you guys know I love BattleBots. I will be watching it in Macho's Discord channel later, or Discord server later. And then otherwise, I will see you guys tonight. All right. My name is Lilybell. I love to travel, but I suck at geography. Thankfully, I'm better at FNAF lore today. I will see you guys tonight. Bye-bye now.